She wraps her fingers around my wrist in the middle of court and stops my blade mid-strike.
A human gardener. A servant who should know better than to touch me.
1 second of her skin on mine and the rage that rules me freezes. Now I can't stop watching her. Can't stop wanting her. The only creature who ever calms the storm inside me. I should kill her for the insolence. Instead, I'm going to claim her.
Publicly. Permanently. Completely.
She thinks she tamed the Dark Elf Heir.
Cute.
She has no idea how completely I'm going to own her in return.
Stay tuned for forbidden Dark Elf obsession. A human who tames the beast. Ruthless power plays. Public claiming. And an alpha who burns his world down for the one woman he can't control. Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Lyria. Sunlight filters through the visual banquet of exotic blooms in the garden, dappling my skin and the ground beneath my feet with swaying shadows. The verdant beauty, however, hides a dark secret. Here, a stray breeze stirs the fronds enough to reveal a sharp-featured bust of one of the Dark Elves' darker gods. And I do mean sharp. I've cut myself more times than I'd care to admit on the unforgiving architecture here. To the Dark Elves, those that lord over us, the sharpness is desirable. If someone is too unwary to notice, they deserve to bleed. Contrast that with my home village, where the parents swaddle the corners of tables with leather to keep children and the infirm from injury. I turn my gaze downward, where it belongs, downward to the garden ground. I squat down, adjusting my headscarf so it doesn't slide into my field of vision. A grimace spreads over my face. The dirt is too dry. I know it the second I press my fingers into the soil. It crumbles instead of clinging, slipping through my skin like ash. Someone watered the outer rows and skipped the inner beds again. Not an accident. Of course, I mutter under my breath, already reaching for the bucket. Why wouldn't you? Talking to the plants now, Cutter. Fenrix's voice cuts across the rows, lazy and sharp. I don't look up. Looking invites trouble. Or worse, interest. Plants listen better than people. My tone is flat, careful, not biting, never biting. Biting begets biting, and that's not figurative or a metaphor. A few of the other garden workers snicker in spite of my effort to be humble. I hear the scrape of boots against stone, the dull thud of a tool dropped where it shouldn't be. They're close enough that I can smell them, sweat, old leather, something sour that clings to the back of my throat. Fenrix steps into my row, ignoring the others to focus his ire on me. So what else is new? You missed a section, he says, nudging one of the seedlings with the toe of his boot. Too hard. The stem bends at a wrong angle. Not broken, just enough to make it struggle. Sloppy. My grip tightens around the bucket handle. The metal bites into my palm. I struggle to dismiss images of my cracking him over the dome with it. I didn't miss it, I say. It was already what? He cuts in, smiling like he's waiting for me to finish a sentence that will get me whipped. Go on. I swallow my words along with a side of pride. Bitter as bile and somehow worse. Already sabotaged, already dry, already handled. None of those are things I'm allowed to say. The Dark Elves don't stand for backtalk, even when they're wrong, especially when they're wrong. So I dip the bucket instead, pouring carefully at the base of the plant, letting the water soak deep instead of pooling on top. The soil drinks greedily, darkening inch by inch. Fenrix watches me like it's entertainment. You're slow today, he says. Better pick it up. Inspection's coming. My shoulders go still for half a breath. Inspection. Of course it is. I nod once, like he's done me a kindness by telling me, and shift to the next plant. The rhythm settles in. Pour, press, adjust, move. My hands know the work better than my thoughts do. They keep me steady when everything else wants to tilt. Behind me, Fenrix lingers just long enough to kick loose dirt over another row before wandering off. I don't turn around. I don't need to. I hear the scrape. I feel the shift in the air. By the time I reach that section, the damage will already be done. It always is. Prick, I think to myself, knowing better than to even mutter it out loud. The sun sits high but muted, filtered through a thin grey haze that never quite burns off over Orthani. The light turns everything a dull silver. Stone paths, trimmed hedges, the long stretch of the reflecting pool cutting through the garden like a blade. I move along its edge now, refilling my bucket. The water is still, cold enough to sting when my fingers dip too deep. My reflection wavers back at me, red hair tucked tight beneath my scarf, dirt smudged along my jaw, eyes that look more tired than they should. Don't stop. The voice comes from behind me. Sharp, dark elf. I straighten immediately, stepping back from the pool. Yes, sir. He doesn't even look at me as he passes, his attention fixed somewhere beyond the gardens. That's better. Being seen is worse than being ordered. I lower my gaze, wait until his footsteps fade, then return to work. Count the guards. It's habit now, not something I think about, just something I do. 2 at the east wall, 1 near the servant entrance, another pacing the perimeter path behind the hedges. Their routes overlap every few minutes. There's a gap, brief, but it's there, near the far corner where the wild growth presses too close to the stone. I don't need it today. But I notice it anyway. By the time the inspection comes, I'm already behind. Fenrix made sure of that. Line up, one of the overseers snaps, his voice cutting across the garden. Tools down. I set the bucket aside, wiping my hands against my skirt before stepping into place with the others. We form a loose line along the path, heads lowered, shoulders angled just enough to look obedient without slouching. The overseer walks slowly, inspecting the rows. His features are blunt and homely for a dark elf. No double that's part of why he has this unglamorous job. But he's higher up than me, of course, and manure rolls downhill. I track him without lifting my eyes, listening to the cadence of his steps, the pause when something catches his attention. He stops 2 rows down from me. Silence stretches. Then, "What is this?" My stomach drops, boots scrape, a shift of bodies. I don't move. "This section is uneven," he continues, voice tightening. "Who was assigned here?" No one answers. Of course. I close my eyes for half a second, then step forward. "I was, sir." Fenrix exhales something that might be a laugh. The overseer turns. I feel it like a weight before I see it. "Explain." The words sit heavy in my throat. Careful. "It was watered inconsistently," I say. "I was correcting—" "Excuses," he snaps. "Tools." He holds out a hand. I hesitate for a fraction too long. His expression sharpens. Now. I pass him the trowel. He turns it over once, inspecting the edge, the handle, the metal worn smooth from use. For a moment, I think that's it. Then, "This is warped." I blink. "It's... what?" The words slip before I can stop them. His gaze snaps to mine, cold, immediate. "Are you questioning me?" "No, sir." I drop my eyes again, pulse hammering. "I didn't realise—" "Because you weren't paying attention," he says. "You allowed faulty tools to affect your work." "That's not—" My jaw tightens. Not true, but it doesn't matter. "Stand aside," he orders. I step back, heart pounding hard enough I can feel it in my throat. The overseer tosses the trowel into the dirt like it's worthless. "Replace it," he says to no one in particular, "and fix the section before dusk. If it isn't corrected—" He doesn't finish. He doesn't have to. You're pissing on the wrong fire, Overseer. The voice is quieter, older. I feel relief wash over me, because I know that voice. Scott, the Lord's half-brother and estate seneschal, and the only elf who has ever shown a human even a smidge of consideration, let alone kindness. At least, the only one I've ever met. I look up, blinking nervous sweat out of my eyes. Scott stands just off the path, hands folded neatly in front of him. His posture is unassuming, almost deferential, but his eyes are sharp, taking in everything. His house colours are muted, as if trying to look in place, but also knowing his place. The overseer glances at him, irritation flickering. Scott wields a lot of temporal power over the estate, mostly because the nobles can't be bothered with such trivia. Not to mention, he plays the game, the constant courtly skirmishing for position and influence, quite well, even if he will never rise above his humble station. The tools we were provided are clearly substandard, Scott continues smoothly. I'll see to it they're replaced. It would be inefficient to punish labour for a supply issue. Don't you agree, Overseer? The Overseer hesitates. Scott's tone is polite, yet lined with steel. Half-breed or not, he can make life difficult for the Overseer. Fine, he says finally, waving a hand. Fix it. He moves on, trying to pretend he wasn't just thoroughly cowed and manipulated by the half-breed seneschal. The pressure in my chest loosens just enough that I can breathe again. Scott steps closer, just within the edge of my vision. Miss Cutter, he says quietly. Yes? Be more mindful of the tools you're given, please, he says without rancour. There's something under the words. Not quite a warning, not quite kindness. I nod. Yes, sir. His gaze lingers for half a second longer, then he turns and follows the Overseer down the path. I exhale slowly. Around me, the others shift back into motion. Fenrix brushes past my shoulder, just enough to make it clear he could have hit harder. Lucky, he murmurs. I don't answer. I pick up the discarded trowel instead. Using my foot and a bit of sweat, I manage to bend it into a more accommodating shape. Not as good as new, but functional. That will have to do. By the time I finish the section, the light has changed. The silver haze deepens toward evening, shadows stretching long across the garden paths, turning the neat rows into something sharper, more unforgiving. Courier's here, someone calls from the edge of the servant quarters. My head snaps up. I wipe my hands quickly, ignoring the way the dirt smears deeper into my skin, and move toward the back entrance. Not too fast. Never too fast. Fast movements draw attention. The courier waits just inside the doorway, a human, older, wrapped in a worn cloak that smells faintly of road dust and rain. He doesn't look at me directly. Coin? He asks. I nod, slipping the small pouch from beneath my sleeve. It's lighter than it should be. It's always lighter than it should be. He takes it, weighing it in his hand. Message? I ask, keeping my voice low. He hesitates. My stomach tightens. What? I press. He exhales slowly. Quota's increased, he says. Twofold. The words hit like a physical thing. No, I say before I can stop myself. He shrugs. Orders from Orthani. Of course they are. How are they supposed to? They're not. He cuts in quietly. That's the point. My grip tightens around the edge of my sleeve. Your family's holding, he adds after a moment. For now. For now. Next run is in 2 weeks, he says, if they last that long. I nod, even though my chest feels too tight to move. Thank you. He inclines his head slightly, then turns and disappears back through the servant corridor. I stand there for a moment longer, staring at nothing. Then I force myself to move. There's still work to finish. There's always work to finish. I see him just before night fully settles, at the far end of the garden, near the main path leading back to the manor. I shouldn't be looking. But I do. A servant is on their knees in front of him, head bowed so low their forehead nearly touches the stone. Heir stands over them. My breath catches and my throat goes dry. I long ago got used to the dark elves and their ethereal, unworldly beauty. But there's something compelling about Heir. His silken shirt has a plunging V neckline that shows off his chiselled ebon chest and a smidge of hard abdominal knots. Tightly fitted trousers reveal every line of muscle in his powerful thighs. He's not technically a warrior caste, and yet he has the grace, the beauty, and the impending sense of violence of a panther. Eyes inscrutable and terrifying sear the world with their beauty and the threat of a painful sudden death. His tone is measured, his stance normal, and yet it all belies the raging storm inside. He's not calm. He's contained. "What did you do?" his voice carries, low and sharp. The servant trembles. I didn't mean... That wasn't the question. The words cut clean. The servant's shoulders shake. "I dropped the tray, my lord. It was an accident, I swear." Silence. Heavy. Then Heir moves. Fast. Too fast. 1 second he's standing still. The next his hand is at the servant's throat, dragging them upward just enough that their feet scrape against the stone. A sharp, choking sound tears from their mouth. This is normal. Expected. I brace myself for the bloody end sure to follow. His grip tightens. The servant claws at his wrist, eyes wide, desperate. "You could die for much less," Heir says quietly. There's no heat in it, no shouting, just fact. The air feels thinner. My fingers curl into my palms. Do something. Come on, Lyria. Do something. Heir's gaze shifts slightly. The servant makes a broken, gasping sound. Heir tilts his head to the side, and then he lets go, just like that. The servant collapses to the ground, coughing, scrambling backward as fast as they can manage. "Clean it," Heir says. The words are almost bored. The servant nods frantically, already moving. Heir turns away before they're even fully upright. Like it meant nothing. Like it was nothing. I stand frozen where I am, heart pounding too hard, too fast. He didn't kill them. That's what they do. That's what they always do. But he didn't. Was it mercy? A momentary lapse of cruelty? Or just sheer boredom with the idea of managing the help? Whatever the reason, he didn't kill the servant. That's dangerous. For Virginian, youngest son of Lord Maltos. I force myself to look away from Heir before he notices my interest. Interest can be more deadly than incompetence in this household. But the memory of him lingers. Clean, dexterous hands, fingernails manicured impeccably to a sheen. There's still dirt under my nails, still work waiting in the rows behind me. We couldn't be more different, Heir and I. And yet, why do I feel worried for his sake? He's certainly never shown me kindness, or anything at all. I think he sometimes has trouble telling us humans apart, especially when we all wear the same garb while working in the garden. If only things were different. I banish those thoughts. I press my hands into the soil again, grounding myself in something real, something simple. The dirt doesn't care about power. The plants don't choose who lives and who dies. They just grow. Or they don't. I wish my life were that simple. Just like I wish Heir would hurry up and leave before he makes my lot even worse.
Chapter 2. Heir. The silence after fear is always the same. It clings. Thick. Expectant. Like the air itself is holding its breath, waiting to see if I'll break it. I turn away from the groveling human, my attention already shifting, sliding across the corridor. The angles, the shadows, the open archway leading out toward the gardens. Movement registers in pieces. Servants, guards, Nothing worth. A flicker of red scarf, and a flash of verdant green gaze. My gaze catches on it without meaning to. She's half hidden between rows, hands in the soil, posture angled just enough to look like she belongs there, like she isn't watching anything but the plants in front of her. But she's too still, too aware. She saw. Of course she did. My focus narrows, something sharper threading through the lingering heat in my chest. She dares to stare at me so. The words leave before I decide to say them. Scott's voice answers from behind me, smooth as ever. I don't turn right away. And yet she lives, he adds. I flex my fingers once at my side, grounding the sensation that hasn't quite faded. I have better things to do than discipline foolhardy servants. No, Scott agrees mildly. Of course not. I glance at him then. He's standing just off to the side, posture relaxed in a way that's entirely intentional. Nothing about him is accidental. His cunning gaze moves between me and the human, now diligently working in the dirt. She should have known better, I say. And yet she didn't. Scott shakes his head, a grin tugging at the corners of his thin lips. That one is too sharp for her own good. An overhoned blade may easily break if wielded improperly. I look back toward her, bent in the dirt. Despite her garb, the feminine curves of her form are obvious. I feel a slight stirring of interest, but quickly tamp it down as best I can. You stare so, young Lord Virginian, Scott intones beside me. If you like, I reply with barely a thought. Those green eyes, emerald and fresh like the first leaves of spring, so unlike the cruel stone lances of a dark elf gaze. Be careful with that one, Scott says. My jaw tightens slightly. Why? I ask. Is she troublesome? Oh no, my lord, Scott replies with a slight shake of his head, a human affection if I ever saw one. She gives all appearances of being quite tamed. I warn you because you noticed her. That's not a reason. I snort and give him a cocked eyebrow. As always, your words dance around the truth like the tip of a duelist's blade. You give me too much credit, I reply. And you do not give me enough, Scott replies, as insubordinate as I've ever heard him. Yet I value his counsel, this man who would be my uncle if not for his impure blood, so I don't cut him down where he stands. Yet. Then please, explain in as plain of words as you would use with a mere orc. Why must my interest be a danger? Many of my brethren take the human servants into their bedrooms. Yes, but they don't take them into confidence, Scott says. That one is more dangerous than she looks. I don't answer, because the irritation that follows his words is too sharp to ignore, and I don't like examining it closely enough to argue. Leave it, I snap, my face twisting into a snarl. The anger boiling within me froths over, threatening to overwhelm my good sense, as it often does. As you wish, my lord. I would be remiss if I did not bring it to your attention. He steps back, already dissolving into the background of the estate, like he was never part of the moment at all. I feel the anger abate somewhat and turn back to the human. She's gone, perhaps to fetch more water from the well. I remain where I am a second longer, gaze lingering on the space she occupied. Then I turn away. The hall is louder than it should be when I enter. Voices overlap, low and controlled, but there's a current running beneath them. Something sharper, something that shifts when I cross the threshold. Conversations pause, fracture, reform. I don't slow. They move. They always move. Virginian! My father's voice doesn't need volume to carry. It cuts clean through everything else. I stop and turn to face him. Malto stands at the far end of the hall, one hand resting lightly against the back of a chair carved from the same dark stone as the rest of the estate. He looks exactly as he always does, composed, still, like nothing in the world has ever required effort. I walk toward him, each step measured, precise. The epitome of dark elf detached ease. A mask I wear well, though it does tend to slip when I grow angry. Father, his gaze drags over me once. Slow. Assessing. Like he's looking for something out of place. Or more likely, a sign of weakness. I hear there was an incident, he says, with one of the servants. It has been handled. The word settles between us. He tilts his head slightly. Handled, he repeats. I hope that you at least gave him a good scar to remember his failure by, or perhaps removed one of his fingers. He can till the soil with only 9, I'd wager. My silence is telling. I hold his gaze but cannot speak. It is difficult for me to lie to my father. Perhaps I fear him more than I let on, but disappointing him is somehow worse. I see, he says, his tone calm but eyes afire. Why did you hesitate to administer discipline? You know the humans are little more than beasts. There it is, the accusation that I'm not hard enough, not sharp enough, not strong enough to be his heir. I hold his gaze. I chose not to waste time on something insignificant. I shrug as casually as I can muster. I just oiled my blade. I don't want sticky human filth besmirching it. His mouth curves faintly. Not approval. Never approval. Insignificant, he echoes, and yet you spent time on it regardless. I corrected the issue. You avoided the issue. If the humans see you being merciful, then they will all begin to expect it. The words land heavier than they should. Around us, the air shifts. Conversations soften. Not enough to stop, but enough to listen. I keep my posture steady. I made a decision. Yes, Maltos says softly. You did. A pause stretches between us, long enough to feel deliberate. And that is precisely the problem. Something tightens low in my chest. I ignore it. You think restraint is weakness, I say. I know it is weakness, he replies, when it applies to disciplining the humans. Tell me, my boy, does the huntsman tarantula fear a mere ant? Of course not, I say. But what would happen if that same spider stumbled onto a nest of ants? They would swarm the huntsman and slay it. I arch an eyebrow at him, choosing my words carefully. Humans are not ants, I reply. They do not act with one singular mind. No, but they might, and if we let up on them even slightly, our way of life is in jeopardy. I snort. It sounds almost as if you fear them. I see the movement, and I could dodge it, but I know better. The slap lands heavy on my cheek, turning my face to the side. I taste the bitter iron of my own blood in my mouth. I've bit my own tongue, and my lip already swells plump like an overripe fruit. Despite this, I keep my feet, and do not even take so much as a step back. See, boy, Maltos says, his eyes widening. That is the power of discipline. I was fully in control, I reply, not giving him the satisfaction of displaying any discomfort or pain. His gaze sharpens, just slightly. You are either controlled or you are not. You do not get to choose when it suits you. I was controlled. My voice lacks conviction. The truth is, I was not fully in control of the raging fire within me, and my father knows it. No, he says. You were conflicted. The word lands like a blade sliding between ribs. Clean. Accurate. I don't react. I don't give him that. Is that what they say at court? I ask instead. His expression shifts, just enough to acknowledge the deflection. They're saying worse. A soft laugh threads in from the side. Light. Polished. Valoa. Dark, Cruel, beautiful, and conniving. The perfect dark elf wife, and my ambitious stepmother. Even heavily pregnant, she carries an ease, a grace I can never emulate. Now, she says, stepping closer, her presence sliding into the space like she belongs there. We don't want to disillusion our dear Virginian, do we, husband? Her gaze flicks over me, bright with something that isn't quite amusement but not quite open rancor either. Though, she continues, it is interesting. I turn my head just enough to meet her eyes. Say it. I don't bother to soften my tone. Her house is of lower standing than ours, and I see her as my inferior no matter if she shares my father's bed. Her smile sharpens. I get the feeling I have fallen into another of her word traps. She's a sly one. I'll give her that. People are beginning to wonder, she says, whether your temper is truly as unpredictable as they thought. There's weight behind the words. Not accusation. Invitation. I study her for a moment. And what do you think? My lips twist into a smile that does not reach my eyes. Dear stepmother. Oh, I don't think anything, she says lightly. I observe. Of course she does. They're watching you, she adds, waiting to see if you'll prove them right. Or wrong. Or irrelevant, she corrects. Maltos exhales softly, as if the conversation has already outlived its usefulness. There is a gathering at court, he says, ostensibly about increasing productivity in our agriculture, but it will be far more than that. My attention shifts back to him instantly. When? Soon, he replies. You will attend. Not a question. Of course. I bow my head respectfully. His gaze lingers. You will not embarrass me. I meet his eyes. I will not. A long silence then. We'll see, Valoa murmurs. I ignore her, but the words settle anyway. A gathering, court, public, visible. My thoughts move ahead of the moment, mapping possibilities without effort. Kolara doesn't host without purpose. Not something like this. Who's hosting? I ask. Malto studies me for a moment. Then, Kolara. The name settles into place like a blade locking into its sheath. My shoulders remain still, but everything else sharpens. That Kolara bothers me. He smiles too widely, laughs at my jokes too readily, as if he seeks to put me at ease, which means I must be doubly careful. Interesting, I say. Isn't it? Valoa replies. I don't look at her again. I don't need to. Be prepared, Malto says. Your behavior is a reflection on me in this house. The implication hangs between us. I incline my head once. I will be. Good. He turns away. Conversation over. I don't linger. There's nothing here worth staying for. The training yard is empty when I reach it, the air cooler away from the press of bodies and voices. The scent here is different, cleaner in some ways, sharper in others. Metal, sweat, old blood baked into stone. I pick up a blade. The weight settles into my hand like it belongs there. Unlike everything else today. I move. The first strike cuts through the air with a clean, familiar sound. The second follows immediately, then the third, each one tighter, faster, driving the tension out through motion instead of letting it sit. The rhythm builds. My body falls into it easily. Muscle memory. Precision. Control. But there's something underneath it. Something pushing harder than it should. I pivot, drive forward, stop the blade a breath from the training post. The air between steel and wood hums with the force I didn't release. Again. Faster this time. The blade flashes, carving arcs that would split bone clean if anything stood in front of me. My grip tightens. My breath deepens. I don't think. I act. That's where control is easiest. The post splinters when the blade finally connects. The crack echoes, sharp and loud in the empty yard. I stop. The sound lingers. You're pushing it. Scott. Of course. Who else would be so audacious? I don't turn. I know exactly where the line is, I say. Do you? I glance back at him. He stands at the edge of the yard, hands clasped behind his back, watching like he always does. You're angry, he says. I'm focused. A pause. They're baiting you, he continues. The gathering. The whispers. I know. And you're reacting. I'm preparing. His gaze doesn't shift. Then prepare smarter, he says. Not harder. My grip tightens slightly on the blade. I don't need... You don't need to prove anything, he cuts in. Not like this. Silence stretches. The pulse in my hands hasn't fully settled yet. They want you to lose control, Scott says, because it's easier to remove you if you do. I know that. I've always known that. I won't, I say. He nods once. Then don't. He turns slightly, already leaving. And watch the human, he adds. Stay wary of her. My gaze sharpens. What about her? I was not the only one who noticed your interest. The words settle cold. I look back at the post, at the splintered wood where my blade struck harder than it should have. I have no interest in the help, I scoff, and it sounds so sincere I almost believe it myself. Scott dares to smile. You lie poorly, he says, turning away from me. Do work on that skill, before your lack of acumen causes your head to roll from your shoulders. I can't help but feel my neck on reflex. One of my older brothers, Siditri, he dared displease father. Father smote his ruin with less effort than I used to stir my tea. You worry needlessly, I mutter, but he's already gone, leaving me be again. I roll my shoulders once, forcing the tension to shift, to settle back into something usable. Control. I wrap myself in the armor of control. But tonight, it feels thinner than it should.
Chapter 3. Lyria. The garden looks wrong when it's perfect. It's too clean, too precise. I notice it before anyone else on the work crew. I suspect sorcery may have been involved. Every hedge trimmed into exact lines. Every bed cleared of anything that doesn't belong. No stray growth, no uneven edges, no small, stubborn defiance of nature trying to push through. Every hedge trimmed into exact lines. Every bed cleared of anything that doesn't belong. No stray growth, no uneven edges, no small, stubborn defiance of nature trying to push through. It doesn't breathe like this. It's no longer a living place, but something the Dark Elves have sculpted to their liking. Move, Fenric snaps, and I shift without looking at him, already hauling another bucket across the path. The water sloshes against the sides, cold droplets splashing over my hands and soaking into my sleeves. You're behind, he adds, falling into step beside me like I invited him. I'm not, I say. You are. Anger flares up inside of me, hot like the sun. I'm not. There's a pause while he sucks in air through his nostrils, eyes widening. I've given him all the excuses he needs to administer a beating. Yet, his hand doesn't stray near his whip. Wouldn't want blood to get on the plants now, would we? Instead, he clicks his tongue, amused. You're slower than the others. He gestures at my fellow workers who cringe at the attention. That's because I'm fixing their mistakes. That earns me a look. Sharp. Brief. Then a smirk stretches over his cruel lips. Careful, he murmurs. You almost sounded like one of us. By all the gods, should hope, I blurt, stopping short of finishing the sentence. Yes, you should hope, he says snidely. I wonder if the leeches in the swamps yearn to be something more, like a bird flying through the sky instead of, well, a parasite. I don't answer. I don't dare press my luck any more than I already have. I pour the water instead, letting it sink deep into the roots of the plants lining the central path. These ones matter more. These ones will be seen. The rest just have to survive, like me. There will be a royal gathering this evening, Fenric says after a moment, like he's offering me something I should be grateful for. I keep working as I reply. I heard. Did you? He asks. Or are you just pretending you're not the last to know again? I press my fingers into the soil, testing the moisture, adjusting the angle of a stem that's leaning too far toward the light. I don't need to know, I say. He huffs a quiet laugh. No, he agrees. You don't. There's something in the way he says it that makes my shoulders tighten. I move to the next row. The air smells different today. Not just dirt and water and the faint metallic tang that always lingers near the estate walls, but something sharper, polished stone, oils, perfume carried faintly from the manor, preparation, not for us, for them, the dark elf nobles and their wicked senses of humour. Make sure the pool's clear, Fenric calls out, louder now, addressing the others. No debris shall be left behind. If I see a single leaf out of place, I'll root out your fingernails and replace them with tacks. I shift toward the reflecting pool, my steps automatic. The surface is still, a long stretch of dark glass cutting through the garden. It mirrors everything, the hedges, the sky, the looming structure of the manor behind it, and anything out of place. I kneel at the edge, skimming my fingers just above the surface, catching a stray petal before it drifts too far. Twisted by sorcery, the petal is anything but soft. It's cold, sharp. It bites into my skin, grounding me in the present. Don't fall in, someone mutters behind me. A few quiet laughs follow. I don't turn. If I do, I say, I'll take you with me. That earns a sharper laugh. Careful, Cutter, Fenric calls. You're getting bold. No, I'm getting tired. There's a difference. I straighten, wiping my damp hands against my skirt, and step back from the water. My reflection wavers, breaks apart as the surface ripples, then settles again into something still and controlled. Like everything else here. By midday, the pressure has settled into my bones. Every movement is watched more closely. Every mistake, real or imagined, feels heavier. The overseers pass through more frequently, their eyes sharper, their patience thinner. Faster! One of them snaps as I move between rows. We don't have all day. I bite back the response that rises too quickly and nod instead. Yes, sir. Always yes, no matter how it twists my guts. The sun shifts higher, then begins its slow descent, the light changing from that dull, flat silver into something colder, sharper. Shadows stretch longer across the paths, cutting through the neat symmetry of the garden. And then I hear them. Voices. Not the usual ones I've grown accustomed to in the household. Smoother, more measured. I still my movement. Just for a second. Then I move again, slower now, quieter, letting the rhythm of my work mask the way I angle myself closer to the outer edge of the garden, where the hedges grow higher and the path curves toward one of the lesser entrances. The voices drift through the leaves. Unstable. My hands keep moving, fingers brushing dirt from the base of a plant, adjusting a leaf that doesn't need adjusting. But I listen. He's always been that way, another voice says. Female, light, but edged. The question is whether it's gotten worse. A soft hum follows. His father won't tolerate it much longer. Of course he won't. I shift slightly, crouching lower, using the angle of the hedge to block me from view. The leaves rustle faintly against my sleeve. I catch a flash of embroidered silk sleeve, a wine glass held in a slender fingered hand. Or he'll use it, the first voice replies. Instability can be useful. A quiet laugh ripples forth. Guarded, subtle, like claws hidden beneath velvet. Until it outlives its usefulness, then it is simply a burden. The words settle heavy as lead in my gut. I don't have to hear his name to know who they're talking about. Virginian. I keep my head down, keep my breathing even while anxiety gnaws at me like a hungry mouse. What could I do anyway? I have no agency, no way to help there, even if he would accept it from a lesser being. Have you seen him lately? The second voice asks. Yes. A pause. And another pause, longer this time. He's different. That makes something in my chest tighten. How? I'm not sure yet. His gaze doesn't flit about like a spark in search of tinder. Footsteps shift. Fabric brushes softly against stone. I swallow the lump in my throat and keep working. But he's watching more than he used to. The voice continues. Not just reacting. Watching. Thinking, perhaps. That won't last, the female voice says. It never does. No, the first agrees softly. It doesn't. Some elves just have a bit too much fire in their blood. Perhaps the 13 took too much of an interest in him, meant to do great things, but likely to burn out like a candle under a bellow torch. The footsteps begin to move away, their voices fading with them. At the gathering, Kalara won't pass up a chance to, we'll see. The rest dissolves into distance. I stay where I am a moment longer, my pulse steady but heavier than it was before. Unstable, a burden, burning out rather than fading away. They talk about him like he's already decided on his fate. I shake the thought off, pushing it down where it belongs. Not my concern, not my problem. What do I care about some ink-blooded, knife-eared noble? I should care what happens to him because he sometimes chooses not to beat the servants, because he has great shoulders and eyes that could immolate a phoenix. Cutter! Fenrix's voice snaps me back. The sweat on my brow has more than fear as its font. I straighten immediately, forcing a look of placid weariness on my face. Yes? He's closer than I expected. Of course he is. Where were you just now? He asks. Doing my job. He doesn't look convinced. Stay where you're supposed to, he says, stepping closer. You don't want to be seen wandering when the nobles start arriving. I wasn't wandering. He leans in slightly, just enough that his shadow cuts across my hands. Then don't look like you are. My jaw tightens. I don't follow you. He studies me for a moment, something unreadable flickering behind his eyes. Then, stay invisible, he says quietly. You understand? I meet his gaze, just for a second. I always do. Do you? He asks softly. My fingers curl slightly against my palm, the gritty dirt crumbling. I understand, Overseer. Good. You are a smart one. Perhaps too smart. It is good to avoid drawing their attention. He straightens, stepping back. Because they're not like me, he adds, almost casually. They lack even a modicum of mercy for your kind. They will not care how efficient your labours if they decide your death is necessary, or merely entertaining. I know all of this already, but I don't say that. He turns and walks off, already calling orders to someone else. I exhale slowly, letting the tension ease just enough that I can move again. Stay invisible. I've been doing that my whole life. And yet... My gaze drifts, unbidden, toward the main path. He's there. Of course he is. Ver moves through the garden like it belongs to him, which it does, but there's something else in it, something sharper than the other nobles who pass through these paths like they're decorations instead of space. He doesn't just walk, he stalks, like a carnivore searching for fresh meat to sink his teeth into. His gaze moves before he does, sweeping across the garden, catching on things I wouldn't expect him to notice. The positioning of workers, the spacing between rows, the guards at the edges. Nothing about it is casual. Nothing about him is. I lower my head immediately, forcing my attention back to the plants in front of me. Don't look. Don't. I feel it anyway. That shift, that awareness, like something has turned in my direction without moving. My shoulders go still, just for a second. Then I force myself to keep working, fingers steady as I adjust a stem that doesn't need adjusting, brush dirt from leaves that are already clean. He's not looking at me. He can't be. There's no reason for him to. Footsteps, getting closer. My pulse ticks once, hard. Then, they pass. The air shifts as he moves by, the faint scent of metal and something darker trailing behind him. Not blood, not quite. Power, not that either, something I cannot name. I don't look up, I don't dare. But I know. I know he noticed. Even if he pretends he didn't. Even if I pretend I didn't. The space he leaves behind feels different. Sharper. Like something has been marked. I exhale slowly, forcing my hands back into motion. This is nothing. It has to be nothing. I press my fingers harder into the soil, grounding myself in the weight of it, the texture, the reality of something that doesn't change just because someone powerful decided to look. I could leave. The thought comes suddenly. I could just leave. I'm not an indenture or a slave or a prisoner. I'm paid weekly and can technically leave whenever I wish. Slip through the gap near the outer wall when the patrol shifts. Follow the road back toward the villages. Find my way home before the next quota collection. And then what? They'd starve. My mother and father, and anyone else they help in the community with the meagre silver I send home. The coin I send barely keeps them from starvation as it is. Without it. I exhale slowly, the thought collapsing in on itself. There is no leaving. Not really. Not for me. Cutter! I look up at the sound of the overseer's voice. Yes? Move. Fenric snaps. You're needed on the far side. Some nobleman did not care for the vintage and poured it into Lord Maltos's prized death blossoms. If they don't survive, I'll see your head on a pole. I nod, already shifting, already stepping back into the rhythm of the work. Because that's what this is. Work, survival, nothing more, nothing else. Even if the way he looked at me, no, it doesn't matter, it can't.
Chapter 4. Heir. The garden smells like polished stone, perfume, and bloodshed waiting to happen. I can't even smell the plants. They've been overwritten by dark elf essence. The essence of violence. Not literal violence. Not yet. But it's there. Under everything. I feel it envelop me the second I step onto the flagstones and into an arena far more dangerous than any on Minos. The space opens wide and tall, columns rising like blades carved from black-veined marble, the ceiling lost in shadow where light from suspended magic burns cold and steady. You can't even see the moon or stars this eve, just blackness beyond the edge of sorcerous machinations. Sound carries differently here. Voices layered over one another, edged with something sharper beneath. Expectation. Hunger. I don't allow my thoughts to reach my face, keeping my expression on the cold, neutral edge of readiness, like my father taught me with the back of his hand. They notice anyway. Of course they do. Their skill at this game far exceeds my own. Conversations shift, not stop, never stop, but bend, tilt, like I've stepped into water and everything around me has to adjust to the disturbance. Virginian. My father's voice finds me before anyone else can. I turn. Malto stands near the center of the hall, surrounded but untouched. Nobles cluster around him like they're drawn to gravity they don't understand, their laughter just a little too sharp, their posture just a little too careful. He is resplendent in thin, breezy silk that clings to his form and shows off his daily physical regimen. The smile on his lips has nothing to do with warmth. It never has before, and likely never will. I cross the distance without hesitation, each step deliberate, just the way I'm supposed but not expected to. Everyone watches without seeming to, aware of my every breath, possibly every beat of my heart. Father. I bow my head with deference. It seems like a lovely eve for a garden party. His gaze moves over me once, slow, assessing. Do not embarrass me tonight. Not even a pretense of greeting. Simply that. I won't, I say. His eyes narrow slightly. You misunderstand, he replies slowly, his eyes lancing deep into my soul. That this gathering has more import than a simple diversion. I know, Father. His nostrils flare briefly in a rare loss of control. Do you? You are my heir, for now. And everything you say, do, or even think will be seized upon and picked apart by every person here, from the highest to the lowest. His eyes narrow ever so slightly. You must not be found wanting. I have already buried 3 sons before you. I have no compunctions about burying a 4th. I nod, accepting his threat for what it is. Sincere, but nothing to panic about. I've lived under that threat since my brothers died. I hold his gaze. He doesn't blink. Do you understand, boy? I heard you. A pause as he considers whether it's worth the public spectacle of cowing my minor rebellion. Then he relaxes. Good. His attention shifts past me almost immediately, dismissing me without needing to say it. I step away before anyone else can fill the space. Let them circle him. Let them pretend they are his peers, his friends, rather than his rivals. I'm not here for that. I scan the room instead. Habit, instinct, every entrance, every exit, guard placement, noble clusters, who stands where, who avoids whom, who's watching and who's pretending not to. Lord Kalara, a man who has caused me problems in court of late, is not immediately visible. He should be. A gathering like this, hosted in his greatest rival's very household, he should be at the center of it, not absent, not hidden. I move along the edge of the hall, not lingering long enough in any one place to invite conversation. Strange, a voice murmurs to my right. I don't look as I reply. Is it? The noble continues. Male, younger, trying too hard to sound unconcerned. You're calm. That almost earns him a glance. Should I not be? He hesitates. No, he says finally. It's just unexpected? Yes. Long have I heard the tales of fiery Virginian, whose hand never strays far from his blade, whose rage rivals that of the most puissant of the 13 hungry maws, and instead I see you are just ordinary. I turn my head then, just enough to meet his eyes. There's something in their depths that gives me pause. Not just scorn, though there's plenty of that, not to mention calculation. No, this man has purpose in every breath, purpose that bodes ill for me. My apologies for disappointing you, I say with a polite smile. Perhaps you should adjust your expectations. He swallows. Good. Perhaps he will think again about meddling with me. I move on. The music shifts. Something softer, woven through the low murmur of voices. Barely noticeable unless you're listening for it. I am. because something about this doesn't sit right. Too smooth, too controlled, even for this place. And then I see him at last. Kolara stands near one of the far columns, half turned into a conversation that looks casual from a distance. His house is of lower station than our own, yet you would never know by his garb. Elaborate embroidery festoons his gown, far too showy for a simple garden party. He wanted to be sure that everyone would see him. His smile seems genuine, born of pleasure and amusement. But nothing is how it seems with Kolara. Nothing about him ever is. And the people around him, they're positioned wrong. Not randomly like guests and sycophants attaching themselves one by one. No, this looks placed, deliberate. I slow slightly, adjusting my path without making it obvious, angling closer without approaching directly. His gaze lifts, finding me as if by accident, though I know better. There it is, that flicker of recognition. No, anticipation. He knew exactly when I'd see him. Of course he did. "Virginian," he calls, voice carrying just enough to draw attention without demanding it. "You've arrived at last. And how does this evening find our young heir?" I stop. Turn fully now. Let the space open between us. "Lord Kolara." My gaze flicks over his garment. "I like your garb. Understated, as usual." His smile widens, ignoring my verbal barb. That's another warning as sure as a rattletail snake's distinctive percussion. "You honor me." He bows his head slightly. "Do I?" I ask, my tone cold but hellfires raging in my gaze. I can't stop it all from showing. There's so very much. A few nearby nobles shift, their attention sharpening. He takes a step closer, closing part of the distance, but not all of it. Careful. Always careful. He plays the game well. "I was beginning to think you might avoid the gathering," he says. "Why would I?" A tilt of his head. "Some find public scrutiny uncomfortable." There it is. Subtle. A test. I let the silence stretch just long enough to make it noticeable. Then, only if they have something to hide. My gaze never wavers. Or someone to hide from. His smile tightens. "Good. Of course," he says smoothly. "And you?" I step forward, close the rest of the distance. I don't hide. I run toward trouble, not away from it. That's not entirely true, but it's true enough for him. His eyes flick over me, searching for something. A crack, a tell. He won't find one. Not tonight. "Good," he says. "I would hate for this evening to be disappointing." I hold his gaze. It won't be. A pause. Something passes between us, unspoken yet as tangible as the stones beneath our feet. "Ah," Kolara says lightly, glancing past me. Perfect timing. I don't turn immediately. I don't need to. I feel the shift in the room before I see it. The way attention moves. The way space opens. Royal. Of course. I turn. Slow and deliberate. A member of the royal line approaches. Young, a distant cousin, but just connected enough to be important. Dressed in layered black and silver, their posture just slightly too relaxed for someone with that much power behind their name. Their gaze lands on me, lingers, then slides to Kolara. "Quite the gathering," he says. Kolara inclines his head. "Indeed it is, Baronet Valtosh. I was just about to remark so with Lord Maltos's son, the one that lived, that is." "Speaking with him?" the apparent Valtosh says, gesturing vaguely in my direction. "Didn't he break a mug over the head of your third cousin last spring?" A few nearby nobles shift, their interest sharpening. Kolara smiles faintly. The trap is closing around me. I am sure that it was a simple misunderstanding, he replies smoothly, though his eyes and tone suggest he thinks otherwise. Valtosh sees it, as do the gathered nobles. Really? I would have thought you'd believe differently, Valtosh says, looking back at me, given the rumors of his manic streak. There it is. The room tightens. I feel the rage building, but hold it down. This is Kolara's game. Valtosh is just a piece on the board. Yet all I wish to do is cut him into quivering lumps. Which rumors would those be? I ask, surprised at how calm my voice seems. The royal's lips curve. Oh, you know, he says. Unpredictable. Volatile. Apt to losing control. Each word lands clean. Textbook courtly jibes and insults delivered in a veneer of polish. I don't move. Don't react. Not yet. I didn't know those of royal lineage had the time for rumor-mongering, I reply. A soft laugh ripples through the immediate space. Valtosh tilts their head. Oh, but sometimes rumors can have a kernel of truth in them, can they not? They ask. Or is it perhaps that the rumors are not rumors at all, but bold-faced facts? Kolara is watching, closely, not Valtosh, who is clearly a puppet dancing on his strings. Me. He's watching me. There's a pattern here. A rhythm. This isn't spontaneous. It's structured. Each word building on the last. Each reaction expected and planned for. A setup. And there's no way out of it but through. Accuracy depends on perspective, I say. And yours? The royal presses. My perspective, I reply, is that you're speaking a great deal without saying anything of value. A sharper reaction this time. A few murmurs. The royal's smile tightens. Careful, he says softly. That almost sounded like the words of a man about to lose control. Did it? I take a step closer. Not aggressive. Not yet. Just enough to shift the balance. It sounded like honesty, I continue, though I know that Kolara doesn't traffic in such trifles. The air shifts. Tension threads through it now. Real. Not just anticipation. Kolara's gaze sharpens. I can feel it. The edge of disaster. The moment where it either dissipates or escalates. The royal's expression changes. Well, they say, voice cooling, perhaps your anger has caused you to lose perspective of what is true and what is merely illusion. There it is. The insult. Your family has always struggled with control, they add. The words land heavier. They are directed at more than just me. They are directed at my father, Maltos, House Zaltos, our entire legacy. The room stills, not silent, but listening, watching, waiting. Kolara doesn't move, but his attention is locked on me. This is it. The trap. Clean. Simple. Elegant. React. And I prove them right. Don't. And I look weak. I understand the game. I always have. The question is, do I play it? I step forward. Close enough now that I can see the faint pulse at their throat. Hear the slight catch in their breath. Careful, I say quietly. The word lands between us. You're close to saying something you can't take back. Their chin lifts. I already have. Good. That makes this easier. My fingers curl slightly. The angle is perfect. The distance, ideal. I could end it now. Right here. In front of everyone. I know exactly how it would go. The moment of shock. The silence. The aftermath. I know the consequences. I see them clearly, and I am prepared to do it anyway.
Chapter 5. Lyria. By the time the gathering settles fully into the gardens, the space no longer resembles anything that could honestly be called alive, because whatever it once was, soil, root, patient growth coaxed upward by careful hands, has been stripped down and remade into something controlled, something curated through repetition and quiet domination, until every hedge is carved into obedience, every surface polished into a reflection of ownership rather than beauty, and even the air itself feels altered, thick with layered perfumes and the heat of bodies pressed too close together, carrying an expectation that settles against the skin and refuses to lift. I move through it the way I always do, quietly and with deliberate control, my steps measured not only by the balance of the tray in my hands, but by the invisible boundaries that define this place more rigidly than any wall, because there are currents here, unspoken and absolute, that divide those who exist from those who are permitted to be seen, those who speak from those who serve, those who command from those who endure, and I have learned them well enough to move between them without drawing attention, without leaving anything behind that might be noticed later. "Careful with that," someone mutters as I pass, their gaze fixed on the crystal rather than on me, and I don't bother looking up as I answer, keeping my voice low and contained so it doesn't travel farther than necessary. "I've got it," I say, adjusting my grip slightly as the tray shifts, the liquid inside the glasses whispering against their sides in a way that feels louder than it should, and for a brief, tightening moment, I imagine what would happen if I lost control of it, the spill, the stain, the sudden shift of attention. But my wrist corrects before the imbalance can become visible, smoothing everything back into place before it can become a problem. The scent rising from the glasses is sharp and bitter, with an artificial sweetness layered beneath it, something designed to impress rather than nourish, and it clings to the back of my throat in a way that makes me want to swallow it down and forget it exists. "Left." Another servant breathes as I approach, and I shift without hesitation, slipping between two nobles whose conversation continues uninterrupted as I pass between them, their voices threading above me as though I am not there at all. "He'll lose control eventually." "Of course he will," the other replies, faint amusement threading through their tone. "It's what he does. Maltos won't allow it to go unchecked." "No," the first agrees softly. "He won't." The words settle more heavily than they should, not because of what they say, but because of how easily they're said, how certain they sound, and I keep moving before I can linger on them, lowering the tray onto the indicated table with careful precision before withdrawing my hands. "Don't linger," the overseer says without looking at me. "I won't," I answer quietly, already turning away, because I never do. I fold myself back into motion, into anonymity, into the outer edges of the gathering where servants move like shadows, and are remembered no more than the air itself. But even here something feels different, something just beneath the surface that doesn't belong to the careful language of the gardens. It isn't visible, it isn't spoken, but it's there. The shift announces itself through sensation more than anything else, in the way movement subtly tightens, in the way voices grow more deliberate, and my gaze lifts before I can stop it, drawn toward the centre of it where Heir stands. He doesn't demand attention. He doesn't reach for it. The space simply bends around him, his stillness holding a kind of tension that feels more dangerous than movement, as though something violent is being contained so tightly it might split under the pressure. Colara stands beside him, composed and smiling, speaking with that effortless ease that always feels slightly too practiced, while a royal figure lingers nearby with the quiet certainty of someone who has never had to question their own authority. I should look away. Instead, I watch. "Your family has always struggled with control," Colara says, his voice smooth, almost conversational, but the words land with a precision that cuts cleanly through the surrounding noise. And even from this distance, I can feel the shift that follows them. It isn't immediate. It isn't dramatic. It's worse. Ver stills, not freezes, not reacts. Stills. The kind of stillness that pulls everything inward instead of outward, that tightens rather than releases, and I recognize it before I fully understand why, because I've seen what happens when something like that breaks. Careful, the royal adds lightly, though there's an edge beneath it now, something sharper than before. You're pressing a known fault. Kolara's smile doesn't falter. I'm observing, not pressing. That's not how it looks. Appearances are rarely the truth. Their voices continue, but the moment has already shifted into something else, something narrower, something more dangerous, and I realize with a sudden, sinking clarity that no one here intends to stop it. They're waiting. My hands are empty before I remember setting the tray down, and I'm moving before I consciously decide to, pushing forward through the crowd as irritation rises around me. Watch where you're... Move. Do you think you can just... I don't answer them. I don't slow. Because he's closer now, and the tension around him has tightened to a point that feels like it's about to snap. His hand lifts, and I reach him. My fingers close around his arm before I can second-guess it. The contact immediate and solid. The heat of him bleeding through the fabric beneath my grip, and the effect is instantaneous in a way I don't expect. He stops. Not the kind of hesitation I've seen before, not the kind that comes from uncertainty. This is something else entirely. The motion cuts off mid-intent, the violence that had been building, snapping tight and holding there, contained rather than released, and when his head turns toward me, slow and deliberate, the world seems to narrow with it. What? He says quietly, his voice low enough that it doesn't carry, though there's nothing uncertain in it. Do you think you're doing? My scarf slips as I move, loosening at my throat, my hair falling free in a way that feels far too exposed, but I don't pull away, even as every instinct I have tells me I should. Stopping you, I answer, keeping my voice steady despite the way my pulse is starting to climb, because if I hesitate now, even slightly, it won't matter what I say. His gaze sharpens, not in confusion but in focus, as though everything else has fallen away, and I am the only thing left in front of him. You shouldn't touch me, he says, and the words are not a threat so much as a statement of fact. Then don't make me need to. I reply, before I can stop myself, the words slipping out sharper than I intended. Something shifts in him at that, not softening, not easing, but adjusting, recalibrating, the tension in his arm beneath my hand changing just enough that I feel it. You're overstepping, he says. You're about to make a mistake, I counter quietly. One you won't be able to fix. For a fraction of a second, something passes through his expression. Something too quick to name, too controlled to fully surface, and then movement, not from him, from behind. It's wrong in a way that hits before I understand it, a shift where there shouldn't be one, too close, too fast, and Ver reacts instantly, his arm twisting free of my grasp as he moves past me in a single fluid motion. The strike is precise, final. The figure behind him collapses almost immediately, the sound of it sharp against the stone, and the world follows a heartbeat later as the surrounding voices fracture into noise. What just... Guards! Who is that? I step back instinctively, the absence of his presence as jarring as the contact had been, my hand empty, my pulse still racing, and when I look up again, the shape of the moment has changed entirely. Kolara is no longer smiling. The royal no longer looks certain. And Ver. Ver looks first at the body, then at Kolara, something silent and unmistakable passing between them, something that settles into place with a weight that makes everything else fall into alignment. That wasn't chance. That wasn't uncontrolled. That was deliberate. just not the way it was supposed to happen. His gaze flicks back to me briefly, and even that small acknowledgement is enough to make something tighten in my chest, because he knows exactly what I did. I don't wait to see what happens next. I turn, letting the movement of the crowd swallow me as I step back, then further, folding myself into the edges of the gathering where I belong, forcing myself to disappear again before anyone has the chance to decide I shouldn't. My breathing is too fast, my pulse too loud. I press my hand against the edge of a table, grounding myself in something solid as the reality of what just happened begins to settle in. I shouldn't have done that. I know it. Every instinct I have is screaming it now. But if I hadn't, I close my eyes briefly, steadying myself before opening them again. There's no undoing it, only surviving what comes next.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 6. Heir. The silence does not shatter so much as it fractures along invisible lines, breaking unevenly across the court as realization ripples outward, not in a single wave, but in staggered pulses of comprehension, each mind arriving at the same conclusion by different paths, too late to prevent what has already been done, and too quickly to ignore its implications. The body lies where it fell, its shape already beginning to lose identity as the room decides what it must become, and I remain standing over it, with the weight of the moment settling not upon me, but around me, bending itself toward whatever meaning I choose to give it. Because that is the difference. Not the act, but the interpretation. Guards! An attack! Who let... The voices rise without direction or authority, scattering like sparks that fail to catch because no one has yet decided where the fire is meant to burn, and I allow them that brief, disordered moment before I intervene, because timing matters as much as action. When I finally speak, I do not raise my voice. I do not need to. There. The word cuts through the noise, not louder but sharper, and I step forward as I say it, placing my boot against the fallen wrist with deliberate precision, pressing just enough to turn it so that what was hidden is no longer so, the blade slipping free of concealment and catching the light in a thin, undeniable line. The reaction is immediate, not silence, but alignment, the scattered voices drawing together as understanding begins to coalesce. A weapon. They were armed. Close! Too close! I crouch slowly, ensuring the motion is seen and interpreted as control rather than urgency, and lift the blade between my fingers with a care that borders on clinical, as though the object itself matters less than the fact of its existence. Deliberate, I say, letting the word settle with the weight it deserves, because correctness carries authority in a room that is searching for something stable to grasp. When I rise, I do not turn immediately to the crowd, because the crowd does not matter yet. Instead, I turn to the royal, because that is where the narrative must anchor, where it must be accepted if it is to hold. Close, I continue, angling the blade just enough for them to see its edge, its intention, the truth of how near it came to becoming something irreversible. Closer than it should have been. Their gaze sharpens, not with fear, but with awareness, the kind that recognizes threat not as chaos, but as disruption of order. You stopped it, they say, and it is not a question but a conclusion. Yes. There is no elaboration, no embellishment, because the simplicity of the answer is what allows it to take hold, to spread through the room with a clarity that more complex explanations would only weaken. The shift that follows is subtle, but absolute, the atmosphere reorienting itself around a version of events that is not only acceptable, but useful, something that can be acknowledged without destabilizing the structure that holds all of this together. Kalara remains where he stands, and that, more than anything, confirms what I already suspected. He does not step forward, does not interject, does not attempt to reclaim the moment. He watches instead, adapting, recalculating, allowing the shape of the situation to evolve rather than forcing it back into its original design. How fortunate, he says at last, his voice as smooth as ever, though the ease within it has tightened just slightly, like silk drawn too taut across a blade, that you were paying such close attention. I meet his gaze without moving. I always am. It is not a boast. It is a correction, and he understands the distinction. Something passes between us, not defeat, not acknowledgement, but recognition of alteration, of a plan that has not failed so much as changed form in a way neither of us fully controls. Security, someone calls, louder now, attempting to gather authority that has already slipped from their grasp. Seal the entrances. Already secured, another replies too quickly, eager to demonstrate competence that was not present when it was required. Good. Let them hurry. Let them reinforce what I have already established. The royal steps closer, their attention fixed now not on the body or the guards, but on me, as though the true event of the evening has shifted from what occurred to how it is being framed. You acted quickly, they say. I acted correctly. Their lips curve, just slightly. Loyalty, then? There it is. The opening, the narrative made explicit. I step into it without hesitation, because hesitation creates doubt, and doubt fractures control. To the crown, I say, allowing my voice to carry just enough to reach beyond the immediate circle, to remind those pretending not to listen that they are not, in fact, invisible, and to the stability of this court. The words settle not as a challenge, but as a foundation, and the silence that follows is no longer empty or uncertain, but weighted with acceptance, with recalibration, with a collective decision that this version of events is preferable to any alternative. Of course, the royal says softly, we would expect nothing less. Expectation, acceptance, sanction. It is enough for now. I incline my head with the exact degree of acknowledgement required, neither submissive nor dismissive, maintaining the balance without conceding it. Remove the body, I add, stepping back as I speak, relinquishing the physical center while retaining the narrative one, because control does not require proximity, only clarity. The guards move faster now, more certain, lifting the corpse as the blood smears across the stone in dark, transient lines that will be scrubbed away before the night ends, leaving no trace but memory, and even that will not remain intact for long. The room exhales, not fully, not safely, but enough to allow motion to return, voices rising again with growing confidence as the new structure of understanding settles into place. Prevented. Loyal. Perhaps misjudged. Of course. I turn, not toward Kalara, not toward the royal, but toward the edge of the gathering, toward where she is already moving, already attempting to fold herself back into the pattern she disrupted, to dissolve into the fabric of servants and shadows. It might have worked, if I had not already seen her. Stop. The word is quiet, but it does not need volume to carry, and the effect is immediate in the space closest to us, attention tightening, curiosity sharpening, as those nearest recognize that something new is unfolding. She stills, not dramatically, not obviously, but enough. And when she turns, the absence of her scarf is striking in a way it was not before, her hair unbound and catching the light, marking her as visible in a space where visibility is risk. "Come here," I say, and though the words are simple, they shift the air around us. A murmur moves through those closest, subtle but present, the awareness of deviation drawing them in. She hesitates only briefly before stepping forward, each movement controlled, aware of consequence. And when she stops before me, the space between us holds a tension that does not resolve. "You interfered," I say. Her jaw tightens, though her gaze does not drop. "I answer carefully." The interruption is quiet and precise, a correction rather than a threat, and she adjusts accordingly, her breath shifting, her focus sharpening. "I prevented a mistake," she says, her voice soft but steady, carrying more weight than its volume suggests. The air tightens around us, not with anticipation, but with risk. I hold her gaze. "You presume a great deal." I saw what was about to happen, and decided to act? Yes. No hesitation, no retreat, no attempt to soften what she has admitted. Interesting. "Why?" I ask, and this question carries more weight than the others, because this is the one that matters. "My lord," she says carefully, "if you had killed them..." She stops there, not because she cannot continue, but because she does not need to. The rest is already understood. "So you saved me." A flicker crosses her expression. Not pride, not relief, but something more deliberate. I stopped something that shouldn't happen. The distinction is intentional, and it lands. "Bold," someone murmurs. "Foolish," another counters. "Irrelevant." "You will not be punished," I say, turning just enough for the statement to carry beyond us, ensuring it is heard not as a private decision, but as a public one. I pause just long enough for it to settle before continuing more clearly. "She is under my protection." The effect is immediate, not agreement but acceptance, because to challenge it now would be to challenge everything that has just been established, and no one here is willing to risk that. She stands very still, as though waiting for something to fracture. It does not. "Go," I tell her, and when she hesitates, I add, "Now." She nods, turning and moving back into the gathering, her form dissolving once more into shadow and motion, though not entirely, not to me. Maltos steps beside me, close enough that the proximity is deliberate. "Interesting," he says. "Efficient. You spared her." A pause. "She touched you." The words are soft but precise. "Yes." "And you allowed it." "I adapted." Silence stretches between us, filled with calculation rather than emptiness. "You're changing," he says. I turn just enough to meet his gaze. "No," I reply. "I'm refining." He studies me for a moment longer. "We'll see." He steps away, and the gathering resumes around us, the moment already being reshaped into something useful, something that will endure beyond tonight. But my attention does not return to the politics of the room. It follows her, through movement, through shadow, through the illusion she rebuilds around herself. Because the expression she held when she stopped me does not fit any pattern I recognize, and until it does, I will not look away.
Chapter 7. Lyria. The gardens smell like wet stone and crushed leaves, like something trying very hard to remain alive under constant supervision, and I notice it immediately. Not because the scent itself is unusual, since this place is always damp, always curated, always just slightly too perfect, but because I am noticing everything now with a kind of sharp, defensive clarity that wasn't there before. The air presses differently against my skin. The sound of water trickling through the irrigation channels feels louder than it should, and even the faint hum of the estate's shielding systems seems to vibrate closer to my bones, as though my senses have been forced into a heightened state I cannot turn off. Alive. That's the word that keeps circling in my head, unwanted and insistent, because I am alive, and I should not be. My hands tremble slightly as I kneel in the soil, fingers pressing into the dark, rich earth at the base of a flowering vine that I have pruned 100 times before. The leaves smooth beneath my fingertips, cool with residual moisture, releasing a faint green scent, clean, almost sweet, when I pinch away a dead tendril. This should feel normal. It doesn't. There are guards now, and I do not look at them directly, because I have learned that looking too much reads as defiance, and looking too little reads as fear, and both get you noticed, but I feel them anyway. 2 at the far edge of the garden walkway, armoured silhouettes against pale stone, their presence like a shadow cast across everything I touch. They are not here for the garden. They are here for me. Keep your hands steady, I murmur under my breath, as if I am correcting a younger version of myself who didn't yet understand how quickly things could change. You're not dying. You're pruning. The words sound ridiculous even to me, but I cling to them anyway as the gravel behind me crunches softly beneath approaching footsteps. I do not turn immediately. I finish trimming the vine, brush the loose leaves aside, and only then sit back on my heels, wiping my hands slowly against the cloth at my waist before looking up. Careful, Scott says quietly as he steps into the garden's edge, his posture deceptively relaxed, though his eyes, dark, sharp, far too aware, scan the perimeter before settling on me. What? I reply lightly. You think I'm going to strangle a plant with intent? His mouth twitches faintly. You're drawing attention. Existing is drawing attention, I say, pushing myself to stand, my knees weaker than they should be, as though my body has not yet decided it forgives me for surviving. Breathing is apparently controversial now. Scott steps closer, lowering his voice. You're under observation. I gathered, I answer, flicking my gaze briefly toward the guards before looking away again. Subtle. They're not here to intimidate you. I raise a brow. Then what, exactly, is the aesthetic? Because I'm getting very strong, we're pretending this is normal while it absolutely is not energy. His expression hardens slightly. They're here because you survived something you were not meant to survive. The words land colder than the air, and I swallow against the sudden metallic taste in my mouth. You're very comforting today. I'm serious, he says, and there is an edge to it now. Lyria, you have drawn his attention. I still, not outwardly, not enough for the guards to notice, but inside something locks into place. Ver, I say, keeping my voice flat. Yes. The name settles into the space between us, like weight rather than sound, and I turn away from him, moving to the next section of the garden, because movement is safer than stillness when my thoughts are threatening to fracture. The soil here is cooler, shaded by a broad-leafed canopy, and when I press my fingers into it, it clings to my skin as though it doesn't want to let go. Permanent? I ask quietly. Scott does not hesitate. Yes. I exhale slowly through my nose, the scent of damp earth filling my lungs, as the word settles in my chest like something solid and immovable. Great, I mutter. Love that for me. You need to be careful, he continues. Everything you do now will be watched, interpreted, tested. I let out a soft breath that might have been a laugh if there were anything remotely funny about it. So nothing has changed, except now it's official. He crouches beside me, lowering himself to my level so his voice does not carry. You don't understand. Then explain, I say, sharper than I intend. His gaze holds mine. Before you were invisible. Now you are... interesting. I grimace. I hate that word. You should. I sit back on my heels, brushing dirt from my fingers in slow, deliberate motions, because if I stop moving entirely, I am fairly certain I will start shaking. Run. The thought is not his, not anyone's. It is instinct, raw and immediate. I could. The possibility flashes through me, sharp and dangerous because I know the outer routes, the corridors that go unwatched at shift change, the patterns that could be slipped through if I moved carefully enough. I could leave. I could disappear. I could vanish into the kind of anonymity that swallows people whole. And then my mother's hands come to mind, worn but always gentle. My brother's laugh too loud for the space he occupies. The fragile network of people who depend on the credits I bring in. The stability I maintain. The fact that I stay. I close my eyes briefly. Running would save me. Running would destroy them. Don't, Scott says softly. My eyes snap open. Excuse me? Don't think about it like that, he says, watching me too closely. Like what? Like you can leave and it will end. A bitter sound escapes me before I can stop it. You're assuming I was considering it. You were. I glare at him. You're insufferable. And correct. I look away, my jaw tightening as the garden stretches out around us in careful symmetry, rows of cultivated life contained within stone boundaries where nothing grows wild and nothing escapes. I can't leave, I say finally. I know. And even if I did, I add, quieter now, it wouldn't matter. No, he agrees. It would not. The honesty does nothing to comfort me. A subtle shift in the air draws my attention, something almost imperceptible. The way the space tightens, the way awareness sharpens, and the guards at the far edge of the walkway straighten just slightly. Scott goes still beside me. I don't need to turn to know. But I do anyway. Ver stands at the edge of the garden path beneath the archway, half-shadowed, watching. He does not announce himself. He does not need to. His presence settles over the space with a quiet certainty that assumes attention rather than demands it. And my pulse spikes, even as I force my breathing to remain even, the scent of wet leaves and soil suddenly sharper, more intrusive. Stay calm, Scott murmurs. I am calm, I reply, because the lie is easier than explaining the precise shape of what I am feeling. Ver steps forward, his boots striking the stone with unhurried precision, each movement deliberate, as though time itself adjusts to his pace rather than the other way around. He stops a few feet away, and up close he is worse, not physically imposing in the way soldiers are, not overtly threatening, but there is something in the way he looks at you that suggests he has already taken you apart and is merely waiting to see if you will notice. Lyria, he says. My name sounds different in his voice. I incline my head just enough to be respectful without crossing into submission. Sir. His gaze flicks briefly to Scott. Leave us. Scott hesitates, just enough to matter. Now, Ver adds, and nothing about his tone changes except something invisible tightening beneath it. Yes, sir, Scott says, straightening before stepping away, his glance toward me brief but loaded. Warning, apology, something unspoken. And then he is gone, leaving me alone in the way that matters. Ver studies me, not just my face but everything, the dirt on my hands, the set of my shoulders, the way I hold my breath. You return to work, he says. Yes. Why? The question lands sharper than it should. Because it's my work. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. His head tilts slightly, as though adjusting his perspective. You were exposed to something anomalous. Yes. You survived. Yes. You understand that was not expected. I gathered. A pause stretches between us, thin but deliberate. Most would be unsettled, he says. I am unsettled. Yet you continue your routine. Yes. Why? The repetition is intentional, testing. I inhale slowly, grounding myself in the scent of damp earth. Because stopping would draw more attention than continuing. His eyes sharpen slightly. Practical. I try to be. Another pause follows, then, "You did not panic during the incident," he says. "No. You did not attempt to flee." "No. You did not seek protection." "No." Each answer feels like stepping across something fragile. "And yet you survived," he says softly. "Yes." He studies me for a long moment. "Do you believe that was chance?" I consider carefully. "Yes." The answer is not entirely true. His mouth curves faintly. "You are either very honest or very cautious." "Both can be true." That catches his attention. "You do not grovel," he observes. I tilt my head slightly. "Should I?" The question lingers between us. Most would. I'm not most. Silence ripples outward, subtle but real. He steps closer, not aggressively, not overtly threatening, but enough to shift the space between us. "You are correct," he says quietly. "You are not." My pulse hammers, but I hold steady. "Tell me," he continues, "what do you think happened?" Careful. "I think I was in the wrong place at the wrong time." "And survived." "Yes. Convenient." "Unlikely things happen." His gaze does not leave mine. "You are not afraid." "I am." "Show me." My throat tightens, and I let a breath out slowly, allowing a controlled amount of tension to show, not too much, not too little, just enough. "I don't know what you want from me," I say quietly. "Honesty." "Then I'm afraid of saying the wrong thing." A long pause stretches between us. "Good," Ver says softly. The word settles colder than it should. He straightens slightly, stepping back just enough to restore space. "You will continue your work." "Yes, sir." "You will report any irregularities." "Yes, sir." "And you will not attempt to leave." My chest tightens. I will not. The answer sits somewhere between truth and lie, and I am no longer certain which it is. He studies me one last time, then turns, his presence receding as he walks back toward the archway, and the moment he passes beyond it, the air shifts again, the pressure easing, sound returning, the garden exhaling. I remain exactly where I am until he is gone, then let out a hard breath, my hands shaking as I press them into the soil, grounding myself in something real, wet earth, living roots, something that grows. "Yeah," I whisper under my breath, my voice unsteady despite my best efforts. "This is going to be fine." It isn't, but I am still here. And that apparently is enough to make me interesting, which means I have to be careful, very, very careful.
Chapter 8. Ver. The garden resists returning to itself after I leave it. The disruption is not observable in the way a broken mechanism announces failure. No alarms, no halted motion, no overt disorder, but lingers instead as a tension that clings to the space like humidity after a storm. The air remains subtly compressed, as though something unseen has pressed its weight into the atmosphere and not yet released it. And even from beyond the archway, with polished stone beneath my boots and filtered air cooling my skin, I can still feel the echo of it, an imbalance that refuses to settle back into its prescribed symmetry. I do not pause, Because pausing implies uncertainty, and uncertainty is a luxury I have never required. Still, I note it. My steps carry me through the corridor in an unbroken rhythm, the sound of them softened by the estate's acoustic dampening, each footfall absorbed into the architecture as efficiently as light into matte stone. The air here is cooler, scrubbed of organic scent and faintly sterile with a trace of ionized filtration, clean in the way controlled environments insist upon cleanliness not to comfort, but to erase. Behind me, the garden breathes differently. Ahead of me, the estate resumes its composure. I turn toward the observation wing, where the walls dissolve into glass and the structure reveals its layered interior. Terraces descending in precise geometric intervals. Workers arranged like living components within a system designed to appear organic while functioning with mechanical exactness. Light filters down from above in soft gradients, refracted through structural lattices that cast shifting patterns across the floors below. Even illumination is curated here. Even shadow has intention. I step to the glass and let my gaze travel downward. Below, movement unfolds in measured continuity. Hands tending nutrient beds, bodies shifting along assigned paths. The quiet choreography of labor refined into near efficiency. From this vantage, the workers reduce themselves into patterns of motion, pause, and repetition. Except for her. Lyria exists within the pattern without dissolving into it. The deviation is not immediate, not dramatic, and not the kind that would trigger correction protocols or disciplinary focus. She wears the same uniform, moves within the same spatial limits, performs the same tasks. Yet there is a delay in her stillness, a difference in how she listens, and where others fold inward, shoulders curving, presence minimizing. She holds herself in quiet alignment, neither expanding nor collapsing, occupying the space allotted to her without apology or excess. She does not disrupt the system. She simply refuses to disappear inside it. I watch as another worker speaks to her, head lowered, voice no doubt softened by habit. Lyria turns slightly toward them, her hands going still only long enough to acknowledge the exchange, and there is no visible tension in her body, no performative submission, yet something passes between them that alters the interaction all the same. The other worker's posture shifts, tightens, then releases. Relief. Deference. But not from Lyria. From the one addressing her. Curious. My fingers lace behind my back as I lean forward slightly, not enough to touch the glass, but enough to refine the angle of observation. A tool slips from another worker's grasp below, the metallic impact too faint to matter at this distance, but the reaction carries clearly enough. The worker freezes with the kind of total stillness that anticipates correction, reprimand, consequence. Lyria bends, not hurried, not hesitant, retrieves the tool, brushes soil from its surface with absent precision, and returns it without comment. Her lips move briefly, quietly. The other worker nods, shoulders lowering as the tension leaves them. The exchange lasts no more than a few seconds, yet it alters the atmosphere of the space around her in a way that should not occur without authority. I straighten. "Sir." The voice comes from behind me, carefully measured and respectful without becoming obtrusive. I do not turn at once. The presence has already been accounted for, the cadence of the approach noted several seconds earlier. "Yes." "Routine reports from the lower sectors," the guard says, extending a data slate into my peripheral vision. "Define routine," I reply, allowing my gaze to remain fixed on the movement below. There is a fractional pause, barely perceptible, but present. "No deviations from standard operation," he clarifies. "No deviations." I let the phrase settle, then repeat it softly as though testing its structural integrity. "No deviations." Below, Lyria shifts into another section of the nutrient row, her hands moving through leaves that respond to her touch with faint tremors, living things acknowledging contact. "No," I say at last. "Not accurate." The guard stiffens, though he says nothing. I take the slate without looking at it, my attention still divided between the report and the terrace below. Maintain current rotations, I say. Adjust observation protocols. Across all sectors, sir? No. Now I turn. The guard's expression is composed, but there is a flicker in it. Anticipation, perhaps, or uncertainty. 1, I say. He nods. Understood. He withdraws, and I remain at the glass for a moment longer. Lyria has moved further down the row, her motion uninterrupted, the subtle variance in her presence no less distinct for its consistency. She is not reacting. She is choosing. That distinction is sufficient. I turn from the observation wing and descend. The transition from sterile corridor to lower terrace is immediate and tactile. The air thickens, humidity settling against my skin with a faint, persistent weight, while the scent shifts from filtered neutrality to layered organic complexity. Soil, water, faint floral decay, the quiet chemistry of growth confined within artificial boundaries. Sound changes with it. Where the corridors absorb and silence, the garden carries. Water moving through irrigation channels, leaves brushing together in soft, irregular whispers, the distant hum of system regulators adjusting flow. It is not chaos, but it is closer than anything inside the estate is permitted to be. My presence alters the space before I speak. Workers register me without looking directly. Spines straighten, movements tighten. The invisible geometry of hierarchy reasserts itself. Heads lower. Hands continue to move, but with a sharpened awareness that turns routine into performance. Except for her. Lyria slows, but she does not freeze and she does not falter. She adjusts instead, a small recalibration of pace, a subtle internal alignment that acknowledges my presence without surrendering to it. I stop beside her. At this distance, the details resolve cleanly. Soil beneath her nails, fine and dark against skin. A faint sheen of moisture at her temple from the damp air. Breathing that remains controlled without being deliberately hidden. Lyria. She inclines her head. Sir. Her voice is even, unfractured. I watch her closely as I indicate the nearby control panel. Adjust the irrigation pattern. Reduce flow by 10%. The directive is unnecessary. The system is properly calibrated. That is not the point. Yes, sir. She moves at once, without hesitation, and her hands glide across the interface with practiced familiarity. The panel responds in soft pulses of light as she inputs the change, and the hum of the system shifts almost imperceptibly as flow recalibrates in a way that will not meaningfully impact output. When she turns back to me, her expression remains composed. Done. No embellishment, no inquiry, no anticipatory compliance beyond the task itself. I step closer. Why 10%? She blinks once, not in confusion, but in recalculation. Sir? You did not question the directive. No. Why? The question lingers between us, and I watch the small adjustments that follow. The shoulders, the breath, the slight narrowing of her eyes as she selects an answer. It was within acceptable operational variance, she says, and you issued it. Correct. Insufficient. If it had not been acceptable, I ask, would you have questioned it? There is a heavy pause before she answers. Yes. The word is quiet, unapologetic. Explain. She holds my gaze. Resource imbalance affects long-term yield. If the adjustment compromised output, clarification would be necessary. Clarification. Not refusal. Not obedience. Engagement. I feel the shift more distinctly now, like pressure gathering against a sealed system. You assume clarification would be granted? I say. No. Then why pursue it? Her fingers curl slightly at her sides, not in visible tension, but in grounding. Because it would be my responsibility, she replies. Responsibility. The word settles between us with more weight than obedience and more volatility than defiance. I step back. Continue. Yes, sir. She turns and resumes her work, but nothing has returned to baseline. I leave the terrace. The corridor receives me again with absolute stillness, humidity fading beneath tempered air and muted sound, and Scott falls into step beside me without announcement, his presence aligning with mine as seamlessly as if it had always been there. She complies, he says. She interprets, I correct. She functions within parameters. She adjusts parameters. We continue in silence for several steps, our movement absorbed into the architecture. She is controlled, he says. Yes. Not submissive. No. I stop. He stops. The space between us tightens, not visibly, but with the quiet pressure that gathers before something shifts. You believe she is harmless, I say. I believe she is a worker, he replies. The answer is clean. Too clean. She survived, I say, without degradation, without behavioral collapse, without seeking protection. She adapted. Yes. I turn to face him fully. And you do not find that worthy of scrutiny. There. A flicker. Small but present. I find it efficient, he says. Efficient. I hold his gaze a moment longer, then turn away. Increase surveillance, I say. Discreetly. Of her. Yes. And the others. A beat passes. Yes. I continue down the corridor, the estate unfolding ahead of me in perfect alignment. Behind me, systems hum, workers move, and the garden breathes. Within it, however, a variable persists. Not loud enough to trigger correction, not chaotic enough to destabilize, but present and aware. And that is where systems begin to fail, or evolve. I will observe until it chooses which.
Chapter 9. Lyria. I start noticing him before he ever steps into the garden, not seeing, but feeling, because it comes as a shift rather than a signal, something subtle that lives in the way the air tightens just slightly, in the way conversation drops off half a beat too early, in the way the guards stop looking at anything in particular and somehow start looking at everything at once. It took me a day to recognize it, 2 to trust it, and by the 3rd, I start adjusting, not in ways that would be obvious or reportable, but in the quiet margins where behaviour can shift without being logged. I change my routes through the garden without changing my assignments, which is a delicate balance in a place where patterns are tracked more carefully than people, making sure I still hit every section I'm supposed to, still log the same maintenance cycles, still meet the same timing markers, while altering the order, the path, the angle of approach just enough that I'm never standing in the same place twice when that pressure settles over the space. I don't tell myself I'm avoiding him, because that would be too simple, too honest, and instead I frame it as learning, as adaptation, as survival through awareness rather than fear. The soil is warm under my hands this morning, damp from a recent irrigation cycle, and clinging slightly to my skin as I work through the roots of a low vine that has started to choke itself along the trellis, its growth curling inward in a way that will eventually strangle it if left unchecked. When I loosen it, the plant releases a faint green scent, sharp, alive, and for a moment I let myself focus entirely on that, on texture and resistance, and the slow give of something living responding to careful pressure. Funny, Fenrix mutters somewhere to my right, his voice carrying just enough to reach me without inviting broader attention. You used to work faster. I don't look at him immediately, finishing the adjustment to the vine, guiding it back along the support frame before sitting back on my heels and brushing my hands together. Funny, I echo, finally glancing his way. You used to mind your own business. That earns me a look sharper than usual, and I register immediately that something in him has shifted over the last few days. Fenrix has always been unpleasant, but this isn't the same diffuse resentment I'm used to. This is focused, intentional, directed at me. You're slowing everything down, he says. People are noticing. People notice everything here, I reply lightly. You breathing too loud could become a reportable offence. His jaw tightens. Don't play stupid! I don't, I say, holding his gaze now. That's kind of the problem. He shifts his weight, fingers tightening around the handle of his tool until the metal gives a faint, strained creak. You think you're different now. I tilt my head slightly. Different from what? From the rest of us, he snaps, like you don't have to follow the same rules. I follow the rules. You don't bow like the rest of us. That almost makes me laugh, though I don't let it surface fully. I didn't realise posture was part of the contract. His expression darkens further. It is when he's watching. There it is. I don't react to the name he doesn't say, but something in my chest tightens anyway, recognition sliding into place alongside everything else I've been tracking. He watches everyone, I say. Not like that. I hold his gaze a second longer than I should, then look away, reaching for the next plant and pressing my fingers into the soil again. Then maybe you should be asking yourself why you're so interested in where he's looking. That lands harder than I expect, and Fenrix steps closer, close enough that I can hear the shift in his breathing, the slight hitch that tells me I hit something real. You're going to get yourself killed, he says quietly. Eventually, I reply, not looking up. That's kind of how this place works. He studies me like he wants to say more, like something is sitting just behind his teeth that he hasn't decided whether to say or swallow. But the moment never resolves, because the air shifts before he can make the choice. It happens immediately, not dramatic or loud, but unmistakable once you've learned to recognise it. The space tightening like a line pulled too taut, every movement in the garden sharpening by a fraction as awareness ripples outward. Fenrix goes still. So do I. I don't look up right away. I let my hands keep moving just long enough to preserve the illusion that I'm responding to the work rather than the presence. Then I straighten slowly and turn. He's already there, not entering, not arriving. Standing as though he has always been part of the space and everything else has simply adjusted around him. Heir does not announce himself, because he doesn't need to. The guards have already shifted, their posture subtly recalibrated, and the workers nearby have found urgent reasons to focus entirely on their tasks, their attention carefully redirected anywhere but toward him. I wipe my hands against the cloth at my waist and incline my head just enough to acknowledge him. Sir. His gaze settles on me and does not move, does not flicker, simply rests there with the unsettling precision of something being measured. Continue, he says. No one stops. No one had. That is the point. I turn back to my work, but I feel him move closer, the shift in air pressure subtle but present, the faint scent of something clean and metallic cutting through the damp earth and greenery. A guard calls out from across the path. Sir. Heir does not turn immediately. What? Section 4 rotation delayed by... The guard doesn't finish, because Heir moves, and the motion is fast enough that it almost escapes notice, a change in position that resolves with him suddenly standing in front of the guard, close enough that the man has to tilt his head back to maintain eye contact. Delayed by what? Heir says. By 2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes. The silence that follows stretches thin. Why? The guard swallows audibly. I assessed... That is as far as he gets. The strike is controlled, precise, delivered with just enough force to send him sideways into the stone path, shoulder hitting first, then hip, the breath driven from him in a sharp, involuntary sound. Everything in the garden tightens. I don't move. Ver stands over him without visible exertion, his posture unchanged, his breathing steady. "You were not asked to assess," he says. The guard pushes himself onto one elbow, coughing. "No, sir. You were given a directive." "Yes, sir." "And you hesitated." The guard nods, because there is nothing else to do. "Yes, sir." Ver watches him for a second longer, then steps back, not escalating, not lingering. "Correct it." "Yes, sir." The guard rises more carefully this time and moves to comply. No one helps him. No one speaks. The garden exhales, not relief, but adjustment. I look down at my hands. They are still steady, and that unsettles me more than anything else, because I'm not surprised, because I'm beginning to understand the pattern. He doesn't explode. He calibrates. Violence, applied exactly where needed, then stopped before it becomes waste. Which means everything is a decision, including... "Lyria." I look up. He is closer now than he was a moment ago, and I didn't see him move. "Walk," he says. I don't argue. I fall into step beside him as he turns down the path, the stone cool beneath my feet where the irrigation mist hasn't settled, the air heavier here, thick with moisture, and the faint sweetness of something blooming overhead. We don't go far, just far enough that the others remain visible, but no longer within easy hearing, their movements continuing in that careful, deliberate way people adopt when they know they are being watched. "What did you see?" he asks, his voice quieter now, not softer, but more focused. I keep my eyes forward. "A correction?" "That is obvious." "You didn't ask for the obvious." A pause follows, and I can feel his attention shift toward me without needing to look. "No," he says. "I did not." I draw in a slow breath, grounding myself in something physical before answering. "You stopped." "At what?" "Before it became more." "Define more." I glance at him. "You know what more looks like." The air tightens slightly between us. "And you believe I was approaching it?" "I believe you chose not to." Another pause, longer this time, and we come to a stop without my noticing the moment it happens, the sound of water from a nearby channel filling the space between us. "Why?" he asks. The word lands differently now, less like a demand and more like a test. I could deflect, I could soften. I don't. "Why didn't you kill him?" I say quietly.
Chapter 10. Ver. Why didn't you kill him? The question does not strike like a challenge. It lands like something placed carefully between us, as deliberate as a blade set on a table. Clean, undeniable, waiting to see whether I will acknowledge it or pretend it is not there. For a moment, I do neither. The garden breathes around us, humid air settling against my skin, carrying the layered scent of soil and water and crushed greenery. And beneath that, something faintly floral that should be calming but is not. The irrigation channel at our feet murmurs softly, light breaking across its surface in shifting patterns that reflect against the underside of her jaw, the curve of her throat, the steady rise and fall of her breath. She does not look away, and that alone is deviation enough to warrant attention, because most cannot hold eye contact for more than a few seconds before instinct drags their gaze downward, before training or fear or survival pushes them into submission, whether they intend it or not. She holds it, not defiantly, not challengingly, simply present, and that should irritate me. It does, but not in the way it should. "You assume I intended to kill him," I say, my voice level, controlled, carrying easily in the space between us, without needing volume, sounding as it always does, like command. She doesn't flinch. "I assume you had the option," she replies, a faint dryness in her tone that borders on conversational, as if we are discussing irrigation schedules instead of whether someone lives or dies under my hand. And you chose not to take it. The words settle with uncomfortable accuracy, and I feel my jaw tighten before I consciously register it. That was not your assessment to make, I say. No, she agrees, but I made it anyway. Something in my chest draws tight. Not pain, not quite anger, but recognition of a boundary crossed without permission. You speak as if you understand the parameters, I say. I speak as someone who watched you stop, she replies. The water continues its steady movement beside us, and somewhere behind, I can hear the muted scrape of tools against soil, the faint rustle of leaves being handled with exaggerated care by workers who are pretending not to listen. I step closer, not enough to crowd her, but enough to make the space between us intentional. You are overstepping, I say quietly. She exhales through her nose, and there is the faintest hint of something like amusement in it, something that should not exist here, not in this conversation, not directed at me. I've been overstepping since I didn't die. That lands clean, sharp, and true, and for a fraction of a second something shifts under my control. An internal misalignment I correct immediately, though not before I feel it. You survived an anomaly, I say. That does not grant you permission? She cuts in, soft but precise. No. I know. Her eyes flick briefly to my hands, then back to my face, and I realize she is tracking more than my words. She is watching for movement, for escalation, for the point where this becomes what it always becomes. You didn't answer me, she says. There is no tremor in her voice, no urgency, only persistence. I am not obligated to answer you, I reply. No, she says again, you're not. A beat passes before she adds, which is why I'm asking instead of demanding. My hand flexes at my side, the motion small but contained, and I am aware of it at the same moment she is. You are very comfortable in a position you do not understand, I say. Then explain it, she replies. I step closer again, this time shifting pressure rather than distance, asserting presence in a way that usually produces an immediate response. Lowered gaze, tightened shoulders, visible recalibration. She offers none of it. Her posture remains aligned, controlled without rigidity, neither submissive nor defiant, simply chosen. That realization sharpens something in me. You believe I hesitated, I say. I believe you stopped, she corrects. Those are not the same. No, she agrees. They're not. The corner of her mouth shifts. Not quite a smile, but enough to suggest she understands the distinction in a way most would not. Hesitation is uncertainty, she continues. Stopping is a decision. The words land with uncomfortable precision, and irritation rises cleanly now. Something structured, something usable. You are assigning intent where there is none, I say. Her head tilts slightly. Is that what you're doing? The question is quiet, but it cuts more effectively than anything louder could, and I feel that misalignment again, sharper this time. You are speaking beyond your understanding, I say, my tone tightening. Then correct me. There is no hesitation in it, no fear, only an open invitation to define the terms she has already stepped into. I study her, really study her, the dirt under her fingernails, the controlled tension at her shoulders, the steady cadence of her breathing contrasted by the faint acceleration of her pulse at her throat. She is not unafraid. She is choosing to stand anyway. That is the difference. You want an answer, I say. Yes. And you believe you will survive it. I'm already here, she replies. Seems like a good sign. There it is again. That tone, not careless, not reckless, but grounded in a way that resists easy categorization. I step closer, close enough now to feel the heat of her skin through the humid air, close enough that the scent of soil clinging to her hands sharpens, mixing with something distinctly human and alive that does not belong in a place built for control. You are testing boundaries you do not understand, I say. And you're not stopping me, she replies. The words land harder than they should, because they are correct, and because I am not. I should be. The response is clear. Escalation, correction, reassertion of control. Instead, I remain. That is not your concern, I say. It is when it keeps me alive, she replies. Silence stretches between us, thick with humidity, with the sound of water, with the awareness of everything around us that is pretending not to exist. Why didn't you kill him? She repeats. This time, there is no deflection that does not read as one. I exhale slowly, not a loss of control, but a recalibration. I intended to, I say. The admission lands heavier than anticipated, and her expression shifts, not dramatically, but enough that her focus sharpens. And then? She asks. And then, I continue, my voice tightening despite my control. You spoke. The words settle between us, clear and unavoidable. She blinks once, slow. You're saying I stopped you. I'm saying you interrupted a sequence that had already progressed beyond reconsideration. That's a fancy way of saying I got in your way. It is an accurate way of describing it. She lets out a small breath that almost becomes a laugh. That's not great. I feel irritation spike again. You are not in a position to evaluate. You were going to escalate, she cuts in, more firmly now. Not just correct, not just stop him. You were going to go all the way. I step forward, this time closing the distance enough that she has to tilt her head back slightly to maintain eye contact. You presume too much, I say. Her voice drops, not quieter, but more focused. You would have destroyed yourself. The words land like impact, not because of volume, but because of placement. Not just him, she continues, steady despite the proximity and the pressure I am deliberately applying. You. Something inside me snaps tight, anger surfacing cleanly and immediately. Something I can act on, something I can control. My hand lifts, not fully, not striking, but enough that the motion exists, enough that the space shifts, enough that any other person would already be pulling back, flinching, breaking eye contact, collapsing into the expected response. She doesn't. Her breath catches. There it is, human, real. But she does not move, does not step back, does not lower her gaze. She waits. Careful, I say, the word lower than intended, edged with something that is not entirely threat and not entirely warning. I am, she replies just as quietly. That's why I said it. My hand remains suspended for a fraction longer than it should, and then I lower it. Not as a decision, but as a continuation of one I have already made. I step back. The space returns. The pressure releases. The garden breathes again. She exhales slowly, and this time I hear it. You're not going to hit me, she says, and it is not a question. I look at her. No. Another admission. Another deviation. Why? She asks. The same question. Different angle. Same problem. The answer forms. I reject it. I do not have one that maintains the structure I require. That is not relevant, I say. It is to me. I turn abruptly, the movement cutting through the space cleanly, ending the interaction before it extends further into territory I have not defined. Return to your work. My voice is controlled again, structured, command. "Yes, sir," she replies. But I hear the difference. She is not resolved, and neither is this. I walk, the garden receding behind me, the scent of soil fading into sterile air. But the transition does nothing to settle what has shifted. I do not slow. I do not stop. The realization follows anyway, precise and unavoidable, locking into place with a clarity that does not allow reinterpretation. I had the opportunity to eliminate the variable. I chose not to, and I do not know why.
Chapter 11. Lyria. The garden doesn't forget. That's the first thing I realise the next morning, standing knee-deep in a row of root clusters that smell faintly metallic under the damp sweetness of the soil. The air is thicker than usual, heavy with condensation that clings to my skin and settles at the base of my throat, and even the light feels different, too bright in some places, too sharp along the edges of things that should blur naturally. Nothing is visibly wrong, nothing I could point to and say there, but the rhythm is off. People are watching me. Not openly, not enough to make a scene, but I feel it in the way conversations cut short when I move too close, in the way hands hesitate before resuming work, in the way the guards don't just patrol anymore, they track. Their gazes skim past everyone else and land on me just a fraction longer than necessary, like they're trying to measure something they don't fully understand. "Congratulations," Scott murmurs as he steps into my peripheral space without looking directly at me. "You've achieved the kind of attention most people here spend their lives avoiding." I don't look up from the roots I'm untangling. The fibres are tight, knotted in a way that suggests overgrowth, and when I pull them apart carefully, the plant releases a faint, sharp scent that stings my nose. "Yeah," I mutter. "Feels like I won a prize I didn't sign up for." He crouches beside me, close enough that his shoulder nearly brushes mine, but not quite. Always not quite. "You should consider adjusting your behaviour," he says quietly. "I have," I reply, easing a thicker root free and brushing soil away from it. "I'm still here, aren't I?" "That is not the same as safe." I snort softly. "Nothing here is safe. It's just varying degrees of not dead." Scott exhales through his nose, and I catch the faintest hint of frustration in it. "You provoked him," he says. "I asked a question. You challenged him." "I asked why he didn't kill someone," I correct, finally glancing at him. "That's not exactly revolutionary." "In this place," he says, meeting my gaze briefly before looking away again. "It is." I sit back on my heels, wiping my hands on the cloth at my waist. The fabric is already stained from yesterday, darker where the moisture hasn't fully dried. "He answered," I say. Scott's brow tightens slightly. "That is what concerns me." "Yeah," I murmur. "Me too." A shadow passes over the light. Not a literal one, nothing moves above us, but the sensation is immediate, like the air compresses just slightly, like something has entered the space that the environment hasn't had time to adjust around yet. Scott goes still. I don't, not immediately. I finish what I'm doing, press the soil back into place, and only then push myself to stand. "Back to work," I say under my breath. "Of course," Scott replies just as quietly, already shifting away, his posture loosening into something more neutral, less aligned with me. I don't turn right away. I don't need to. I know he's here. When I do look, it's slow, deliberate, controlled. Ver stands at the far end of the row, not moving, not speaking, just watching. The guards along the perimeter have adjusted again, tighter spacing, sharper lines, and the workers nearest him have found an urgent need to focus on tasks that require their full attention, and absolutely no awareness of anything else. He doesn't call my name this time. He just walks, and I feel it. Every step, even when I don't hear it, registers in the way the air shifts, the way the space between people adjusts to make room for him without anyone consciously choosing to move. He stops in front of me, close. Not as close as yesterday. Close enough. "Report," he says. I blink. "Excuse me?" His gaze sharpens slightly. "Your section." "Right. Inspection. Of course." I inhale slowly, grounding myself in the scent of the garden, the feel of soil still clinging faintly to my fingers. "Moisture levels are running high," I say, gesturing toward the bed in front of me. "The irrigation cycle is overcompensating for last week's deficit. If it continues, we're going to start seeing root rot in the lower layers." He doesn't look at the plants. He looks at me. "And you have corrected this?" "No," I say, a beat. "No," I repeat, "because I don't have access to the irrigation controls. I can mitigate it, but I can't fix it." Silence stretches between us. Behind him, I can see Scott moving along the adjacent row, his pace steady, his posture unremarkable, but his proximity is not accidental. Ver's head tilts slightly. "Mitigate," he says. "I've been spacing the roots manually," I reply, crouching again to demonstrate, my fingers moving through the soil with practiced precision. "Increasing airflow where I can, thinning the denser clusters so they don't choke each other out. It buys time." "For how long?" "A few days," I say. "Maybe a week if we're lucky. And after that, they start dying." The words land plainly. No dramatics, no hesitation. I look up at him. "You asked for a report." His gaze holds mine for a moment longer. Then finally, he looks down at the plants. I watch the shift. It's subtle, but it's there. He kneels. The movement is controlled, deliberate, and it sends a ripple through the nearby workers that they try very hard not to show. Ver does not kneel. Not here. Not like this. He reaches out, his hand hovering just above the leaves before making contact, brushing them lightly. The plant trembles under the touch, leaves shifting, releasing that same sharp green scent I noticed earlier. "Oversaturation," he murmurs. "Yes, and this has gone unreported." "Not by me," I say. His eyes flick back to mine. "Who then?" I shrug slightly. "Whoever has access to the systems, or whoever's supposed to be monitoring them." A pause. "You are assigning fault," he says. "I'm identifying a problem," I reply. "What you do with that is up to you." There's a flicker of something in his expression. Not irritation, not approval, interest. He stands. The movement is fluid, controlled, and when he looks at me again, there's a different weight to his gaze. "You speak as though you understand the system," he says. "I understand what I'm standing in," I reply. "That's usually enough." "And you believe that qualifies you to evaluate its efficiency?" "I think dead plants are a pretty good indicator something's not working," I say. A faint sound escapes him. Not quite a laugh, but close enough to register. "That is a simplistic assessment." "It's a practical one." The corner of his mouth shifts again, just slightly. Behind him, Scott steps closer, his voice cutting in with careful timing. "Section 3 has reported similar inconsistencies," he says, addressing Ver, not me. "We attributed it to delayed recalibration after the last cycle." Ver doesn't look at him. "Attributed," he repeats. "Yes, sir. And not corrected." "We prioritized structural integrity in the upper tiers," Scott replies. "Resource allocation required." "A choice," Ver finishes. "Yes, sir." Silence settles again, thicker this time. I watch them both. The dynamic between them is interesting. Scott isn't defying him. He's navigating him. Carefully, intentionally. "Reallocate," Ver says finally. "Yes, sir." "And correct the cycle." "It will be done." Scott moves immediately, stepping away, already issuing quiet instructions to a nearby technician, his tone low and controlled. I look back at Heir. "You could have just asked," I say. His gaze sharpens. "Asked. Instead of testing me," I clarify. A pause. "You assume this was a test?" "I assume you don't do anything without a reason." "And you believe you have identified it?" "I think you wanted to see if I'd notice," I say, "or if I'd keep my mouth shut." "And you did neither." "No," I agree. "I didn't." He studies me again, that same precise, measuring look, like he's recalibrating something he hasn't fully defined yet. "You continue to operate outside expected parameters," he says. "I continue to do my job," I reply. "You exceed it." "Someone has to," I mutter. That gets a reaction, not outward, but I see it. A shift. Small, but real. "You believe the system requires improvement," he says. "I believe it's wasting resources," I reply. "And time, and people. People are resources." "Not if you want them to keep working," I shoot back. The words are out before I can stop them. The air tightens. Around us, movement slows, the entire garden holding its breath in that subtle, collective way that says something has just crossed a line. I don't take it back. I don't soften it. I just... Wait. Heir's gaze locks onto mine. Harder now, sharper. "Careful," he says. "I am," I reply. A long pause. Then, "Continue your work," he says. It's not dismissal, not entirely, but it's close enough. "Yes, sir." I kneel again, hands returning to the soil, fingers pressing into the damp earth as if nothing just happened. But I feel it. The shift, the difference. He doesn't move immediately. He lingers, watching, not like before, not like a threat, like he's considering something, and for the first time, I get the sense that I'm not just something he's trying to understand. I'm something he might actually use, which in this place might be worse or better. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 12. Heir. The change begins small enough that most of them do not notice. That is intentional. The irrigation cycle adjusts by less than 3% at first, a fractional recalibration that shifts moisture distribution across the lower beds without triggering a system alert, and I stand in the observation corridor above the garden, with my hands clasped behind my back, watching the way the water disperses through the soil in a more even gradient. The difference is not dramatic. It would not be, not yet. But I can see it in the way the surface tension settles, in the absence of pooling along the root lines that had previously been oversaturated, in the way the leaves hold themselves with less strain. It is efficient. It is correct, and it is not my correction. That fact sits in my mind with a weight that does not resolve cleanly. "Adjustment registered," a technician says from behind me, his voice carefully neutral. "Reallocation within acceptable variance." "Maintain it," I reply. "Yes, sir." He hesitates. I do not turn. "If there is a problem," I say, "state it." "No, sir," he answers quickly. "Only, This parameter was not flagged for modification. It is now. Yes, sir. The hesitation lingers anyway, a faint disturbance in the otherwise smooth execution of his duties, and I dismiss it with a slight shift of my stance, turning away from the observation panel and moving toward the corridor exit. By the time I reach the main level, word has already begun to spread. Not openly, not formally, but in the subtle recalibrations of behavior that ripple through the estate when something changes without explanation. Guards reposition with slightly altered timing. Technicians double-check readouts that had previously been accepted without question. Workers glance, quick, fleeting, toward the lower systems as though they might glimpse the source of the shift if they look hard enough. They will not. The change is too precise, too contained, and yet it is not contained. Because I am aware of it, because I am thinking about it, because I am tracking not only the outcome, but the origin. Her. The realization sharpens something in me, something I do not immediately define, and I redirect my movement toward the central operations chamber where Maltos is already waiting, his posture rigid, his expression set in the careful neutrality of someone who has already decided he does not approve of something, but has not yet been given permission to say it. "Sir," he says as I enter. "Maltos." He steps forward, data slate in hand, the faint glow of its interface reflecting along the sharp lines of his jaw. "There have been unlogged adjustments to irrigation distribution," he says. "Minor, but consistent across 3 sectors." "Yes." A pause. "You authorized these changes?" "I did." He studies me for a moment longer than necessary, his eyes narrowing slightly. "On what basis?" "Observed inefficiency." The words are simple. They are also incomplete. Maltos knows it. "With respect," he says carefully, "no inefficiency was reported through standard channels." "Then the standard channels are insufficient." That lands. I watch the calculation behind his eyes, the way he repositions the conversation, shifting from challenge to inquiry, without relinquishing his underlying concern. "What was the source of the observation?" he asks. I meet his gaze. Direct assessment. Another pause. "Your own?" "Yes." That is not a lie. It is also not the full truth. Maltos exhales slowly, adjusting his grip on the slate. "The adjustments are effective," he admits, the word chosen with reluctance. "Preliminary data indicates improved distribution and reduced saturation in lower root zones." "Then the change stands." "Yes, sir," he says, though the tension in his voice does not fully dissipate. "However, deviations from protocol are acceptable when protocol fails," I cut in. His jaw tightens. "Protocol exists to prevent unnecessary risk. An inefficiency is a risk." We hold each other's gaze for a moment, the silence between us carrying more weight than the words themselves. Maltos inclines his head slightly. "Yes, sir." He steps back. The conversation is over. For him, for me. It lingers. I leave the operations chamber without further instruction, the hum of systems following me into the corridor, the sterile air settling against my skin in a way that should ground me and does not. Because I am not thinking about the adjustment. I am thinking about the source. The way she identified the problem without access to the system. The way she articulated it without hesitation. The way she did not soften it to make it more acceptable. That is not common. That is not trained. That is useful. The word surfaces uninvited. I do not reject it. That is the second problem. By the time I reach the garden, the air has shifted again, humidity wrapping around me as I step through the threshold, the scent of soil and water rising to meet me, grounding in a way the sterile corridors are not. She is where I expect her to be. Of course she is. Kneeling in the same section, hands buried in the soil, fingers moving with careful precision as she works through another cluster of roots, her movements efficient, unhurried, entirely absorbed in the task at hand. She does not look up immediately. That, too, is deliberate. "Lyria," I say. She finishes what she is doing before she responds, pressing the soil back into place, brushing her hands together as she rises. "Sir." Her voice is even. No change. No adjustment. "Walk." She doesn't argue. We move along the path, the damp stone cool beneath our feet, the air thick with moisture, the sound of water threading through the space in a constant low rhythm. "You identified a system inefficiency," I say. "Yes. And you chose to act on it without authorization." "I chose to say something," she replies. "What you did with it wasn't my call." "A deflection, not entirely." "You understood the implication," I say. "I understood the plants were going to die," she answers. "That seemed like a problem." I stop. She stops with me. "You do not think in terms of structure," I say. "I think in terms of outcomes," she replies. "And you believe that is sufficient?" "I think it's practical." Her gaze meets mine again, steady, unflinching, and I feel that same misalignment from before, sharper now, more defined. "You are not concerned with the consequences of overstepping," I say. "I am," she says. "I just decided the consequences of not saying anything were worse." That is the problem. Because it is rational. Because it aligns with results. Because it bypasses the system entirely. "Why?" I ask. The word comes out before I decide to say it. She blinks. "Why what?" "Why you continue to do this," I clarify. "Why you push beyond assigned parameters when it places you at risk." She studies me for a moment, her expression shifting slightly, not into fear, not into defensiveness, but into something more measured. "Because I'd like to stay alive," she says. The answer is immediate, uncomplicated, true. That is a simplistic motivation. It's an effective one. I step closer. Not enough to threaten. Enough to focus. "You do not seek favor," I say. "No. You do not seek advancement." "No. You do not seek protection." Her mouth curves slightly. "From you?" she asks. A pause. "No," she answers herself. "That'd be a terrible strategy." The corner of my vision catches movement. Scott, repositioning along the adjacent row, his presence close enough to monitor, distant enough to appear incidental. He is reinforcing this, managing it. Interesting. "You speak freely," I say. "I answer questions," she replies, "without regard for consequence, with full awareness of it." Her voice doesn't waver, not once. "You believe that will ensure your survival." "I think it gives me a better shot than pretending I don't see what's in front of me," she says. Silence settles between us again, thick with humidity and the quiet awareness of the garden continuing around us. "You are not afraid," I say. She exhales softly. "I am," she admits. "I just don't think it's useful to show it." The honesty of it lands differently than anything else she has said. No performance, no calculation. Just stated. I study her, the dirt under her nails, the tension in her shoulders she refuses to let become visible weakness, the steadiness in her gaze that is not absence of fear, but control of it. "You are efficient," I say. The word feels strange, accurate, uncomfortable. Her brow lifts slightly. "That might be the nicest thing anyone said to me here," she mutters. "It is not a compliment." "I'll take it anyway." A faint shift in the air. Amusement. Mine. Unwanted. I straighten. You will report inefficiencies directly, I say. Her expression sharpens. That sounds a lot like favor. It is function, I correct. Right, she says. Function that just happens to involve me talking to you. Do not misunderstand the parameters, I say. This is not protection. I didn't say it was. Then understand this clearly, I continue. If you become a liability, you'll fix it, she finishes. A beat. Yes. She nods once. Fair. The simplicity of her acceptance unsettles me more than resistance would have. I turn. The conversation is complete. But as I walk away, the realization follows, more defined now, more difficult to dismiss. Her thinking improves outcomes. It bypasses inefficiency. It produces results. And I am incorporating it. That should not matter. It does, because I am not merely observing it anymore. I am using it, and I'm not certain whether that makes her a resource or something else entirely.
Chapter 13. Lyria. By the fourth time he shows up in my section in a single day, I stop pretending it's coincidence. The garden has its own rhythm, rotations, irrigation pulses, assigned labour cycles, and he does not belong to any of them, not really, which makes his presence stand out even when he's doing nothing more than standing still. The air shifts when he's here, not because something physical changes, but because people change. Conversations die early. Hands move faster or slower, depending on who's watching. Even the guards tighten in subtle ways, like they're bracing for something that hasn't happened yet but probably will. Except lately. It doesn't. I'm elbow deep in a nutrient trench, the soil cool and slick against my skin where the irrigation has just cycled through, when I feel that shift again. Not sharp this time, not like a blade pressing at the back of my neck. Softer, familiar. I don't look up right away. Busy? I mutter under my breath. No, Scott replies from somewhere to my left, not turning his head. But I would recommend appearing so. Always do. Do it better. I huff quietly and lean further into the trench, dragging my fingers through the root lines to separate a cluster that started binding too tight. The plants here give off a faint, bitter scent when disturbed, something almost medicinal that sticks in the back of my throat. Footsteps approach. Unhurried. He stops behind me. I feel it before I hear it. The way the space settles around his presence, like everything has been forced to acknowledge him whether it wants to or not. Your section, Ver says. I don't turn. Still alive? I reply, working a stubborn route free. Which, given the conditions, feels like a win. A pause. You quantify success in survival. In this place? I glance back over my shoulder at him. Yeah, kind of the baseline. His expression doesn't change, but something in his eyes shifts. Less sharp-edged scrutiny, more focus. Report, he says again. Moisture's holding better since the adjustment, I answer, pushing myself up and wiping my hands on my pants. Lower roots aren't drowning anymore. You can actually see the leaves relaxing. He looks down this time. Really looks. Not just at me, at the plants. That was the intended result, he says. Good, I reply. Because unintended results around here tend to involve things dying. His gaze flicks back to mine. You continue to speak as though failure is expected. I speak like someone who's been paying attention, I say. We stand there for a second, the humid air thick between us, the faint sound of water running somewhere nearby filling the silence. You have adjusted your routes, he says. Not a question. I shrug. Makes the work more efficient. It alters predictability. Yeah, I say lightly. That's kind of the point. That is not your decision to make. No, I agree. But it's working. Another pause, longer this time. Behind him I can see Fenrix watching us, not even pretending not to. His posture is tight, shoulders pulled back like he's bracing for impact that hasn't come yet. I look back at Ver. You're here a lot, I say. The words slip out before I decide whether they should. His gaze sharpens slightly. Observation is part of my function. 4 times in one day? I tilt my head. Must be a fascinating patch of dirt. A flicker. There, gone. You believe this is unnecessary, he says. I think you've got bigger things to worry about than my root system, I reply. And yet, he says, you continue to provide variables worth assessing. Wow, I deadpan. I feel special. You are not, he says immediately. Shame. But I see it. The way he doesn't leave. The way he stays right there, attention fixed, not drifting, not dismissing. He's listening. That realization settles into place slowly, like something I don't quite trust yet. Walk, he says. I sigh under my breath. Of course. We move along the path again, the same damp stone, the same thick air, but it feels different now. Less like being led to something. More like a continuation. You have been speaking with others, he says. Yeah, I reply. It's called talking. About me. I glance at him. You're hard to ignore. That was not the question. I shrug. People talk. They always do. And what do they say? That depends, I say. You want the polite version or the honest one? Honest. They're scared of you. No. I blink. No? They are conditioned to respond to authority, he corrects. That is not the same as fear. I let out a quiet laugh. Okay, sure, if that's the story you want to tell yourself. His jaw tightens. You disagree. I think you're splitting hairs, I say. You walk into a room and everyone stops breathing properly. Call it whatever you want. That is control. That's fear, I counter. We stop walking. The space tightens, not because of him this time, but because of the conversation itself, the way it edges into something sharper than the usual exchange. Explain, he says. I study him for a second. You ever been in a village? I ask. His brow shifts slightly. Irrelevant. It's not, I say. Just answer. No. Figures. I turn slightly, gesturing toward the rows behind us, toward the workers who are very carefully not paying attention. In a village, people work together because they have to, I say. Not because someone's standing over them waiting to correct them. That is inefficient. It's not, I reply. It's cooperative. Cooperation relies on trust, he says. Trust is a liability. Control's a liability too, I shoot back. You take yourself out of the equation and everything falls apart. That is why I do not remove myself from the equation. Exactly, I say, pointing at him. That's the problem. His gaze hardens. You assume the system should function without oversight. I assume it should function with people who don't feel like they're about to get crushed if they mess up, I say. There's a difference. Fear ensures compliance. Fear ensures silence, I correct. Which means people stop telling you when something's wrong. A beat. You were told about the irrigation failure, he says. I told you, I reply. Not them. And that is sufficient. It's not scalable, I say. The word hangs there. He tilts his head slightly. Clarify. I exhale, running a hand through my hair, pushing it back from my face. You can't be everywhere, I say. You can't see everything. So either people speak up when something's off, or stuff breaks until it's too big to ignore. That is why structure exists. And your structure didn't catch it, I say. I did. Silence, not heavy, focused. I watch him process that, not dismissing it, not shutting it down. Actually, considering it. You are suggesting decentralized awareness, he says slowly. I'm suggesting you let people think, without punishing them for it, I reply. That introduces unpredictability. It introduces solutions, I counter. His gaze holds mine, steady, searching, and I realize something that makes my stomach twist just a little. He's not interrupting me. He's not correcting me mid-sentence. He's not shutting this down. He's listening. You assume people will act in alignment with the system, he says. I assume most people don't want everything to fall apart, I reply. Self-preservation's a pretty solid motivator. Not all individuals prioritize collective stability. Neither do you, I say. The words land harder than I expect. His expression stills. Explain. You don't trust anyone else to maintain control, I say, so everything runs through you. That's not collective stability, that's centralized dependence. A long pause, the kind that stretches, the kind that could go very, very wrong. I don't back down. I don't soften it, I just stand there. He steps closer, slow, deliberate. You speak as though you understand this system, he says. I understand people, I reply. And you believe that is sufficient? I think it's necessary. His gaze searches mine again, sharper now, but not in the same way as before. Less like he's looking for a weakness, more like he's testing something. You are not being punished, he says. I blink. I noticed. You expected to be. Yeah, I admit. Kinda still do. Why? I huff a quiet breath. Because I keep saying things I probably shouldn't. And yet you continue. Yeah. Why? I meet his gaze. Because it's working, I say. The honesty of it lands between us. Simple, unpolished, true. Another pause. Then, you are correct, he says. I blink again. Wow, I'm going to need you to say that again. I think I hallucinated it. His expression tightens just slightly. Do not mistake acknowledgement for agreement, he says. Too late, I grin faintly. I'm framing it. Something shifts again. Subtle, but real. And for the first time. This doesn't feel like survival. It feels like something else. Not safe, not stable, but balanced. In a way that makes my pulse kick just a little faster. Which is probably a terrible sign. But I don't look away. And neither does he.
Chapter 14. Heir. She does not leave when she should. She doesn't. 3 steps. That is all I manage before the awareness of her behind me sharpens instead of fading, settling into the space between my shoulders like a presence I cannot dismiss. The humid air clings to my skin, thick with the scent of soil and water and crushed leaves, and something in it feels heavier now, charged in a way that has nothing to do with the environment. I pause and look over my shoulder, as if my gaze can somehow diminish her. She meets my eyes spark for spark. Why does she continue to stare at me so? You do not fear me? I ask. No, she says, her voice soft. I spin around and close the distance with 2 long strides. My hand encircles her throat, her fragile, pale human throat. I could end you right now, I say, and my voice wavers. Wavers. Her pulse thuds against my fingers, eerily calm considering my threat. I know, Lyria replies, her voice tight from my grip. And still you do not fear me. I could kill you without any consequence. Scott would simply find someone else to dig in the garden dirt. I know, she says, but you would gain nothing from my death either. She is wrong. I would gain freedom from the incessant thoughts of her beating behind my eyes day and night. Yet what price? Freedom. Too high. The price is too high. Slowly her hand lifts, her fingertips brushing the cord like tendons sticking out in stark relief on my arm. What are you doing? I ask, but she does not answer. Not with words, anyway. Her touch is equal parts infuriating and soothing. The dichotomy is not one I can reconcile. I have longed to touch you, she gasps as if in sudden relief. She grows bolder, her hand now caressing my cheek. I wince as if I've been touched with fire, but she does not stop. You are so angry, yet underneath it all, so sad. You seek to comfort me? I scoff, but the words have no venom. My grip loosens slightly on her throat. My eyes close as of their own accord as I cannot help but bask in her silken touch. I don't know what I seek, she says. I feel the words through my fingers as I hear them. You lie, I rasp, my voice growing hoarse with sudden, urgent need. I know what you want from me. And what would that be, my Lord Virginian? She asks with faux formality. Words fail me. I know what she wants, because I want it too. I move my face closer and pull her into me. Her warm breath anoints my skin. Her red lips part slightly as her eyes half close. I crush her lips with a kiss, my heart racing as I taste her for the first time. She does not resist. Far from it. She releases a sighing gasp into my mouth, and her body melts into my own. My hand is no longer on her throat. It's now on the back of her head, clawing at the red scarf binding her hair. We pull apart slightly, enough to lock gazes. Something unspoken goes between us. I pull the scarf away, freeing her magnificent curly red gold tresses. You will no longer hide your beauty from me, I rasp, my hand caressing her cheek. Her hands go to my chest, kneading like a pet cat. Her eyes are anything but innocent, however. They smolder with a fire that stokes the inferno raging inside of me further. The heat of her body is immediate now, cutting through the damp air, her breath brushing against my mouth as she inhales again, steadier this time, controlled despite the acceleration I can feel. My hand slides from her jaw to the back of her neck, fingers threading into the base of her hair, holding her there. And this time, when I pull her closer, she moves with it, matching the motion with a certainty that stirs my desire to even greater heights. Could it be that she wants me as badly as I want her? Impossible. Mine, I growl. Yes, she whispers. I kiss her neck, tasting the salty sweat on her skin. She clings to me like a swimmer in a storm-tossed sea clutching a rock. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 15. Lyria. I stand in the garden, pants around my knees, back still up against the cool stone as I watch him retreat. My mind reels even as my body rejoices. It was far from the romantic visions conjured up by minstrels, but it was somehow better than any fantasy could ever be. I look down at myself and notice my state. I hike the trousers up and realise I can't close them. He tore the laces. I have to retreat to my tiny quarters, while holding them up with one hand. Thankfully, no one accosts me with some random task on the way. Once I am in the relative safety of my quarters, a giddy laugh escapes my throat. It bubbles up out of nowhere like a freshwater spring. Then I recover my senses. My duties for the day are not done. I replace my torn garment and return to the garden, sore in all the right ways. That was intense, which means I have to try and put it from my mind. If anyone guesses what just happened, we are both in terrible danger. I do my best to return to my work in the garden as if nothing has happened. I soon discover a problem. The soil gives before it should. It crumbles too easily beneath my fingers, dry grit sliding into the creases of my skin instead of clinging there. It should hold, dark and damp and alive, but instead it breaks apart like ash, like something already half dead. I don't sigh. I don't look up. I just shift the bucket on my hip and tip it slowly, letting the water fall in a steady stream at the base of the plant. The scent rises immediately, sharp and earthy, thick with minerals and rot, and for a moment it almost feels like something honest. Easy, I murmur, more to myself than the plant, pressing the soil inward with the heel of my palm. You'll take it if you're patient. The water sinks, inch by inch, darkening the ground in uneven patches. I watch the way it disappears, the way the roots drink greedily, and force my hands to keep moving, adjust, smooth, shift, repeat. Routine, that's what keeps you alive. But the rhythm is off. It's subtle, almost nothing, but it hums under my skin like a thread pulled too tight. The air feels heavier today, thick with heat, and something metallic that lingers at the back of my tongue. Even the garden sounds wrong. The rustle of leaves too sharp, the scrape of tools too loud, voices carrying farther than they should. I adjust my scarf, dragging it tighter across my hairline, tucking loose strands back into place with fingers still damp from the soil. Invisible. That's the rule. That's always been the rule. Careful, Fenrix drawls from somewhere behind me. You keep whispering sweet things like that, the plants might start expecting it. I don't turn. I don't give him the satisfaction. They'll be disappointed, I say, keeping my voice even as I reach for the next plant. I don't repeat myself. He snorts, boots scuffing against stone as he steps closer. I hear the shift in his weight before I see him in my peripheral vision, too close, leaning just enough to make it feel deliberate. You used to talk less, he says. I press my fingers into the soil again, deeper this time, grounding myself in the feel of it. I used to have less to say. The sound stretches, thoughtful in a way that makes something in my shoulders tighten. Before, he adds. There it is. I tilt the bucket, letting the water spill in a slow arc. Before what? I ask. There's a pause, long enough that I know he's watching me instead of the plants. Before you got interesting. My hand stills, just for a breath. The water overflows slightly, spilling past the roots and pooling along the edge of the row. I correct it immediately, dragging my fingers through the dirt to redirect the flow, smoothing it back into place like it never happened. Nothing happened. Nothing changed. Don't know what you mean, I say. Fenrix crouches beside me, the movement sudden enough that I feel it more than see it. The shift in air, the heat of him too close at my side. He smells like sweat and leather and something sour that clings to the back of my throat. Guards have been walking this line more, he says quietly, slowing down when they pass. I keep my eyes on the plant. They always do after inspection. Not like this. I don't answer, because I've felt it too. The way the air changes when they step near. The way their attention lingers, not openly, not enough to call out, but just enough to be felt. A weight that presses at the edges of everything I do. Nothing is ever nothing here. Fenrix nudges a leaf with his finger, not damaging it, just testing, like he's checking how much pressure it can take before it breaks. "Did you upset one of your betters?" he asks. "No." "You sure?" I glance at him then, quick and sharp. "If I had, I wouldn't be standing here." That earns a quiet huff of laughter. "Fair," he says, pushing himself upright again. "Then someone likes you." My stomach turns, sudden and sharp. I look back at the soil. That's worse. "Yeah," he agrees, already stepping away. "It is." He lingers just long enough to make sure the words land, then moves on, boots fading into the steady rhythm of the garden. I exhale slowly, letting the breath slip out through my nose as I reach for the next plant. Work. Focus on the work. The leaves brush against my wrist as I move, cool and slightly waxy, their edges catching faintly against my skin. A breeze stirs through the rows, carrying the scent of water and crushed stems and distant stone heated too long under a dull sky. Normal. Everything is normal. I press my fingers into the soil again, and for a moment, his hand. The memory hits without warning, heat at my throat, the weight of it, the way everything else seemed to still around that single point of contact. I inhale sharply, forcing the thought down, shoving it aside like it never belonged there in the first place. No, that wasn't. It doesn't matter what it was. It doesn't change anything. I drag my hand through the dirt harder than necessary, grounding myself in something real, something simple. This is what matters. This. Lyria. Mera's voice slips between the rows, soft but urgent. I glance up, spotting her 2 lines over, half hidden behind a cluster of deep red blooms. Her hands are still moving, always moving, but her eyes are on me. "What?" I ask quietly. She hesitates, glancing toward the far end of the garden before leaning slightly closer. "You hear about the roots," she murmurs. My chest tightens. "No." She swallows. "They're saying another one got hit. Supply line, north side." The words settle heavy, like stones dropped one by one. I straighten slightly, brushing my hands against my skirt. The fabric is rough, stiff with dried dirt, the texture grounding even as something cold begins to spread through my chest. "Bandits?" I ask. Mera shakes her head. "No." The single word carries more weight than anything else she could have said. "What then?" She leans in closer, voice dropping further. "Orcs." The world doesn't stop. The garden doesn't go quiet. Leaves still rustle. Water still drips. Someone laughs somewhere near the outer rows. But it all feels distant, like I'm hearing it through something thick and muffled. "Not just one place," she continues. "They've hit multiple." My fingers curl slightly against my palm. "How far?" "Far enough they're changing routes," she says, cutting around some of the outer villages. Outer villages. My mind shifts without permission. Fields stretching wide and open, low wooden fences. The narrow path that runs between the grain rows back home, worn smooth by years of feet passing over it. I press my thumb into the edge of my palm. "Stay here. Stay present." "That's why quotas went up," Mera adds. I look at her sharply. "What?" "They doubled them," she says. "Courier came through this morning." The words hit harder than they should. Because they don't just mean more work. They mean loss. They mean something isn't coming in that used to. They mean something is being taken. I turn back to the soil, but I'm not seeing it anymore. I'm seeing movement, patterns, lines, roots I've memorized without ever meaning to, carried in pieces, overheard in fragments, stitched together over years of listening and watching and surviving. North roots feed inward. Outer villages supply the next layer. Everything funnels toward Orthani, and if something starts cutting from the edges... "They'll keep moving," I murmur. "What?" Mera asks. I shake my head. Nothing. But it isn't nothing, because I can feel it now, the shape of it forming behind my eyes. Not clean, not perfect, but there. A path. Not straight, but deliberate, advancing, testing, taking. My breath tightens. No, it could still be scattered. It could still be. Lyria. Fenrix again. I look up, irritation flashing before I can stop it. What? He jerks his chin toward the perimeter. Guards! I follow his gaze. 2 of them, walking slower than they should, their attention drifting, not scanning, not routine. Watching. The weight of it settles over my shoulders like something physical. They've been doing that all morning, he mutters. Figured you'd want to know. I nod once. Thanks. He studies me for a second. You sure you're fine? Yes. He doesn't look convinced, but he doesn't push. Good. I don't have room for that right now, because the pattern is still forming, still shifting. I crouch again, dragging my finger through the dirt at the edge of the row without thinking, sketching lines that only make sense to me. North, then inward, then Lyria! Mera's voice again, quieter now. I glance up. She's not looking at me. She's looking past me. I follow her gaze, and everything in me stills. He stands at the far edge of the garden, near the reflecting pool, where the water cuts a dark, unmoving line through the stone. The surface mirrors the sky in dull silver, broken only by the faint ripple of something unseen beneath it. There. He isn't moving, doesn't need to. The space around him feels held, like everything near him has been forced into stillness. Watching. My breath catches, just for a second. Then I look away. Immediately. I bend back over the soil, pressing my fingers into it harder than necessary, letting the grit scrape against my skin. He's not looking at you. Even if he is, it doesn't matter, it can't. Cutter. The word is quiet. Close. Too close. I freeze. Slowly I lift my head. He's there. Closer than he should be. Always closer than he should be. What are you doing? He asks. My pulse stutters, then steadies. Working. His gaze drops to my hands, to the soil, to the uneven line I've carved without realizing it. Then back to me. Are you? I straighten slightly. Yes. A pause. You're distracted. I'm not. You are. The certainty in it grates. With respect, my lord, I say carefully. I have work to finish. His eyes narrow just slightly. Not anger, not quite. Focus. Answer the question. My fingers press into the dirt again. What question? What's wrong? Nothing, I say. He studies me. Liar. The word lands soft, but certain. Villages are being attacked, I say, the words slipping out before I can pull them back. His expression doesn't change, but his attention sharpens. Where? North, I say. But not just north. How do you know that? I glance down at the dirt, at the lines I've already drawn. I just do. Show me. My breath catches. This isn't... Now. I swallow, then shift slightly, dragging my finger through the soil again. Here, I say, tracing a rough line. Outer roots. Then another. They hit here. Then they cut around. My hand moves without thinking now, mapping what I've seen in pieces, what I've carried in the back of my mind for years. And if they keep moving like that... I stop, because I can see it now, clear. The direction, the end point. My hand stills. Finish it, he says. I look up at him, and this time I don't lower my gaze. They'll reach the central plains near the tree line, I say quietly. His eyes sharpen. And, My throat tightens. The words scrape on the way out. My village is there. Silence settles between us. Then he turns and sweeps away without another word. All I can do is hope he helps.
Chapter 16. Ver. The report is still warm when it reaches my hand, the parchment holding a faint residual heat from transit magic, as if it hasn't fully decided it belongs in the physical world yet. The ink smells sharp and metallic, not quite settled into the fibers, and I don't like that. Rushed work usually means someone is trying to outrun something, and that rarely ends cleanly. "Another one?" I ask, already breaking the seal with my thumb. Scott stands across the table with his usual stillness, hands folded neatly behind his back like he was placed there rather than having walked in. "Yes." That's all he gives me, which is enough to confirm this isn't routine chatter dressed up as urgency. I unfold the parchment and scan quickly at first. Location, loss estimates, supply disruption. Then slower when the repetition starts to stand out in a way I don't like. The language is clean, detached, almost clinical, but the pattern underneath it is anything but. "North corridor again," I mutter, dragging my eyes back to the beginning. "Expanding," Scott says, not raising his voice, not shifting his posture, just correcting. I glance up at him, irritation flickering, because I don't like being corrected when I haven't decided I'm wrong yet. "Is it?" "Yes." The certainty in that single word pulls my attention back to the parchment, and this time I follow the route markings instead of the text. Inked lines cut across the page in uneven strokes, but the direction is clear enough, and the spacing between attacks is too consistent to be coincidence. "Bandits don't move like this," I say, more to the pattern than to him. "No. Orcs do." "Yes." I set the report down harder than necessary, the sound snapping against the stone tabletop, then immediately regret the loss of control and still my hand before it can repeat the motion. "We've always had orcs," I say. "That's not new." "Not like this," Scott replies. That phrase again, and this time I don't dismiss it. I lean forward slightly, bracing my hands on the table as I look down at the roots, letting the shape of it form without forcing it into something convenient. The attacks aren't scattered, and they aren't reckless. They're placed, measured, almost patient in a way that doesn't fit the way most people describe orcs. "Krago," I say. It isn't a question, and Scott doesn't treat it like one. No one else operates this way. That's the part I don't like. Krago doesn't waste effort, and he doesn't test boundaries unless he intends to break them later. If this is his work, then what I'm looking at isn't random violence, it's preparation. I drag my finger along the inked path, following the progression from one outer settlement to the next, noticing how each strike forces the supply lines to bend inward just a little more. "He's not just hitting villages," I say, more slowly now. "He's shaping movement." "Inward," Scott adds. "Yes," I agree, straightening slightly as the implication settles into something heavier than I'm comfortable with. "And if he keeps doing that, then he's not done. He's building toward something." Scott says nothing, which tells me he's already reached the same conclusion and decided to wait for me to catch up. I don't like that either, but I can't argue with it. I pick the report up again, scanning the loss projections at the bottom, the neat little line that labels everything as within acceptable margins, and I almost laugh at how cleanly they've reduced it. Villages erased, people gone, and it all collapses into a number that still fits inside a tolerable range. "What's the projected impact?" I ask, even though I already know the answer. "Minimal disruption to core supply," Scott replies. "Within acceptable limits." Of course it is. It always is, right up until it isn't. I exhale slowly and set the parchment down with more control this time, flattening it against the stone with the heel of my hand before stepping away from the table. The corridor beyond the archway is dim, lit by cold magic that leaves more shadow than illumination, and the air carries that familiar dry weight of stone and control that defines this place. Then it isn't a priority, I say, because that's the correct answer, the expected one, the one that keeps everything aligned. Silence follows, but it doesn't resolve into agreement or disagreement. It lingers instead, like something waiting to see which direction I'll lean before it settles. Scott doesn't move, and that stillness reads like observation rather than acceptance, which irritates me more than open disagreement would. You disagree, I say, turning my head just enough to look at him. I observe, he replies. I almost smile at that, but it doesn't quite land. Of course you do, I mutter, stepping into the corridor and letting the conversation end where it stands. The estate moves around me the way it always does, quiet, controlled, efficient. Servants pass without looking up, guards maintain their routes with practiced precision, and nothing about it suggests anything has changed beyond the walls. That's the point of a place like this. The world can burn at the edges, and as long as the center holds, no one calls it a problem. I'm halfway down the corridor when her voice stops me. There. I close my eyes briefly before turning, already knowing who it is before I look. She stands at the threshold of the garden entrance, dirt still clinging to her hands, a faint smear along her jaw where she must have wiped it away without thinking. There's tension in her posture, not fear exactly, but urgency that hasn't settled into anything controlled yet. You're not supposed to be inside, I say. I know. Then why are you? She steps forward instead of answering immediately, closing the distance with a kind of deliberate care that feels different from before, like she's choosing each movement instead of reacting to the space around her. I need to talk to you. I glance down the corridor out of habit, confirming we're not being watched closely enough for it to matter. This isn't the place. It is if you won't come anywhere else. There's no hesitation in that, and I don't like how easily she says it. I study her for a moment, then nod once. You have a minute. That's not enough. It's what you get. She steps closer anyway, not arguing the limit so much as ignoring it, and stops just inside the edge of my space. It isn't submissive, and it isn't reckless. It's calculated in a way I don't think she realizes yet. What's happening out there? She asks. Define out there. Don't do that, she snaps, the frustration in her voice sharp enough to cut through the controlled quiet of the corridor. You know what I mean. I tilt my head slightly, watching her. Then say it. Villages are getting hit, she says. Supply lines are breaking, and it's not random. Orc activity has increased along the northern routes, I reply. It's being handled. Handled how? She presses. Containment, rerouting, standard response. Her expression tightens. That's not handling it. That's letting it happen and adjusting around it. It's effective, I say. For who? The question lands harder than it should, and I feel it before I can decide not to. For Orthani, I answer. For the estate. She lets out a quiet, humorless breath. Right. Of course. I take a step closer, closing the space she created. Be careful. Why? She fires back. Because I'm saying it out loud? Yes. She doesn't retreat. You've seen the reports, she says. You know what they're doing. I've seen movement. Stop reducing it, she snaps. It's not just movement. I watch her for a moment, then gesture slightly with my hand, then explain it. She doesn't hesitate. They're advancing. They're hitting outer villages first, forcing supply lines to shift, then pushing inward once the response weakens. They're testing how far they can go before anyone actually pushes back. She's right, and I don't like that she's right. I don't like that she's saying it like it's obvious. And? I ask. And they're not going to stop, she says, stepping closer again. Not until they hit something that makes them. And you think that's here. I think it's coming, she says, and then her voice tightens just enough to give away what she's been holding back. My village is in their path. There it is, the real reason beneath everything else. I exhale slowly, letting that settle into the calculation rather than reacting to it. Then it will be evacuated. Her expression doesn't change. No, it won't. Yes, it will. No, she repeats, more firmly this time. It won't. Why wouldn't it be? Because they don't evacuate villages, she says. They replace them. They let them fall, then pull from somewhere else. I don't like hearing that out loud, especially from her, and I don't like that I can't immediately argue it without lying. You're assuming the worst. I'm recognizing the pattern. I study her, really study her, and see the shift that's happened since the garden. She isn't reacting anymore. She's thinking, mapping, connecting things she shouldn't have access to, and turning them into something coherent. You want me to act, I say. Yes. On behalf of a human village. Yes. I huff a quiet breath, running my tongue along the back of my teeth as I consider the weight of that. You understand what that looks like. I don't care what it looks like. I do. Of course you do, she says, frustration creeping back in. Because everything here is about how it looks. That's not entirely wrong, I admit, which throws her off for half a second. But it's not the whole of it either. Then explain it, she says. I hesitate, because explaining it means acknowledging it, and acknowledging it means I can't pretend this is simple anymore. If I move on this without justification, I say, I draw attention from every direction that matters. My father will question it. The court will question it. Every house looking for a weakness will see one. Then give them a reason not to, she says. It doesn't work like that. Then make it. I almost laugh, but it dies before it reaches my throat. You're asking me to risk everything on something that doesn't benefit us. I'm asking you to stop pretending it doesn't affect you, she replies. That lands harder than anything else she said, because there's truth in it I haven't decided what to do with yet. I look at her, at the steadiness in her posture, and the way she refuses to back down even now, and I realize she isn't going to let this go. You don't understand the scale of what you're asking, I say. Then tell me, she challenges. I exhale slowly, glancing back toward the table where the report sits, the inked lines cutting across it in a pattern I can't unsee now that I've recognized it. When I look back at her, the calculation has shifted, not resolved, but no longer dismissed. You're not wrong, I say quietly, and I see the flicker of something in her expression when I admit it. But acting on it carries consequences you aren't accounting for. This isn't just about one village, and it doesn't stay contained once it starts. Neither does this, she says, gesturing vaguely toward the direction of the reports, the routes, the destruction neither of us has seen firsthand, but both understand. You said it yourself. They're pushing inward. She's forcing me to acknowledge it, piece by piece, until ignoring it becomes a decision instead of a default. You should go, I say finally, not because the conversation is finished, but because I need it to be for now. That's not an answer. It's the one you're getting. She searches my face, looking for something I'm not giving her yet, then exhales and steps back toward the garden entrance. Her movements are controlled but tight through the shoulders, like she's holding herself in place rather than letting the frustration take over, and I let her leave without stopping her because anything I say now would commit me to a direction I haven't chosen. Once she's gone, I turn back to the table and pick up the report again, studying the roots with a level of attention I didn't give them before. The pattern is too clean to dismiss, too deliberate to ignore, and the longer I look at it, the more it stops resembling disruption and starts looking like positioning. Krago isn't raiding blindly. He's shaping the field, forcing responses, narrowing options, And if he continues at this pace, whatever comes next won't be contained to the outer villages. I fold the parchment slowly, more carefully than before, because dismissing it outright no longer feels accurate, and set it back down with a precision that matches the thought settling into place. This is no longer someone else's problem, and whether I act on it or not is going to matter more than I initially decided.
Chapter 17. Lyria. The garden doesn't feel the same after my talk with Heir. It looks the same. The rows are still too precise, the hedges trimmed into shapes no one actually enjoys, the reflecting pool cutting through everything like a blade laid flat against the earth. But the air sits differently against my skin now, heavier somehow, like something has already started moving, and the rest of the world just hasn't caught up yet. I push my hands into the soil harder than I need to, feeling the grit press into my palms as I work water down around the roots. The scent rises thick and damp, clinging to the back of my throat, grounding me in something real while my thoughts refuse to settle. He didn't say no. That's the problem. If he had, I could have left it there, filed it away with everything else that doesn't matter, because it can't matter. But he didn't. He stood there, listened, and didn't shut it down. That's worse. Careful, Fenrix mutters as he passes behind me. You're about to drown that one. I glance down. The soil is already dark, nearly oversaturated, water pooling just slightly at the edge of the roots. Yeah, I say, pulling the bucket back. I see it. You usually do, he says, not slowing. Today's off. I don't answer, because he's right, and I don't have time to be off. I smooth the soil back into place with the side of my hand, pressing it down until the surface looks even again, controlled, like nothing underneath it has shifted. My fingers come away coated in dark earth, the texture rough against my skin, grounding in a way everything else isn't right now. Think, not feel, think. If the attacks keep moving the way I saw them, if that pattern holds, then this isn't just about my village. It's about everything feeding into Orthani. Grain, livestock, labour. You cut enough of the outer supply, and eventually the centre feels it. Not immediately, not cleanly. But it comes. Lyria. Mera again, closer this time. I look up. She's watching me like she knows something's wrong but doesn't know what to call it. You're still thinking about it, she says quietly. Yes. She glances around, lowering her voice. You shouldn't. I don't get to choose that. You do if you want to survive, she says. I let out a quiet breath, pushing back onto my heels. Surviving doesn't mean anything if there's nothing left to go back to, I say. Her expression tightens. That's not how this works, she replies. You survive here, that's it. That's not it, I say, sharper than I mean to. That's just what they want it to be. She doesn't answer right away, because she knows I'm not wrong, but knowing that doesn't change anything for her. Just be careful, she says finally. You're drawing attention. I know. Not the kind you can shake off. I nod once. I know. She hesitates, like she wants to say more, then doesn't. Smart. There are too many ears even when it feels quiet. She moves off, leaving me alone with the rows again, with the steady repetition of work that's supposed to make everything else smaller. It doesn't, because now I can see the shape of it, and I can't unsee it. By the time the light shifts toward late afternoon, I'm still thinking about it, still mapping it out in pieces, connecting what I've heard, what I've seen, what I know even if I've never been allowed to look at a map long enough to prove it. And underneath all of it, him. The way he didn't dismiss it, the way he listened. That's the crack. That's where this changes. I don't wait for him this time. I don't pretend I'm not looking. I don't stay in my row and hope the moment comes back around. I move. The path toward the manor feels longer than it should, each step measured out of habit, even as everything in me wants to move faster. The stone under my feet is still warm from the day's heat, radiating upward through the thin soles of my shoes, grounding and uncomfortable all at once. A guard watches me as I approach. His gaze lingers, too long. "Back to quarters," he says. "I have a message for the heir," I reply. He snorts. "Do you?" "Yes." "Then you can give it to someone who matters." I don't stop walking. I already am. That earns a sharper look, but I don't slow, don't hesitate, don't give him time to decide if I'm worth stopping. Because if I stop, I won't do this, and I have to do this. The corridor is cooler inside, the air dry and still, carrying that faint metallic edge that always lingers in dark elf spaces. My footsteps echo more than I want them to, each one sounding louder than it should. He's there. Of course he is, near the same place as before, like he hasn't moved far since I left him. Good. That makes this easier. "You didn't answer me," I say as I approach. He doesn't look surprised. That annoys me more than it should. "No," he says. I stop a few feet in front of him. "That's not how this works." His brow lifts slightly. "Isn't it?" "No," I say. "You don't get to just think about it while people die." His gaze sharpens. "And you don't get to dictate my decisions." "I'm not dictating," I snap. "I'm pointing out what happens if you don't make one." He watches me for a moment, quiet, measuring. "Then explain it," he says. I step closer. "Fine." The words come easier now, faster, because I've already worked through them in my head a dozen different ways. "You lose outer villages first," I say. "Not a big deal, right? They're small, scattered, easy to replace." I gesture vaguely behind me, toward the world beyond the walls. "But those villages feed the next layer in," I continue. "Grain, livestock, labour, everything moves inward. You cut enough of that, and the pressure builds." He doesn't interrupt. "Good. Then the inner roots start compensating," I say. "They stretch thinner, quotas go up, people break." His eyes narrow slightly. "And when that happens?" I press. "You don't just lose villages, you lose stability." "That's not immediate," he says. "No," I agree. "It's not. That's why it works." I step closer again, close enough now that I can see the shift in his focus, the way he's actually tracking what I'm saying instead of waiting for me to finish. "They're not trying to win fast," I say. "They're trying to weaken everything before it even starts." "And you think that matters here?" he says. "I think you're already seeing that it does," I reply. A pause. Not empty, not dismissive, thinking. "You're assuming coordination on a scale most orc forces don't maintain," he says. "I'm assuming you already recognized the pattern before I said anything." I shoot back. "That lands. I see it. Subtle, but there." "Krago isn't most orc forces," I add, quieter now. "You know that." He doesn't deny it. "Then say it," I push. "Say this isn't a problem." His jaw tightens. "That's not what I said." "No," I agree. "It's just what you're trying to act like." I hold his gaze. "Don't look away. Don't back down." "You said acting on it has consequences," I continue. "Fine. So does not acting on it." He studies me, slower now, more deliberate. "What do you want from me?" he asks. The question is quieter this time, less defensive, more real. "Pick a side," I say. His expression doesn't change. "You think it's that simple?" "I think you're making it more complicated so you don't have to choose." "That's not—" "Yes, it is," I cut in. "Because if it was just strategy, you'd already be moving." Silence stretches between us, but this time it doesn't feel like distance. It feels like pressure, building, tightening, forcing something to give. You see it, I say, softer now. You see exactly what they're doing. His eyes stay on mine. And you're still standing here pretending you don't have a stake in it. I do have a stake, he says, then act like it. That's not how power works, he replies. Then what's the point of having it? I fire back. That hits. I can see it in the way his posture shifts, just slightly, like something in the foundation moved. I don't stop. I can't. Tell me something, I say, my voice dropping. If it wasn't my village, would you still be standing here thinking about it? He doesn't answer. Or would you have already decided? His gaze sharpens. That's not fair. I don't care, I say. None of this is fair. I take another step closer, close enough now that I can feel the heat of him, the subtle shift in the air between us. You said this doesn't benefit you, I continue. So I'll make it simple. My chest tightens, but I don't stop. Do I? The words hang there, heavier than anything else I've said. His expression changes. Not much, but enough. Because if I don't, I add, quieter now, then stop pretending this is about strategy. His jaw tightens. That's not. Then what is it? I press. He doesn't answer. Of course he doesn't. Because this isn't about villages anymore. Not really. It's about him, about what he chooses to be, and whether I'm part of that or not. I hold his gaze. Wait, not backing down, not moving. You don't get both, I say finally. You don't get to see what's happening and do nothing, and then turn around and pretend you're different from the rest of them. That lands harder than anything else. And still, he doesn't walk away.
Chapter 18. Heir. The doors to my father's chamber open the way they always do, slow enough to remind you that you're entering on his terms, not yours. Stone grinds against stone somewhere deep in the walls, the sound low and deliberate, and the air that slips through the widening gap carries that familiar metallic edge of contained magic. It settles at the back of my throat as I step forward before the opening is complete, forcing the mechanism to accommodate me instead of the other way around. My father doesn't acknowledge it. He's seated behind the long obsidian table, one hand resting flat against the surface, fingers moving idly as if tracing lines only he can see. The room is too still, too controlled, everything placed with intention, and nothing wasted on comfort. Even the light feels restrained, cold, clean, revealing nothing it doesn't have to. "Virginian," he says at last, without looking up. "You're early. I need to speak with you. You always do." His gaze lifts slowly, and when it settles on me, it isn't curiosity or even irritation. It's assessment. He's already measuring the value of this conversation before I've begun, deciding how much of his time I'm worth. Make it brief. I don't sit. I don't move further into the room than necessary. There are coordinated attacks along the outer supply routes, I say, letting the words land clean without dressing them. They're not random. They're pushing inward. I've seen the reports. His tone doesn't shift, and something in my chest tightens at the lack of reaction. Then you know what it means. I know what it looks like. I step closer, just enough to shift the angle between us. Krago is positioning. He's cutting outer villages, forcing supply routes to bend, thinning support before he escalates. My father leans back slightly, the movement unhurried, like he's adjusting to something mildly inconvenient rather than significant. His fingers still against the stone, and the room feels tighter for it. "And?" The word lands flat, stripped of urgency. "And we should respond before he reaches the central plains," I say. "Deploy a targeted force. Disrupt the advance before it consolidates." He doesn't answer immediately. His gaze drifts past me for a moment, as if considering something more interesting, then returns with the same indifference. No. The refusal is clean. Final. I hold his gaze, waiting for more, but none comes. That's not a sufficient response. It is, he replies, because it's final. The irritation hits faster this time, sharper, but I keep it contained. You're underestimating the scale of this. No, my father says calmly, folding his hands now, stilling them completely. You're overestimating the value of what's being lost. There's no pause, no hesitation in it. Just fact, delivered the way he delivers everything, without weight, because to him there isn't any. Outer villages are expendable, he continues. They exist to be consumed. That is their function. They're part of the supply chain, I counter, keeping my voice even. They're a replaceable part of it. They're still part of it. And they will be replaced, he says, as they always are. I close the remaining distance between us, stopping at the edge of the table. The stone is cold under my fingertips when I rest my hand against it, grounding the tension before it has a chance to show. This isn't isolated, I say. If he keeps pushing inward. If, my father cuts in, the single word slicing cleanly through the rest. I go still. He watches me now, fully engaged, though not in the way I want. This isn't attention. It's correction. You're reacting to a possibility as if it has already occurred, he says. That's not strategy. It's projection based on observable pattern. It's fear dressed as foresight. The words land with precision, and I feel the reaction before I suppress it. Something tightening low and sharp that I refuse to let surface. This isn't fear, I say. No, he replies, tilting his head slightly. Then what is it? The answer sits there, immediate and unusable. I choose another. Efficiency, I say. Stopping escalation before it requires greater resources. My father studies me longer this time, his gaze lingering in a way that suggests he's looking past the words instead of at them. Convincing, he says. If it were true. It is true. No, he replies. It's convenient. That word lands harder than the rest because it's closer to something I haven't fully named yet. You're not wrong about the pattern, he continues, almost casually now. But you're wrong about the response. And what response would you suggest? None. The simplicity of it settles like a weight rather than a solution. Let it play out, he says. If it escalates, we adjust. If it doesn't, we conserve. That's reactive. That's controlled. It's passive. It's efficient. The words move between us like pieces already placed, neither of us shifting position, neither giving ground. You're asking for military deployment based on projection, he says, against an enemy that hasn't reached anything that matters. It will. Then we act when it does. That's too late. It's optimal. I study him, really study him, and the realization comes quieter this time, less like impact and more like something settling into place. He isn't ignoring the pattern. He sees it, understands it, and still chooses this response because it aligns with everything that has worked before. That's the problem. You're relying on precedent, I say. I am. Precedent doesn't apply to Crego. It applies to everything, he replies. You're choosing not to see that. I exhale slowly, pulling my hand back from the table before the tension in it becomes visible. You're making a mistake, I say. My father smiles slightly, the expression faint and entirely unbothered. Then learn from it. That's the end of it. Not because the conversation is resolved, but because he's finished with it. There's no escalation, no argument, just a quiet closing of the space where this could have gone differently. I incline my head just enough to acknowledge the dismissal without conceding anything. As you wish. He doesn't respond. His attention has already shifted elsewhere. I turn and leave. The doors close behind me with that same slow, grinding certainty, sealing the room off like nothing inside it ever needed to matter beyond its walls. The corridor feels sharper when I step into it, the air cooler against my skin, the silence carrying more weight than it did before. Expected. Scott's voice meets me before I see him. I don't stop immediately, letting a few more steps carry me forward before I slow enough for him to fall into place beside me. No, I say. It wasn't. It should have been. That doesn't make it correct. No, he agrees. It makes it predictable. I stop then, turning slightly to face him. He stands the same way he always does. Hands behind his back, posture unobtrusive, presence controlled to the point of invisibility, unless you're looking for it. What now? I ask. He watches me for a moment, measuring in his own way. You've been denied direct action, he says. That limits your approach. It limits my authority. Yes. That lands clean. No argument, no softening. I hold his gaze. Then I find another way. Something shifts in his expression, subtle but there. Good.
Chapter 19. Lyria. The first time I step into one of their planning rooms, I expect it to feel different, like something in the air should mark it as more important than the rest of the estate. Instead, it's the same kind of quiet I've learned to recognize everywhere here. Controlled, deliberate, as if even sound is allowed only when it serves a purpose. The air is cooler than the corridors, dry enough that it pulls at the back of my throat, and the long obsidian table at the center of the room reflects the dim overhead light like a sheet of dark water. I slow just enough at the threshold to take it in before stepping fully inside, aware of how out of place I am in a way that doesn't need to be spoken. It shows in the way my boots sound too loud against the stone, in the way I keep my hands still so I don't draw attention to them, in the way the space seems to hold itself tighter around me as if deciding whether I belong. I don't. That part is obvious. What matters is that I'm here anyway. Scott stands at the far end of the table with several parchments laid out in precise alignment, each one positioned as if the spacing between them matters as much as the contents written across them. He doesn't look up immediately, but I can feel the moment he registers me, the subtle shift in his posture giving it away even before he speaks. "You came," he says. "You told me to." "That's not why you're here." He's right, and we both know it. I don't answer him, stepping closer instead, letting the faint scent of ink and treated parchment settle in my lungs. It's different from the garden, less alive, more constructed, like everything in this room exists because someone decided it should, and not because it grew that way. Ver stands opposite him, one hand resting against the edge of the table, his posture still but not idle. There's focus in the way he looks at me when I lift my gaze, something sharper than before, like he's no longer just observing, but actively measuring where I fit in what's about to happen. "You're late," he says. "I'm working." "You were." I lift a brow slightly, meeting his gaze without flinching. "And now I'm here." That earns a brief shift in his expression, acknowledgement more than reaction, before his attention moves back to the table. Scott takes that as his cue to begin, sliding one of the parchments forward with a controlled motion that draws both of our focus down. "These are the houses most exposed to outer supply disruption," he says, tapping lightly against the surface. Keshivar, Drenhal, Varoith, all heavily invested in agricultural intake. The names mean more than they should to me now, not because I've known them long, but because I understand what they represent. Influence, control. The kind of power that decides whether places like my home exist or disappear without anyone noticing. They won't care about villages, I say, my voice steady as I look over the parchment. They don't need to, Ver replies without hesitation. I glance up at him, catching the way his focus sharpens slightly as he continues. They need to care about loss, he says, and they need to believe that loss is something they could have prevented. The distinction settles quickly, reshaping the way I look at the names in front of me. Scott shifts slightly, his hands moving behind his back again as he watches me think. Not fear, he adds, anticipating where the thought would go next. Offence. I frown, glancing between them. That's not the same thing. No, he says. It's stronger. I lean forward, resting my fingertips lightly against the edge of the table, letting the cold surface anchor me as I work through it. Fear makes people hesitate, I say slowly. Offence makes them react. Exactly, Ver says. My attention drops back to the parchment, but I'm not reading anymore. I'm mapping connections, not roots this time, but relationships, priorities, pressure points that aren't written down, but still shape everything. If you want them to move, I say, tracing one of the names lightly with my finger, it can't just look like they're losing something. It has to look like someone is taking it from them. Scott's gaze sharpens. Go on. Keshivar controls grain distribution from the northern routes, I continue. If those routes are being hit, they're not just losing supply, they're losing control of that region. And control is status, Ver adds. And if they lose it, I say, looking up again, someone else can take it. That lands the way I expect it to. Neither of them interrupts this time. Drenhall is tied to livestock, I go on, shifting slightly along the table. They rely on consistency. If their contracts start slipping, they don't just lose product, they lose credibility. That spreads faster than the loss itself. Ver nods once, his attention fully on me now. And Voroith? They're new, I say, the answer coming easier the more I think through it. Still building their position, that makes them unstable. Any disruption looks bigger to them than it actually is, which means they'll react faster and louder than the others. Scott moves a step closer, adjusting one of the parchments slightly, as if aligning it with what I've just said. Which makes them useful. Which makes them dangerous, I correct, glancing at him. If they overreact too early, it looks suspicious. Then we don't let it look like they're the first, Ver says. I nod slowly. Right. They just need to be the loudest once it starts. There's a shift in the room then, subtle but real, like the space itself is tightening around the direction this is taking. I straighten slightly, letting my hand fall back to my side. You don't go to them directly, I say. If you do, they'll question it. Then how do we reach them? Ver asks. I meet his gaze. You don't reach them, I say. You let them hear it. He watches me for a second, then nods once. Rumours. Not obvious ones, I say. Not something that looks planted. It has to feel like something they weren't supposed to hear. Scott's expression shifts slightly, approval there even if he doesn't say it outright. Servants, I continue. Guards, merchants moving between houses. You let the right people hear the wrong conversation and trust them to carry it where it needs to go. And what exactly are they hearing? Ver asks. I lean forward again, bracing my hand lightly against the table as I answer. They're hearing that Krago isn't just attacking villages, I say. He's walking through territory that's supposed to be controlled and taking what he wants without resistance. Ver's eyes narrow slightly, following the line of thought. You frame it like failure, he says. No, I correct. You frame it like disrespect. The word settles heavier than the rest, and I see the way it lands with both of them. These routes aren't just supply lines, I continue. They're proof of control. If someone can break through them and keep going, then it doesn't just mean loss, it means the control was never real to begin with. That they've been exposed, Scott says. Yes, I reply, and no one here is going to tolerate that. Ver exhales slowly, something shifting in the way he stands, the stillness in him turning into something more focused, more deliberate. They'll respond to that, he says. They'll have to, I answer. Scott inclines his head once, satisfied. That's enough to start pressure. It's enough to start movement, I correct. He doesn't argue. The room feels sharper now, like everything in it has aligned around a single direction. I step back slightly from the table, the cold of the stone lingering against my fingertips as I pull away. So what happens when they start reacting? I ask. Ver answers without hesitation this time. We give them direction. How? We make it clear where the threat is and what needs to be done about it, he says. They'll align themselves accordingly. I study him for a moment, watching the way he says it, the way this has already become real to him in a way it wasn't before. And when they do? I ask. His gaze holds mine. Then I move. The certainty in that lands somewhere deep, settling into something that feels dangerously close to relief. This is actually happening. The realization shifts something in me before I can stop it, and the words come out before I've fully decided to say them. Then I'm coming with you. Both of them go still. Ver's response is immediate. No. I don't back down. Yes. That's not an option. It is if you want me to stop guessing, I say, stepping closer again, refusing to let him shut it down. You're going out there to deal with this. I'm not staying here waiting for someone else to tell me what happened. It's not safe. I let out a quiet breath, something close to a laugh slipping through before I can stop it. None of this is safe. That's different. No, it's not, I say. It's just farther away from where you can see it. He steps closer, the space between us narrowing in a way that pulls the air tight with it. You don't understand what that means. I understand exactly what it means, I reply, holding his gaze. It means I stop hearing about it secondhand and start seeing what's actually happening. That's not your role. Then what is? I ask. He doesn't answer. Of course he doesn't. I'm already part of this, I continue, quieter now, but no less firm. You brought me into it the second you didn't walk away. That's not... It is, I cut in. You don't get to involve me when it suits you, and then decide I don't belong when it matters. The words hang there, not fragile, not uncertain, solid in a way I don't think I've ever sounded before. So don't stand there and tell me I don't get a say in what happens next, I add. He doesn't move, doesn't step back, doesn't leave, and that's enough to tell me I've already changed something. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 20. Ver. The summons arrives faster than it should, and that alone is enough to put me on edge before I even touch it. When the courier steps in front of me, he doesn't speak immediately, just holds the parchment out with both hands, like it carries more weight than it should. His eyes never lift past my shoulder, and that tells me more than anything written inside it will. I take it without slowing, the paper colder than expected against my fingers, the wax seal pressed deep enough to leave a faint ridge along the surface. My father doesn't rush decisions, and he doesn't send them this quickly, unless the outcome serves him more than it serves anyone else. I break the seal with my thumb as I walk, scanning the contents in a single pass, then again more slowly as the shape of it settles. Authorization granted. Expedition approved under your command. No explanation. No conditions written out. No visible constraint. I let out a quiet breath through my nose, folding the parchment once, then again with more care than necessary. Of course, I mutter, more to the structure of it than the words themselves, because this isn't agreement, it's positioning. Scott falls into step beside me without needing to be called, his presence aligning with mine like he was already moving in this direction before I started. He doesn't ask for the parchment right away, just glances at it once before extending his hand. "Good news?" he asks, tone neutral, though his attention sharpens slightly. "Define good," I reply, handing it over without breaking stride. He reads it quickly, then again more deliberately, his eyes tracking the short lines as if there's something between them he expects to find. When he looks back up, there's no surprise in his expression, only confirmation. "He agreed," Scott says. "Yes." "That was faster than expected." "Yes." We walk in silence for several steps, the corridor stretching long and narrow ahead of us, the stone walls holding the cool air in place. Our footsteps echo softly, controlled, each one measured without effort. "He didn't change his mind," Scott says after a moment, handing the parchment back. "No," I reply, folding it again and slipping it into my sleeve. "He didn't." Scott's gaze shifts slightly, more focused now. "This is a test." "Yes." He expects failure. "Yes." "And you're going anyway." I glance at him briefly, then forward again. "Yes." There's no hesitation in it, and he doesn't question it. He already understands the alternative, and so do I. If I don't take this, then I've already lost whatever this was meant to measure. We turn down the next corridor, the light shifting as we move deeper into the estate, the air growing drier, sharper, carrying that faint metallic taste that never quite leaves these inner halls. "What kind of support?" Scott asks, his voice low enough that it doesn't carry beyond us. "Enough to justify the order," I say. "Not enough to guarantee success." "Numbers?" "Small unit. Specialized." He nods once, absorbing it. "Containment expectations." "Failure expectations," I correct, glancing at him again. He doesn't argue, because he knows the difference. I slow slightly as the corridor opens toward the training grounds, the distant sound of steel striking steel carrying through the air, rhythmic and controlled. The scent shifts too. Oil, metal, sweat, all of it familiar, all of it grounded in something real. "This isn't about the orcs," I say, my gaze drifting toward the source of the sound. "No," Scott replies. "It's about you." "Whether I succeed without support," I add, watching a pair of soldiers move through drills in the distance. "Or fail with it." I let that settle for a moment, the structure of it aligning cleanly in my mind. The parameters are clear. The expectation is clearer. Good. That makes this simple. "Then we don't play it the way he expects," I say, turning back toward the interior halls. Scott's expression shifts just slightly, approval without display. "No," he agrees. "We don't." By the time I reach the assembly hall, the change in atmosphere is immediate. Conversations taper off as I enter, not abruptly, but enough that I can feel the shift in attention without needing to look for it. The room is built for presence rather than comfort. High ceilings amplifying every movement, banners hanging in precise intervals along the walls, each one marking allegiance rather than decoration. The air carries the lingering scent of oil and sharpened steel, layered over stone that never quite loses its chill. Several officers stand gathered near the center, their postures tightening just slightly when they register me. It isn't fear, and it isn't deference in the way lower ranks show it. It's awareness, controlled, but immediate. "You've heard," I say as I step into the space, letting my voice carry just enough to reach them without effort. Kareth shifts forward, his expression composed, though his shoulders square more fully as he addresses me. "We've heard there's a deployment," he says. "There is." "Scale?" he asks, his tone even, but his gaze sharp. "Limited," I reply. A few of the others exchange brief glances, quick enough to miss if you aren't looking for them. I am. "Objective?" another asks from the side. "Interception and disruption of advancing orc forces along the northern routes," I say, keeping my tone level. "Command structure?" "I lead." That lands differently. Kareth studies me more closely now, his head tilting just slightly. "Support?" "Minimal." There's no masking it, no attempt to soften the reality of what this is. "This is a proving action," he says, the words careful, chosen. "It's an opportunity," I correct, meeting his gaze directly. His jaw tightens just enough to show he understands the distinction. Around him, the others shift, recalibrating without speaking. "Selection?" another officer asks. "I choose the unit," I say. That ends any further discussion on that point. No one argues. No one questions it again. "Prepare your recommendations," I continue, stepping further into the room. "I'll review them personally." They nod, one after another, already turning toward movement. "Timeline?" Kareth asks, his voice lower now. Immediate. That changes the energy in the room. It sharpens everything, compresses the space between action and preparation. "Understood," he says. They disperse quickly. No wasted motion, no unnecessary conversation. That's why they're here. That's why I'll use them. I find her where I expect to. The garden hasn't changed, but the way it feels does. The air is warmer here, thick with the scent of damp soil and crushed leaves. The faint sweetness of blooming plants layered over something more grounded. She's in the same row as before, hands deep in the soil, movement steady but carrying tension just beneath the surface, like she's holding something in place instead of letting it settle. "Cutter," I say as I approach. She doesn't look up immediately, finishing the motion she's in before she straightens, brushing her hands against her skirt. Dark streaks of soil mark the fabric, and she doesn't seem to notice. "You're early," she says, her tone even, though her eyes are already searching my face. "You're coming with me," I reply. That gets her attention. Her head lifts fully, eyes locking onto mine, something sharp flashing there before it settles into something more controlled. "That wasn't a yes," she says. "It is now." She steps closer, her brow tightening slightly. "What changed?" "My father approved the expedition," I say. Her expression shifts, not with surprise but recognition. "And?" "And it's a test," I reply. A breath leaves her, quiet and dry. "Of course it is." "Yes." She studies me for a moment, her gaze steady. "So you're walking into a setup?" "Yes." "And you're still going?" "Yes." She shakes her head once, a small, sharp movement. "All right," she says. "Then I'm definitely coming." "You are." She stills at that, her eyes narrowing slightly. You're not arguing? No. Why? Because you're useful, I say, holding her gaze. The word lands clean, and I watch the reaction pass through her before she controls it. Useful how? She asks, her tone sharper now. Strategically, I reply. You see patterns others don't. You recognize pressure points they ignore. And that's enough to bring me into this? It's enough to justify your presence, I say. Her jaw tightens, but she doesn't step back. That's not the same thing. No, I agree. It isn't. She holds my gaze, something else building behind it now. Say it properly, she says. I tilt my head slightly. Say what? That I matter to this, she says. There it is. Not strategy, not politics. Something else entirely. I watch her for a moment, measuring the weight of the question against what I'm willing to give. You matter to the outcome, I say. It isn't what she asked for, and we both know it. She studies me anyway, searching for something I don't offer, then exhales slowly. Fine. It isn't agreement. It isn't refusal. It's enough. Be ready, I add. We leave soon. She nods once, no hesitation, no second thought. I turn to leave, but her voice stops me. You're not doing this for them, she says. I glance back over my shoulder. No. For him. No. She watches me, her expression unreadable for a moment. Then why? I hold her gaze just long enough. Because I don't lose, I say. By the time I return to the inner halls, the structure is already forming. Names move through the corridors ahead of me, carried in quiet conversations, unit assignments taking shape before they're formally declared. Everything is aligning into something that resembles stability, even if the foundation beneath it is intentionally weakened. Everything is in motion, Scott says as he steps into place beside me again. Good. You've accepted the terms. I've acknowledged them, I reply, glancing toward him. That's not the same thing. No, I agree. It's not. I look toward the far end of the hall, where the path leads beyond the estate, toward the routes already shifting under pressure. This was meant to limit me, I say. Yes. It won't. Scott's expression shifts slightly, something closer to approval now. No, he says. It won't. I let that settle as I continue forward, the shape of it fully clear now. This isn't his game anymore.
Chapter 21. Lyria. The air out here doesn't sit still the way it does inside the estate. It moves, carries things with it, dust, heat, the sharp tang of trampled grass and distant smoke that never quite leaves the back of my throat no matter how slowly I breathe. The road beneath us isn't really a road anymore, just a worn strip of packed earth carved out by years of wagons and feet moving in the same direction, and even that is breaking apart in places where too many have passed too quickly. I walk ahead of them. Not far. Just enough. You're drifting too close to the ridge. I call over my shoulder without stopping. Pull left. That ground won't hold under weight. There's a pause behind me, brief, uncertain, then the sound of shifting armour and adjusting steps as the front line corrects. Metal brushes against metal, leather creaks, boots scrape against dirt that's already too loose. Based on what? One of the soldiers calls. I don't turn around. Based on the way it's cracking under your feet, I answer. Or you can wait until it gives and find out the hard way. That gets a quiet snort from somewhere in the line, but they move anyway. Good. I adjust my pace slightly, scanning ahead, letting my eyes track the slope of the land instead of the path itself. The ground here dips unevenly, subtle shifts that don't look like anything until you've walked them enough times to know where water settles, where roots rot, where weight sinks instead of holds. "You've been through here before?" another voice asks, closer now. "Not this exact stretch," I say. "Close enough." That's not reassuring. It's not supposed to be. That earns a low chuckle, the kind that carries more respect than the earlier hesitation did. Behind me, I can feel Heir's presence without looking. It's different from the estate. Less contained, more alert. Like he's not just existing in the space, but actively measuring it, adjusting to something that doesn't move according to his rules. Good. He needs to. We crest a shallow rise, and the land opens up slightly beyond it, fields stretching out in uneven patches of green and brown, where crops were either harvested too early or left to dry out entirely. A fence runs along the far edge, half collapsed in places, the wood splintered and weathered. "Stop," I say, lifting a hand. The line halts behind me, not instantly, but fast enough. I crouch slightly, pressing my fingers into the soil near the edge of the path. It's still warm from the day's heat, but beneath that it's too loose, recently disturbed. "Tracks," someone mutters behind me. "Yes," I say, brushing dirt aside to expose the impressions more clearly. "But not ours." I trace the edge of one with my finger, feeling the depth of it. "Too deep for light movement," I continue. "Too scattered for formation." "Orcs?" another asks. I shake my head, pushing back to my feet. "No," I say. "Too disorganized." That earns a pause. "Then what?" "People running," I reply. That lands heavier. I straighten fully, scanning the horizon again, letting my eyes adjust to the way the land opens and closes in uneven waves. "They passed through fast," I add. "Didn't stop." "From what?" someone asks. I don't answer that, because we already know. "Keep moving," Heir says behind me, his voice cutting through the moment cleanly. "Stay tight." The line shifts again, more controlled this time. I move forward without waiting. We reach the first settlement just past midday, or what's left of it. The smell hits first. Burned wood, damp ash, something sharper underneath it that I don't let myself name right away. The buildings are still standing for the most part, but the doors are broken in, the windows shattered, and the ground is littered with things people didn't have time to carry. "Slow," I say quietly, lifting a hand again. This time, they don't question it. Good. I step into the edge of the village, boots crunching lightly over debris, eyes moving constantly. Doorways, rooftops, the space between structures where someone could still be hiding. "Anyone here?" one of the soldiers calls out. "Don't shout," I snap, sharper than I mean to. He flinches slightly, then nods. "Right." I move toward the nearest structure, pushing the door open slowly with the back of my hand. It creaks, the sound too loud in the stillness, and I pause just inside the threshold, letting my eyes adjust to the dim interior. Empty, but not abandoned long. There's still warmth in the air, still the faint scent of cooked grain and smoke that hasn't fully settled. "They left recently," I say over my shoulder. "How can you tell?" the same soldier asks. I gesture toward the table. "Food's still out," I say. "Not spoiled yet." He steps closer, looking, then nods. "All right." I step back outside, scanning the rest of the settlement. "They didn't take everything," I add. "That means they didn't plan to leave." "So they were forced," he says. "Yes." A shift moves through the group behind me, subtle but real. Not fear, awareness. "Where would they go?" Heir asks. I turn slightly, meeting his gaze. "Depends how much warning they had," I say. "If it was sudden, they'll head for the nearest cover, tree lines, river bends, anything that breaks sight lines. And if it wasn't?" "They'll follow the old routes," I reply. "The ones not marked anymore, but still remembered." He studies me for a moment. You can track that? Yes. He nods once. Then we follow them. I shake my head. Not all of us. That gets his attention. Explain. I step closer to the centre of the group, gesturing slightly to the surrounding area. If you move the entire force through here, you slow down, I say. Too many bodies, too much noise, and you risk missing them entirely if they've already split. And your solution? He asks. Small group, I say. Fast, quiet. And the rest? I glance back toward the fields. They secure what's left, I reply. Set up supply recovery, check structures, make sure nothing here turns into a problem later. One of the officers shifts. That divides the force. Yes, I say. That's risky. So is doing nothing, I reply, meeting his gaze. He hesitates, then looks to Heir. Of course he does. I don't look at Heir and I don't need to, because if he's going to trust me... This is where it starts. There's a pause, long enough that I can feel the weight of it settling over the group, pressing in from all sides. Then, do it, Heir says. Simple, clean, final. I exhale slowly, not letting the relief show. All right, I say, turning back to the group. You... I point to 3 of them, quick and decisive. With me. The rest of you stay here and follow his orders. They move without arguing. That's new. We move faster once we leave the main group. Quieter too. The land shifts as we move, fields giving way to uneven patches of brush and low trees. The ground softer here, holding tracks longer if you know where to look. Here, I say, crouching again. One of them steps closer. I don't see anything. Look closer, I reply, brushing aside a thin layer of leaves. There, faint. But there. Footprints, he says. Yes. Small. Children, I say. That lands differently. Keep moving, I add, pushing back to my feet. We follow the trail as it bends toward a shallow tree line, the air cooler here, the shade thick enough to dull the heat pressing down from above. The scent shifts too, less ash, more damp earth, crushed leaves underfoot. Someone's here, I say quietly. How do you know? Another asks. I gesture toward the ground. Too quiet, I reply. No animals, no movement. They go still behind me. Good. I step forward slowly, hands open, voice low. We're not here to hurt you, I call out. Nothing. Then, a rustle, small, sharp. There, one of the soldiers whispers. I see it, I murmur. I step closer, careful, controlled. It's all right, I say, softer now. You can come out. Another pause. Then, a figure shifts from behind a cluster of brush. Thin, dirty, eyes wide. A child. More movement follows. Others, not many, but enough. They're alive, one of the soldiers breathes. Yes, I say. I crouch slightly, lowering myself to their level. You came from the village, I say gently. The child nods. Anyone hurt? Another nod. Where? A small hand lifts, pointing deeper into the trees. I glance back at the soldiers. Go, I say, carefully. They move immediately, no hesitation. I stay where I am, watching the group slowly emerge from hiding, their movements cautious, uncertain. It's all right, I repeat, softer now. You're safe. For now. When we return, Heir is already moving through the village, issuing orders with a precision that's sharper than before, more focused, less contained by the structure he came from. He looks up when I approach. What did you find? Survivors, I say. Not many. Some injured. His jaw tightens slightly. Good work, he says. I nod once. Then, they'll need structure, I add. Food distribution, shelter organisation, someone coordinating movement so they don't scatter again. He watches me. Then do it, he says.
Chapter 22. Heir. By sunset, the village smells like wet ash, blood, and boiled grain. The smoke from the cook fires hangs low because the air has gone still, flattening everything beneath a sky streaked copper and bruised violet, and the whole settlement feels like it's holding itself together by habit more than strength. Broken fences lean at bad angles. One roof has been patched with a cart tarp and tied down with rope that used to harness a mule. Someone is crying in one of the houses, not loudly, not theatrically, just with the dull, exhausted rhythm of a body that has run out of places to put its grief. My soldiers move through it all in dark shapes and sharpened steel, too clean against the ruin, too hard-edged for a place built by hands that plant more than they fight. And in the middle of it, somehow, the humans are reorganizing themselves, not waiting, not begging, not collapsing into the chaos they should by every reasonable measure be collapsing into. They are moving. I stand near what used to be the village well and watch Lyria turn the remains of panic into structure, with nothing but her voice, her hands, and the kind of authority that doesn't announce itself before it takes hold. She's dirt-streaked from the knees down, hair half freed from her scarf and catching the last light like a banked coal. But none of that softens the precision of what she's doing. She points once, and 3 women carry water toward the house nearest the tree line. She says something low to an old man with one arm bound against his chest, and he nods, then redirects 2 boys hauling broken planks toward the larger central shed. She touches the shoulder of a young mother whose face is gray with shock, speaks too quietly for me to hear, and the woman gathers herself enough to hand her child to someone else and join the others sorting grain from debris. It doesn't look efficient. That's what bothers me first. No shouted commands. No strict lines. No visible threat if someone hesitates. They speak over one another, adjust in motion, exchange tools without asking permission from anyone I can identify as in charge, and somehow the work keeps moving anyway. It should be disorder. It should slow itself to death. Instead, it spreads, each task feeding the next, as if the whole thing is less a command structure than a current. Kareth steps up beside me, following my line of sight. They're ignoring sequence, he says quietly. Yes. He waits half a breath. Do we stop them? I don't answer immediately. A group of villagers is unloading salvaged grain sacks from a half-burned storehouse, passing them hand to hand in a crooked line that should be collapsing under its own poor spacing. One soldier at the end of it opens his mouth to correct them, then stops when Lyria catches his arm, says something, and shifts him 2 places down the chain instead. The line tightens. The pace increases. Grain that would have taken twice as long to move under formal loading structure begins disappearing into shelter faster than I would have expected. No, I say at last. Kareth glances at me. That's not how we usually run stabilization. I'm aware. His mouth tightens slightly, not in defiance, just in habit. Usually we establish command first. We have command. With respect, my lord, it doesn't look like it. I turn my head just enough to meet his eyes. Then your problem is visual. He goes still. Good. But he isn't wrong, and I know he isn't wrong, which is precisely why I don't enjoy hearing it. This does not look like control. It looks permeable. It looks improvisational. It looks dangerously close to trust. And yet the numbers in front of me are impossible to ignore. Since we arrived, water distribution is stable. The wounded have been separated by severity without anyone having to be told twice. A salvage pile has become 3. Usable timber, food stores, burned debris. The surviving livestock has been counted, tied off, and moved into the lee of a barn wall before I even gave the order to consider it. All of it happened in less time than it would have taken one of my officers to issue formal assignments and hear them repeated back. It irritates me how much I respect that. Lyria crosses the square toward me at a brisk pace, carrying a ledger board she must have found somewhere, one thumb holding a scrap of charcoal against the edge. "If you've got 6 soldiers who aren't doing anything useful, I need them at the West houses," she says, before she even stops. Her voice is roughened by smoke and overuse, but steady. 2 roofs won't hold through the night, and if the wind shifts, we'll lose what little warmth's left in those rooms. Kareth blinks at her. I don't. "You're giving orders to my officers now?" I ask. "I'm giving you information faster than you're getting it on your own," she replies, not even pretending to soften it. Her eyes flick to Kareth, then back to me. "Do you want the houses standing by dark or not?" Kareth's brows rise a fraction. He looks scandalized, which I would enjoy more if I weren't busy noticing she's right. "How many?" I ask. "6 is enough if they listen," she says. 8 if they need to argue first. Something very close to a smile threatens at the edge of my mouth. I don't let it happen. "Kareth," I say. He straightens. "My lord." "Take 6. He hesitates just long enough to make his discomfort visible. "Under whose direction?" Lyria turns her head and looks at him with the kind of patience people reserve for the painfully slow. "The roof's direction," she says. "It's the one leaking." I hear a choked sound from somewhere behind us that might be a soldier trying not to laugh. Kareth does not appreciate it. He looks to me again, waiting for correction, rescue, hierarchy, something that puts the world back into a shape he recognizes. "Her direction," I say. His jaw tightens. "Understood." He leaves without further argument, though not without stiffness, and Lyria shifts the ledger board against her hip before turning back toward the square. I catch her wrist before she can move away. It isn't rough. It doesn't need to be. "You're enjoying that," I say. She glances down at my hand, then up at me. There's soot along the side of her face, and a fine sheen of sweat at her throat. "A little." "You should hide it better." "You should stop assigning men who think helping a leaking roof is beneath them." The answer lands cleanly enough that I let go instead of responding immediately. She rubs at the place where I held her, not because I hurt her, but because she notices everything and answers small contact with smaller defiance. "They're trained for order," I say, "and these people are trained for surviving things without it," she replies. "Those are not the same skill." She starts to turn away again. "Lyria." That stops her, not because of the word itself, but because I use her name where someone else might have used a rank, or a title, or nothing at all. "What?" she asks. I lower my voice a fraction. "Explain it to me." She studies me, searching for mockery, probably, or impatience. I give her neither. Around us, the village keeps moving. A child coughing somewhere behind the well, the slap of wet cloth against a wounded man's arm, the murmur of women dividing grain by handfuls and need instead of inventory count. Finally, she exhales and shifts the board to her other arm. "You're looking at it like labor," she says, "like individual tasks that need controlling." That is what it is. "No," she says, "that's what your soldiers are." I feel my spine go a little straighter at that, more from interest than offense. "Go on." She gestures toward the square with the charcoal in her hand. "They're not waiting for one person to assign every little thing, because they already know what keeps people alive. If somebody sees water running low, they carry more. If somebody sees a child alone, they put them with whoever can still stand and keep watch. If one house has extra blankets and another has none, nobody sits around waiting for a chain of command to bless the obvious. That invites inconsistency. It invites speed," she counters. And when you don't have enough hands, speed matters more. I glance toward the west end of the village where Kareth and 6 soldiers are already hauling salvaged planks toward the damaged roofs. They're moving awkwardly, more because they resent the task than because they're incapable of it, and 2 women are directing them with all the fearlessness of people too exhausted to care about caste boundaries anymore. They're not separating labor cleanly, I say. Because they can't afford to, she replies. You keep thinking in categories. Fighter, laborer, healer, carrier. Out here, people do what's in front of them, or they lose time they don't have. I look back at her. That sounds sloppy. It is sloppy, she says. It's also effective. That bothers me because I hear the truth in it before I can reject it. A shout goes up near the eastern sheds. Not panic. Urgency. Lyria turns before the sound finishes, already moving. That'll be the livestock gate, she says. How do you know that? Because that's the sound people make when an animal decides it wants freedom more than they want dinner. She starts walking. Come on. I follow, because apparently that is who I am now. We reach the eastern sheds in time to see exactly one half-starved goat trying to wedge itself through a broken slat, while a boy no older than 12 clings to its neck with grim, doomed commitment. 2 soldiers stand nearby, looking like they're debating whether this falls within military jurisdiction. One of them is Dareth, who has killed men in close quarters, and currently seems less prepared for a goat than for blood magic. Lyria puts 2 fingers in her mouth and whistles sharp enough to cut through the noise. The goat startles. The boy nearly loses his grip. She catches the animal by the horn, twists just enough to redirect its momentum, and plants her heel against the fence post while the boy slams the loose slat back into place. There, she says, breathing a little harder now. See? No war lost. The boy lets out a shaky laugh. One of the soldiers actually smiles. Dareth looks at me as if expecting formal judgment on the tactical implications of goat containment. I stare at him until he decides to find something else to do. Lyria turns to the boy. How many left? 4, he says, swallowing hard. 1 limps. Then don't pen the limper near the gate, she says. It'll get shoved and you'll lose it. He nods fast. She points at the 2 soldiers. You. Water trough. Fill it. Then stack feed sacks along that side so they can't break the boards again. The taller one blinks. Us? Yes. You, she says. Unless you know a more decorative use for your hands. He looks to me. Do it, I say. They move. Lyria watches them for a second, making sure they actually obey, then wipes the back of her wrist across her forehead and starts back toward the square. I fall into step beside her. You talk to them like they're already yours, I say. She snorts softly. No. I talk to them like they want to get through the night. That isn't enough for discipline. It is for cooperation, she says. You keep treating those like enemies. I let the silence sit for a few paces, not because I don't have a response, but because I do, and I'm not certain I believe it, as much as I would have yesterday. The ground is uneven here, scattered with straw and splintered wood, and the smell of the cook fires deepens as the temperature drops. Hunger sharpens with nightfall. So does fear. Usually that makes control easier. People get smaller when they're scared, more obedient, more grateful for structure that feels stronger than they do. These humans are doing something else. They are making one another stronger. It is an unsettling thing to watch. Back in the square, Kareth has his 6 on the west houses, and to his credit, has stopped fighting the shape of the work long enough to improve it. Instead of pulling all the soldiers onto one roof at a time, he split them into pairs. 1 soldier, 1 villager, each pair working a separate weak point under the direction of whichever resident knows the house best. It still looks inelegant. It also means 3 structures are being stabilized at once. He comes down from a ladder when he sees me approach. dust streaks one side of his face, and there's a fresh tear in one glove. "This is inefficient," he says quietly, because apparently he needs that stated for the record. "But?" I ask. His mouth hardens, but faster than expected. Lyria doesn't even glance up from where she's redistributing blankets between two households. "Careful," she says. "You're nearly learning." Kareth gives her the look of a man considering whether insubordination laws can be applied to civilians retroactively. I say, "What changed?" He exhales once, irritated at being made to explain himself. The villagers know the structures, which beams are rotten, which walls take weight, which families can shelter together without trouble. If we assign blind, we waste time correcting. He pauses, then adds, pairing them with the soldiers' reduced argument. That catches my attention more than the rest. Reduced? Yes. When soldiers work under a soldier-only chain, they keep trying to correct what they don't understand. When they're paired with someone whose house it is, they stop pretending expertise they don't have. Lyria looks up then, one corner of her mouth curving faintly. Amazing what happens when people don't need to perform superiority every 5 seconds. Kareth bristles. That is not what I said. It's what happened. I should shut that down. I know I should. Instead, I ask, how many more houses? 2 critical, 4 moderate, he says. If we continue like this, all will be habitable before full dark. I look at the square again. Water stations, food lines, wounded separated, livestock secured, shelter assignments in progress, and soldiers no longer tripping over each other, trying to enforce a command structure that fits the battlefield, but not this. My old arrangement would have produced cleaner lines and slower results. This one produces fewer lines and better survival. I do not enjoy the lesson. Fine, I say. We formalize it. Kareth blinks. My lord? I raise my voice slightly, enough for the nearest officers to hear. From this point forward, small unit assignments pair 1 soldier with 1 local labor lead whenever civilians are present and cooperative. Disputes go to the nearest officer only if they cannot be resolved on site. Water, shelter, and salvage report through separate channels, not a single chain. I want overlap reduced and waiting time eliminated. Several heads turn. 2 of the soldiers nearest the well exchange a look that reads, unmistakably, like relief. Kareth straightens. Understood. Lyria studies me openly now, and there's something in her expression I don't bother naming because I already know what it is. You're adapting, she says. I'm winning, I reply. She shifts the ledger board under her arm and glances toward the east houses. Call it whatever helps your pride survive. That earns a low, startled laugh from one of the nearby villagers, before he abruptly remembers who I am and turns it into a cough. I let it pass. Scott materializes at my shoulder with the silent timing that makes him either useful or unnerving depending on the hour. Interesting adjustment, he murmurs. You've been listening. I always am. I watch a soldier stoop to help an older man reposition a door beam without being ordered twice, and farther off, a girl too young to be useful in any formal structure hands cups of water from one worker to the next without spilling a drop. No one threatened her into it. No one assigned her. She saw a need and stepped into it. The whole village seems to function on that principle, tiny acts reinforcing one another until the shape of survival emerges from accumulation instead of command. It shouldn't work this well, I say. Scott's voice is mild. And yet... Lyria hears him and turns partway back toward us. You can sneer at it later, she says. Right now I need 2 more people on food counts who can do sums without inventing numbers that make them feel important. One of my officers stiffens at that. We do not invent... Last tally had 6 sacks become 9 between one doorway and the next, she says. Either your men can't count, or they think lying sounds efficient. The officer flushes darkly. I say, "Take 2 and fix it." He bows his head. Yes, my lord. Lyria is already moving again before the answer finishes. She doesn't wait to see if obedience follows, which tells me she no longer doubts that it will. That more than anything else marks the shift. I watch her cross the square, stopping to correct a carrying line here, bending to murmur something to a frightened child there, redirecting 3 exhausted survivors toward a barn loft that will stay warmer than the ground-level houses once night fully settles. She does not command like an officer. She does not cajole. She does not beg. She assumes usefulness in everyone she touches, and more often than not, they rise to meet it. Fear would have made them manageable. This makes them productive. The realization settles into me with a discomfort I cannot honestly call unpleasant. It feels instead like finding a blade balanced differently than I was taught, and discovering it cuts cleaner. I move toward the food station where the counting issue is being corrected. New rule, I tell the nearest officers. No single-point bottlenecks. If a task stops because one person is waiting on approval, the structure is wrong. Fix the structure. They straighten at once. One of them, younger than the rest, hesitates before asking, "And if civilians overstep?" Then determine whether they're overstepping or compensating, I say. If the work improves, you adapt. If it breaks, you correct it. He processes that. So do the others. Yes, my lord, he says. It occurs to me then that they are not merely obeying because I ordered it. Some of them are relieved to be permitted to stop forcing a shape onto this place that never fits. Soldiers love clean lines until clean lines get in the way of finishing the work. By full dark, the village does not look healed. That would be absurd. Burn marks still score the walls. 3 houses remain too damaged for use. The dead are still dead, and nothing done here will turn loss into anything noble enough to deserve the word worthwhile. But the living are warmer. Federal, counted, sheltered. The work holds. I stand near the rebuilt west houses and watch firelight move across faces that, only hours ago, looked ready to break. There is still fear in them. There should be, but it no longer owns the square. Lyria comes to stand beside me, the ledger tucked under her arm, charcoal dust streaking her fingers. She smells like smoke, sweat, and the crushed green scent of the garden she should be nowhere near, and somehow carries with her anyway. Well? She asks. I glance at her. Well, what? Tell me I was right. I let the pause stretch just enough to make her narrow her eyes. You were useful, I say. That wasn't the line. It's the line you're getting. She huffs a tired laugh and looks back toward the square, where 2 of my soldiers are taking instructions from an elderly woman about which wall will freeze first when the night wind shifts. You know, she says softly, one day you're going to admit the obvious, without acting like it costs you blood. One day, I say, you may stop demanding recognition every time you breathe. She smiles then, small and crooked and too alive for a place like this. No, she says, I don't think I will. And I find to my private irritation that I'm beginning to trust the world a little more when she says things like that.
Chapter 23. Lyria. I know we're close before anyone says it, before the road bends enough to show the first edge of the river or the outline of the watchpost. The air changes first, settling warmer against my skin, carrying the faint sweetness of river water and turned soil instead of smoke and ash. It slips into my lungs differently, familiar in a way that tightens something deep in my chest before I can stop it, and I find myself slowing without meaning to as the scent of wet reeds and silt drifts across the road. Behind me, the steady rhythm of boots and armour doesn't break, disciplined and even, but I can feel the difference now, the weight of them here, pressing into a place that was never meant to hold something like this. You're drifting, Ver says from just behind my shoulder. his voice low but sharp enough to cut through the movement. "I know where I'm going," I reply, keeping my eyes forward. "That's not what I said." I glance back anyway. He's not looking at me anymore. His attention already moving past me, tracking the tree line, the uneven slope of the ground, the way the road curves ahead like it's trying to conceal what's waiting beyond it. His posture hasn't changed, but there's tension in it now, something more alert, less contained. Good. He needs to feel it. "This is where it changes," I say, turning forward again as the village edge comes into view. "I'm aware." "No," I say, shaking my head slightly, slowing just enough that the front line adjusts with me without thinking. "You're not." That pulls his attention back to me, sharper now. "What does that mean?" "It means they don't see you the way your soldiers do," I say, "and they're not going to wait for orders to decide if they like you." A faint shift moves through the line behind us, the kind that comes from soldiers hearing just enough to know something's different, even if they don't catch every word. "And you think that matters?" he says. "I think it matters if you want them to listen," I reply. He doesn't answer, but I don't need him to, because we're already there. The river comes into full view first, wide and slow-moving, catching the fading light in broken flashes where the current shifts around rocks and fallen branches. The water is lower than it should be, the banks exposed in long stretches of damp, dark earth that glisten like something half raw under the sky. Beyond it, the village spreads out in uneven clusters of buildings, familiar in shape but smaller than I remember, like distance has stripped something away. 2 men stand near the edge of the road, both armed, both tense in the way people get when they've been expecting something and finally see it coming. One of them leans forward slightly, squinting, and then his face shifts. "Lyria!" The word cracks. I stop. The soldiers behind me slow in a ripple, controlled but immediate. "It's me," I say. He takes a few steps forward, his grip tightening on his spear, his eyes moving over me like he's checking for something that might not be there anymore. "You're—" He stops, shaking his head once, like the words don't quite fit. "You're alive." I am. The other man's attention doesn't stay on me. It moves past, scanning the line behind me, taking in the armour, the weapons, the stillness that comes from trained bodies waiting for instruction. His stance shifts. "Who are they?" he asks. Heir steps just close enough behind me that his presence becomes part of the question. "They're with me," I say. "That's not an answer." "It's the one that matters right now," I reply, my tone tightening. The first man glances between us, uncertainty flickering across his face, but the second doesn't let it go. "They're dark elves," he says, quieter now, but heavier. "Yes." "They're the ones who—" "They're not here for that," I cut in, stepping forward before he can finish, forcing his attention back to me. His jaw tightens. "You don't know that." "I do," I say, holding his gaze, "because I'm standing here." The space between us holds for a second longer than it should, tension sitting there like something waiting to break. "You trust them?" he asks. I don't look back. "Yes." The word lands hard. He exhales slowly, then nods once. "All right," he says. Then they come in. Not welcoming, but enough. By the time we reach the centre of the village, people are already gathering. It starts as a few heads turning, then more, then bodies shifting into the road, drawn by movement and the unfamiliar weight of armed presence. The murmurs build quickly, not loud but layered, voices overlapping in a way that carries tension more than volume. "They brought soldiers." "They brought them." I step forward, before it can build into something worse. "Enough," I say. It cuts through the noise cleanly, not because I'm louder, but because I'm known. Faces turn, recognition replacing uncertainty just long enough for me to take control of the moment. They're here because something is coming, I continue, letting my voice carry. And if we stand here arguing about it, we're the ones who lose. A man near the front steps forward, older, solid, the kind of presence people naturally make space for. Or maybe we lose because you brought them here, he says. There's no hesitation in it, no fear, just challenge. Maybe, I say. But you'll lose faster if we do nothing. He studies me, eyes narrowing slightly. You expect us to trust them. I expect you to trust me, I reply. That shifts the weight of it. Not away, but different. Lyria. The voice comes from behind the crowd, and I don't need to turn to know it. My chest tightens anyway. Ma. She pushes through, her hands rough from work, her grip firm as she reaches me, checking my shoulders, my arms, like she's confirming I'm still solid. You're actually here, she says, her voice low. I told you I would come back. You didn't say like this, she replies, her eyes flicking past me toward Heir, the soldiers, the line of steel cutting through the centre of the village. What did you bring with you? She asks. Help, I say. She doesn't believe it, I can see that, but she nods anyway. Then we'll use it, she says. That's all I need. I turn back to the crowd, stepping forward again. We don't have time to ease into this, I say. They're moving faster than expected, and if they reach us before we're ready... I don't finish it. I don't need to. What do we do? Someone asks. There it is. We organise, I say. I point toward different sections of the village as I speak, not waiting for permission, not hesitating. Water teams. Every container filled before nightfall. If the river drops more, we ration. They move. Fast. Structures. Anything weak gets reinforced now, not when it's too late. More movement. Watch rotations, no gaps. I don't care how tired you are. The shift happens quickly, faster than it should, but that's how it works here. People don't wait for perfect instructions. They move when they understand the stakes. I glance back at Heir. Your turn, I say quietly. He studies me for half a second, then steps forward. The reaction is immediate. Stillness, tension. He doesn't raise his voice, but it carries anyway. Any threat that reaches this village will be dealt with, he says, his tone controlled. But I will not waste time convincing you of that. A few people shift, not comfort, but attention. You can prepare, he continues, his gaze moving over them, steady and unyielding. Or you can hesitate. Only one of those choices keeps you alive. Silence settles. Not easy, but not breaking. I step forward again. We do this together, I say. That's what holds it. Not trust, not yet, but alignment. By the time the light fades fully, the village is already changing. Movement sharpens into purpose, bodies falling into rhythm as barricades begin to form along the outer edges, wood dragged into place and reinforced with whatever will hold. Watch points take shape, not perfect, but functional. Fires are controlled, contained. Everything shifts towards survival. And through all of it, they're watching him. I step up beside Heir as he looks out over the work, his posture still, his attention moving constantly. They're not going to trust you quickly, I say. I don't need them to, he replies. No, I agree, watching a group reinforce a barrier along the road. But you need them to listen. He glances at me. They are. I nod once. For now.
Chapter 24. Heir. The ground shifts under my weight the moment I step past the outer barricade, the damp earth giving just enough to remind me it isn't stable, that it won't hold clean movement if too many bodies press into it at once. The river has pulled back from its banks, leaving behind a slick layer of mud that looks solid until it isn't, and I angle my foot slightly, testing it before committing my weight. It sinks a fraction. Enough. I drag the edge of my boot across the surface, scraping away the top layer to expose the firmer soil beneath, then straighten, scanning the stretch ahead where the bank dips and rises in uneven waves. If they come through here, I say, lifting my hand slightly to indicate the slope without looking away from it, they lose their footing before they reach us. Kareth steps up on my right, his boots staying on the higher ground, his arms folding across his chest as he studies the same stretch. His eyes move slower than mine, measuring instead of testing. Or they widen their approach, he says, tilting his head toward the tree line, and avoid it entirely. I shake my head once, crouching briefly to press my fingers into the soil again, feeling the looseness beneath the surface. They won't, I say, rising. He glances at me, one brow lifting slightly. That's confidence. That's assumption, I reply, brushing dirt from my hand against my thigh. Different thing. And if you're wrong, I finally look at him. Then they adapt faster than I expect, I say, which means we do the same. He watches me for a second longer, then exhales through his nose, something like reluctant agreement settling into his posture. Behind us, the village is still moving, but the rhythm has changed. The frantic edge from earlier has been stripped away, replaced with something tighter, more deliberate. Wood strikes wood in uneven bursts as barricades are reinforced. Voices cut through the air in short, efficient exchanges, and somewhere near the center, a child cries before being hushed quickly. Everything is compressing. Roots, Kareth says, pulling my focus back. I turn slightly, dragging the edge of my boot through the dirt again, sketching rough lines as I speak, not looking at him. Road, I say, carving a straight line forward. Fastest. Most obvious. I shift my foot, marking another path. Tree line. Cover, but uneven footing. They'll need to break formation to use it properly. Another mark. Riverbank. Slows them. Breaks momentum. Kareth leans slightly, following the rough map. So we split. I shake my head, grinding the heel of my boot over the lines until they blur. No, I say. We layer. He straightens. How? I look back toward the village, then out again toward the approach. We make the road look like the priority, I say, my voice lower now, more focused. Visible reinforcement, obvious structure. And the real defense? He asks, his tone tightening slightly. I meet his gaze. Doesn't sit still, I reply. Something shifts in his expression. You're not holding the line. I'm not losing it, I say. That lands, harder than the words suggest. Training them is worse than I expected, not because they can't move, but because they don't move the same way twice. 5 villagers stand in front of me, each holding a weapon like it might change its mind and bite them if they grip it wrong. One man keeps adjusting his stance every few seconds, shifting his weight like he doesn't trust the ground to stay where it is. Stop, I say, stepping forward. They freeze. Not cleanly, but enough. You're not fighting alone, I continue, reaching out to push one man's elbow higher, correcting the angle of his spear. My hand lingers just long enough to make sure he holds it. If you break, the person next to you breaks with you. The man swallows, nodding quickly, his grip tightening too much. Loosen it, I say, tapping the shaft once. You choke it like that, you lose control. He adjusts immediately. Again. They move. Too slow. Too hesitant. Faster! I snap, my voice cutting sharper this time. They flinch, then try again, stepping forward together, uneven but closer. Better. Still not enough. From the edge of the group, I can feel Lyria watching. She doesn't interrupt, doesn't step in, but her attention is there, tracking every movement the way I am. I move down the line, adjusting a shoulder, shifting a foot, forcing them into alignment through contact instead of instruction. You don't need strength, I say, stepping back just enough to see all of them. You need timing. If you hit alone, it doesn't matter how hard you swing. One of them shakes his head, breath uneven. We're not soldiers. I look at him. No, I say. You're not. His shoulders tighten slightly, like he expects the rest of that to land harder. You're worse, I add. That gets a reaction. Confusion. A flash of offense. Good. Soldiers wait for orders. I continue, pacing slowly in front of them. You don't get that. You move, or you die. That's not helpful, another mutters under his breath. I stop in front of him. No, I say quietly. It's accurate. He doesn't look away. Good. Again, I say. They move. Cleaner this time. Still uneven, but learning. Lyria steps in then, brushing past one of them to reposition another without asking. Switch them out, she says, her voice lower than mine, but cutting just as clean. She doesn't look at me, just nods toward the group waiting behind them. They're burning out. They're improving, I reply. She finally glances at me, one brow lifting slightly. They're shaking, she says, tilting her head toward the man whose hands are starting to tremble. That's not improvement. That's exhaustion pretending to be focused. I follow her gaze. She's right. Of course she is. Rotate, I say, stepping back. The group exhales, stepping away, replaced by another set, less tired, more uncertain. Lyria moves with them immediately, adjusting their grips before they even settle. You're pushing them too tight, she says quietly as she passes me. They're unstable. They're scared, she replies, not slowing. Different problem. I watch her correct a stance with a light touch, her voice low but steady as she speaks to them. And I adjust. The first warning doesn't come from sight. It comes from the ground. A low vibration runs through the soil beneath my boots, subtle enough that most wouldn't notice, but steady, rhythmic, wrong. I still. Kareth feels it a second later, his head turning sharply toward the tree line. That's movement, I say. Not scattered. Not random. Structured. They're early, he mutters, already shifting his stance. Yes. I turn toward the outer edge of the village, my gaze cutting across the unfinished barricades, the partially set lines, the places that should have had more time. How long? I ask. Kareth doesn't answer immediately. He's listening, measuring. Minutes, he says finally. Too fast. I exhale once, steadying the shift before it can become hesitation. Signal, I say. He moves immediately, turning, his voice cutting across the village in sharp commands. Positions! Move! Now! The reaction is instant. Not clean, but fast. People scramble, soldiers snapping into place, villagers shifting toward the positions they were given, some moving too quickly, others freezing for half a second before being pulled along by someone else. I step forward, eyes scanning the approaches again, recalculating in real time. They're not probing, I say. Kareth steps back beside me. No, he replies. They're committing. That changes everything. I look toward the road. Too exposed. The riverbank. Too unstable for a sustained hold. The tree line. Too open if they break through fast enough. I exhale slowly. Adjust, I say. Kareth turns toward me. How? We don't hold the outer barricade, I reply, already moving as I speak. His expression tightens as he falls into step beside me. We just built that line. And it will break, I say, glancing at him. So we use it to slow them, not stop them. He hesitates for half a second. Fall back positions? Already in place, I reply. They're not ready. They don't need to be ready, I say. They need to exist. That lands. He nods once. Understood. The first shapes appear at the edge of the tree line, just as the last light fades. Dark forms moving between shadows with a cohesion that makes my jaw tighten. Too clean. Too fast. Kragos. No question. Lyria steps up beside me, her shoulder brushing mine briefly as she stops, her breath just slightly uneven. That's too many, she says, her voice low. Yes. You knew it would be bad. I didn't expect this. She doesn't respond. Doesn't need to. I turn slightly toward her. When they hit, you don't stay here, I say. Her head turns sharply. That's not... You coordinate, I cut in, holding her gaze. Fall back, movement, keeping them from breaking. And you? She asks, her voice tightening. I slow them, I say. Her jaw sets. That's not a plan. It's the one we have, I reply. A beat passes between us, heavy, unspoken. Don't die, she says quietly. I almost smile. Not today. The impact comes fast. Hard. The outer barricade shudders under the first hit, wood groaning, shifting, then splintering as the force behind it drives through. They're through! Someone shouts. Fall back! Kareth roars, his voice cutting through the chaos. The line buckles inward, not collapsing, but bending, bodies moving back under pressure instead of breaking completely. Good. That's enough. I step forward instead. Of course I do. There! Lyria's voice cuts through the noise behind me. Go, I say, not turning. A pause, then movement. She listens. Good, because if she doesn't, this ends here. Steel meets steel. The sound cracks through the air, sharp, immediate, the force of the first clash running up my arm as I meet the initial strike head-on. The impact grounds me, centers everything into a single clear line. They're stronger than the villagers, faster than most of my soldiers expected, but not tight, not controlled in close quarters. That's where we hold, not win. Hold. Delay. I shift my stance, adjusting to the push instead of resisting it outright, letting the momentum carry just enough before redirecting it. Time. That's all this is now. Time.
Chapter 25. Lyria. The noise never fully leaves, even when I step away from the front line, even when the clash of steel dulls into something distant and uneven. It still lingers, carried through the ground, through the air, through my bones like something I can't quite shake loose. The village smells like smoke and damp wood and sweat, the sharp edge of fear sitting just under everything else. And I can feel it pressing against me from every direction. I need space, not distance, just space. I move past the outer cluster of structures, slipping between shadow and half-broken fencing, until the noise dulls just enough to let me think. The river is close here, its slow movement catching what little light is left, and the air shifts cooler, carrying the scent of water and mud instead of ash. I brace my hands against the rough wood of a post, leaning into it, letting my head drop for a second as I try to steady my breathing. Running from your own plan. His voice isn't loud. It doesn't need to be. I don't turn right away. I'm not running, I say, pushing off the post and straightening. I'm thinking. Those look similar from a distance. I glance back at him. Ver stands a few steps away, not crowding the space, but not giving it either. There's dirt along the edge of his jaw, a dark streak of something I don't want to identify along his sleeve, and his posture is tighter than it was before. Controlled, but not untouched. You followed me, I say. You left command without saying anything. I tilt my head slightly. You noticed. I notice everything. Not everything, I reply. That gets a flicker of something in his expression. Not quite a reaction, but close. The sound of shouting carries faintly from the village, sharp and distant, followed by the dull crack of wood giving way under pressure. They're pushing harder, I say. Yes. And you're standing here. So are you. I exhale slowly, dragging a hand through my hair, pushing it back from my face where it's stuck from sweat and smoke. I needed a second, I say. For what? I hesitate, just for a beat. Then, to feel it, I say quietly. His gaze sharpens slightly. Feel what? I meet his eyes. How bad this could go. Silence stretches between us, but it isn't empty. It's tight, pulled thin by everything we're not saying. You already know that, he says. Knowing it isn't the same as... I stop, shaking my head slightly. It's different when it's here. His attention doesn't shift away from me. No, he says, it isn't. I look back toward the village, the flicker of firelight catching along the edges of the barricades, shadows moving in sharp bursts as people reposition, adjust, react. That's my home, I say, my voice lower now. Not just a place, not just something on a map. I'm aware. And if this fails, it won't. The certainty in his voice cuts through the rest of the sentence before I can finish it. I turn back to him. You don't know that. I don't need to. That's not how this works, I say, stepping closer without realizing it. It is for me, he replies. There's something in the way he says it. Flat, controlled, like certainty is the only thing he allows himself, that makes something in my chest tighten. That's not enough, I say. It has to be. No, I shake my head, my voice tightening. It doesn't. The words land between us, sharper than I expect, and for a second I think he's going to push back the way he usually does, clean, controlled, untouchable. He doesn't. He just watches me. What are you asking for? He says finally. The question catches me off guard. I'm not. You are. He cuts in, stepping closer now, closing the space I didn't realize I'd created. You don't leave a battlefield in the middle of a push unless you're asking for something. I'm not asking, I say, but it comes out thinner than I want it to. He tilts his head slightly. Then say it properly. The air feels different now, closer. The space between us narrows in a way that has nothing to do with the fight still happening just beyond it. I swallow, forcing myself to hold his gaze. I'm not leaving, I say. I know. No, I shake my head. I'm not leaving, even if it gets worse, even if... My voice catches for half a second before I steady it. Even if it turns. His jaw tightens slightly. That's not your decision. It is, I say, sharper now. This is my home. Those are my people. And if staying gets you killed, then I stay anyway. The words hang there, heavier than anything else we've said. He exhales slowly, his gaze shifting briefly past me toward the village, then back again. You're not expendable, he says. Neither are they. That's not the same. It is to me. A beat passes, then another. He steps closer. Not fast, not forceful. Just enough that I feel the shift of air between us. I can lose the village, he says quietly. I can rebuild structures, replace supplies, recover ground. Something in my chest tightens. But I don't lose you, he continues. The words land harder than anything else. Not loud, not dramatic, just final. I stare at him. You don't get to decide that, I say, but my voice isn't as steady as it was before. I do, he replies. No. I shake my head, but I don't step back. You don't. His hand lifts slightly, not touching me yet, just hovering there like he's deciding whether he's allowed to. That's the only thing here I won't negotiate, he says. The space between us disappears before I fully register the movement. His hand settles at my jaw, not rough, but firm enough that I can't pretend it isn't there. His thumb brushing lightly along the edge of my cheek where ash has settled into my skin. Then you're going to have to fight me for it, I say, my voice lower now, breath catching just slightly as I look up at him. Something shifts in his expression. Not control, something sharper. Careful, he murmurs. Why? I ask. Because I might. The heat of it catches me off guard, not just the words, but the way he says them. Low, restrained, like there's more behind them than he's willing to let out. Then do it, I say. I don't plan, I just say it. The silence that follows isn't empty. It's charged. His grip shifts slightly, his thumb pressing just enough to tilt my head back a fraction, his gaze dropping briefly to my mouth before snapping back to my eyes. Not here, he says. Why not? Because if I start, he replies, his voice tightening just slightly. I'm not stopping. That should make me step back. It doesn't. Then don't stop, I say. That's the line. That's the point where everything changes. His hand tightens just enough to pull me closer, the distance between us collapsing in a way that feels less like movement and more like inevitability. The heat of him is immediate, sharp against the cooler air by the river, and for a second everything else, the noise, the fight, the pressure, falls away under the weight of it. His forehead presses briefly against mine, breath uneven now, not controlled the way it usually is. You don't make this easy, he mutters. I'm not supposed to. A quiet exhale leaves him, something close to a laugh but without humour. Good, he says. Then he closes the distance. The contact is not soft, not hesitant. It's deliberate, controlled in the way everything he does is controlled. But there's something under it now, something less measured, more immediate. His hand shifts from my jaw to the back of my neck, pulling me closer, and I feel it all at once. The heat, the pressure, the sharp edge of something that's been building without either of us naming it. I grip the front of his armour without thinking, grounding myself against something solid as everything else tilts just slightly out of place. This isn't safe. None of this is. When he pulls back, it's not far, just enough that I can see the shift in his expression, the control snapping piece by piece. I want you, now, he growls, eyes blazing so hot they threaten to melt me where I stand. I am yours, I say between heavy pants. Mine, he says, pulling me into his embrace. His mouth is on my own, stealing my breath with a kiss both hard and sweet. His tongue claims my mouth, exploring like a conqueror. I kiss him back, my hands moving on their own to unbuckle his belt. They might attack soon, he says in a sudden display of uncharacteristic caution. Then it's good that your weapon is already fully unsheathed, I tease. His response is to crush my mouth with another kiss. He grabs me under the thighs and lifts me up onto a waist-high stone wall.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
A sharp cry from over the defences crashes into my post-climactic bliss. Ver growls in annoyance. Someday I will spend an entire day and night taking you, he promises with his eyes as much as his voice. You deserve my full, unflinching attention. Yes, Ver, I gasp, still feeling the glow of aftershocks. I am yours. Yes. He kisses me, hard and deep, before pulling away. And now it seems I must kill orcs. Such an inconvenience. I giggle as we compose ourselves. It's madness, engaging in an act that ultimately creates life. While he prepares to engage in an act that ultimately causes death.
Chapter 26. Ver. The ground gives under my step, the damp earth shifting beneath my boot. The river has pulled back and left the bank soft and unreliable. I adjust without thinking, angling my weight, testing before committing, because anything that unstable is either a liability or an advantage, depending on who understands it first. The line ahead of me doesn't have that luxury. Wood splinters under the next impact before the sound fully registers, the east barricade bowing inward as a cluster of orcs drives into it with brute force. The rhythm is wrong, though. Not the clean surge of a committed charge, not the chaotic scatter of something undisciplined. It's staggered, uneven, like something heavier is pacing behind it, waiting for the opening to widen before it commits. I feel it before I see it. The vibration rolls through the ground in a low, steady pulse, not sharp enough to be a sprint, too heavy to be anything light-footed. It moves with intention, and my grip tightens slightly on my blade as I shift my stance to meet what's coming. Hold that line, I snap, stepping forward as an orc breaks through the splintered gap, its weapon swinging wide and unrefined. I catch the edge of it and shove it offline, turning the force back into its own body, hard enough to send it crashing into the one behind it. Don't chase! Hold! A soldier to my left lunges anyway, instinct overriding instruction, and I catch him by the shoulder before he can step too far past the line. His armor jerks under my grip as I haul him back into place. Stay in formation, I growl close to his ear, forcing his attention back to me for half a second. You step out. You don't come back. His breathing is already uneven, panic sitting too close to the surface. But he nods, resetting his stance with a stiffness that tells me he heard the warning, even if he didn't fully process it. Behind the broken barricade, the second shape emerges. The Minotaur doesn't rush. It pushes through the debris like it expects the world to move for it, splintered wood catching along its horns and dragging free as it steps into the open. Its shoulders roll once, testing the space, and then it looks at us. Not wildly, not blindly, just measuring. That's worse. Kareth, I call, not taking my eyes off it. He's there before I finish the word, stepping into position at my right, his blade angled slightly forward, weight already shifting in anticipation. I see it. Don't meet it head on, I say, sliding my foot back half a step, adjusting for the slope behind me. Pull it left, toward the bank. His gaze flicks once toward the uneven ground, then back to the approaching shape, understanding settling fast enough that he doesn't waste time questioning it. Unstable footing. Yes. And if it ignores us? I let out a short breath. Then we make it care. The Minotaur roars, the sound tearing through the air with enough force to rattle the ribs, and then it moves. Faster than something that size should be, closing distance in heavy, controlled strides that chew up the ground beneath it. Move! I bark, stepping back just enough to avoid the initial collision as it slams into the line, the impact driving two villagers off their feet. One disappears under the sheer force of it. The other scrambles, hands clawing at the ground as he tries to find his footing again. Up! I snap, catching him by the back of his collar and hauling him upright before he can freeze. His eyes are wide, unfocused, breath tearing out of him too fast. Move or die. Pick one. He stumbles back into the line, barely holding himself together, but he moves. That's enough. The Minotaur turns again, slower now, adjusting its stance, hooves sinking slightly into the softer edge of the bank where the ground starts to give. Good. I step forward, not striking to kill, just dragging the edge of my blade along its side hard enough to draw its attention. The movement earns me exactly what I want. Its head snapping toward me, its weight shifting to follow. Left, I shout, already moving. Kareth picks it up instantly, his voice cutting across the line as he signals the shift. Two soldiers break from the edge of formation, not clean, not perfect, but coordinated enough, driving their spears low as the creature's footing falters for just a fraction of a second. The ground slips, not enough to drop it, enough to break its balance. That's all we need. Push, I snap. This time they move together, pressing the advantage, forcing it further onto unstable ground where every step works against it. The Minotaur's movements lose some of their precision, its strength turning clumsy as it tries to correct. It roars again, louder, angrier, the control slipping. Better. Anger is predictable. A sharp hiss cuts through the clash of steel, too smooth, too deliberate to be anything from the front line. I turn on instinct, catching movement along the tree line. Low, coiling, weaving between bodies instead of breaking through them. Nagas, I call, pivoting hard as one slips past the edge of the formation, its body flowing through gaps like water. A villager in its path freezes, spear half raised, eyes locked on it in a way that tells me he's already lost. Move, I snap. He doesn't. The Naga strikes, fast enough that the air seems to bend around it, knocking his weapon aside and driving him to the ground in one fluid motion. I close the distance before it can finish, intercepting its follow-up strike, the impact running sharp through my arm as its scaled body twists, trying to wrap, to pull me off balance. I step into it instead. Force space. Break the rhythm. Keep distance, I bark over my shoulder, shifting my stance to keep it in front of me. They close, you lose. Don't let them coil. One of the soldiers nearest me adjusts immediately, stepping back instead of forward, his blade staying between him and the next strike. Good. Learning. The pressure doesn't hit in one place. It spreads. Orcs hammering the weakened barricades, Minotaurs forcing structural breaks, Nagas slipping through anything that isn't perfectly sealed. It isn't chaos. It's layered, deliberate, designed to pull at every weakness at once. Krago isn't testing anymore. He's dismantling. I step back just enough to widen my view, forcing my focus beyond the immediate clash, tracking the shifts, the fractures, the points where the line thins too far. Kareth, I call. He turns toward me, breath controlled despite the strain. East holds, he says before I ask, his voice tight. Barely. Supplies? I ask, already moving. A younger officer stumbles toward me from the rear, mud streaked across his face, one sleeve torn. Low, he says, forcing the word out between breaths. Food, water, both. How long? I ask. He hesitates. That's enough of an answer. It doesn't matter, I say before he can speak. We hold. He nods, swallowing hard, then moves to relay what he can. I turn back toward the line. The structure is still there, but it's thinning. Not from force, from strain. A woman grips her spear too tightly, her knuckles white, her shoulders trembling just enough that it throws off her balance. We're not, she starts, her voice catching. I step into her space, close enough that she has to look at me instead of what's in front of her. You're still here, I say, my voice lower now, cutting through the noise just enough to reach her. That's what matters, Her breathing stutters. You don't need perfect, I continue. You need one more step than they expect. She nods. Not steady, but enough. I move along the line, not stopping, not lingering, adjusting where I need to, correcting without breaking momentum. Closer, I tell 2 soldiers, pressing them inward with a firm shove to close the gap between them. You rotate, I snap to another group, pointing toward the rear. Now! Not when you fall! They hesitate. Move, I repeat, sharper. This time they go. Good. The structure tightens again. Not strong, but holding. Scott appears at my side like he always does, silent until he isn't, his presence cutting through the chaos without adding to it. They're probing for collapse, he says, his tone steady despite the noise. They'll find it if we give it to them, I reply, deflecting another strike without looking at him. And if they don't need help? I glance at him briefly. Then we make it harder. He watches the line shift, his gaze tracking movement faster than most could follow. This won't last. It doesn't have to, I say. His brow lifts slightly. How long? I don't answer immediately, my attention snapping back to the line as another push hits, forcing a partial collapse near the road. Kareth is already there, dragging 2 soldiers back into position, his voice cutting sharp through the noise. Reform! Now! Move! They respond, not perfectly, but they respond. Long enough, I say finally, my voice quieter. For what? Scott asks. I don't look at him. For them to stop expecting us to break, I reply. Another impact hits, harder, closer. The line bends again, but this time it doesn't collapse. It holds. Barely. I exhale slowly, steadying my breathing as the pressure settles into something constant instead of overwhelming. We're not winning.
Chapter 27. Lyria. The sacks dig into my shoulder harder than they should, the rough weave biting through fabric as I shift the weight higher to keep it from slipping. It isn't the grain that's wrong, it's the air. It sits too heavy against my skin, pressing in instead of moving through. The usual sounds of the river flattened into something dull and distant, like they've been pushed underwater. I slow without meaning to, my boots sinking slightly into the soft ground near the bank before I correct my footing. Ahead of me, Jarek keeps moving, the rope in his hand creaking under tension as he drags the second sack behind him, his breath coming short and irritated. Next run we take half, he mutters, not looking back, his voice edged with strain. He jerks the rope again like the sack has personally offended him. This is stupid weight for one trip. It's stupid if we stop, I reply, keeping my voice even as my eyes move past him to the tree line. We don't stop. He exhales hard through his nose, shoulders tightening, but he doesn't argue again. That's how it works now. We don't waste time disagreeing when something feels wrong. And something feels wrong. I tilt my head slightly, listening without stopping. The river should be louder here. The insects should be constant, filling the space between steps with that familiar hum that never fully disappears. There's nothing. I let the sack slide from my shoulder before I consciously decide to, the weight hitting the ground with a heavy thud that draws both their attention. What are you? Jarek starts, turning halfway toward me. Stop, I say quietly. The tone does it. Not loud, not sharp, but enough. Talon shifts behind me, spear already half raised, his grip tightening. What is it? He asks, his voice lower now, matching mine without thinking. I don't answer immediately. I step forward instead, just one pace, angling slightly so I can see more of the tree line without turning my back on the others. Listen, I say. They do. I can hear it in the way their breathing changes, the way their bodies still. A second passes, then another. Jarek's jaw tightens. I don't hear anything. Exactly, I reply. That lands. I see it in the way his shoulders shift, the irritation draining out of him, replaced with something tighter. Back toward the open? Talon asks, already adjusting his stance. Yes, I say, picking up the spear I'd leaned against the sack. Slow. Don't turn your back. We start to move, not running, not yet, just widening our spacing, stepping away from the tree line instead of toward it. The first branch snaps before we make 3 steps. Too close. Jarek swears under his breath, dropping the rope entirely as his hand goes to his blade. Too late, he mutters. Maybe, I say, shifting my grip on the spear. Maybe not. They step out of the trees like they've been there the whole time. Not rushing, not loud, just there. Orcs fan out in a loose arc, not tight enough to restrict their on movement, but close enough that there's no clean path through them. Their weapons stay low, not raised, not threatening yet, which somehow makes it worse. They're not here to kill us quickly. They're here to take something. My grip tightens. How many? Jarek murmurs, stepping closer to my left, his voice barely more than breath. Enough, I say. The ground shifts again, heavier this time. The brush behind them parts with a crack that splinters through the silence, and the Minotaur steps through like it doesn't notice the resistance at all. Its hooves sink into the earth with a wet, heavy sound, its breath loud and slow as it scans us once, then stills, and then him. Krago steps into the space between them, not pushing forward, not asserting anything with force. He doesn't need to. The way everything around him settles is enough. Well, he says, his voice smooth, almost amused as his gaze lands on me. His head tilts slightly, like he's confirming something he already knew. That saves me the trouble of searching. Jarek shifts his weight, just slightly, his blade coming up a fraction higher. We fight, he whispers, not taking his eyes off the line in front of us. I don't answer right away, because if we fight, we lose. Run, I say. He turns his head toward me sharply. What? Run, I repeat, louder this time, not looking at him. Back to the village, now. And you? I'm right behind you, I cut in. That's a lie. He knows it. I know it. He hesitates anyway. Go, I snap, sharper now, forcing him to move. That does it. They break. Not clean, not coordinated, just fast, boots pounding against the ground as they sprint back the way we came. The orcs don't move to follow. That's when my stomach drops. Because that means they were never the target. I shift my stance slightly, angling my body, the spear steady in my hands as Krago closes the distance between us at an unhurried pace. You don't strike me as someone who sends others to run, he says, his tone almost conversational, like we're discussing something trivial instead of this. I don't, I reply. Good, he says. And there's something in the way his mouth curves that tells me he's already decided how this ends. He moves. I react. The spear comes up, my step angling to the side to create space, but the strike that hits it isn't meant to land clean. It comes from the flank, knocking the shaft sideways hard enough to rip it from my grip before I can recover. I pivot immediately, hand dropping for my knife, but something slams into my back before I can draw it, the force driving me forward and down, air tearing out of my lungs as my knee hits the ground. I twist, trying to roll through it, but a hand catches my wrist mid-motion, wrenching it back just enough to kill the leverage. Pain flashes sharp, controlled. Careful, Krago says, stepping into my line of sight, his voice softer now, almost thoughtful. He crouches slightly, not close enough to touch, but close enough that I can see the fine details of his expression. I'd rather not damage something valuable. I go still, not because I want to, because I have to. My breath comes uneven for a second, my pulse loud in my ears, but I force it down, forcing my focus onto him instead of the position I'm in. "You're making a mistake," I say, my voice steadying as I meet his gaze. His brow lifts slightly like he finds that interesting. "No," he replies. "I'm correcting one." His hand lifts, hovering near my face, not touching, just close enough that I can feel the heat of it. "You stand out," he continues, his tone measured now, eyes narrowing slightly as he studies me. "You move people. They listen to you." I don't react. I don't give him that. But something cold settles in my chest. Because that didn't come from watching. That came from being told. "Who?" I ask before I can stop it, my voice quieter now. His mouth curves. "Does it matter?" he says, tilting his head slightly. "Yes, it does." I shift my weight slightly, testing the grip on my arm. No give. "Let me guess," I say, forcing a dry edge into my tone. "You think you've won something." "I don't think," he replies, straightening slowly. "I know." He takes a step closer, and I can smell it now. Iron, sweat, something older underneath it that doesn't fade. "You're useful," he says. "For what?" I ask. His eyes flick briefly toward the direction the others ran. "Leverage," he says simply. My stomach tightens. Of course. "You think they'll trade for me?" I say. "I know they will," he replies. I let out a short breath that almost turns into a laugh. "You don't know them," I say, shaking my head slightly. "No," he agrees easily. "But I know him." That lands. Harder than anything else he's said. I don't let it show. "You're wrong," I say. "Am I?" he asks, watching me too closely. "Yes." He studies me for a moment longer, then nods once, like he's filed that away for later. "We'll see," he says. "They don't bind me right away. They don't need to. Not with this many bodies, not with the way they position themselves just close enough to cut off any movement without touching me." Craigo walks beside me as they move, his pace unhurried, his hands clasped loosely behind his back like we're taking a walk instead of this. "You adjusted quickly," he says after a moment, glancing at me. "I didn't have a choice." "There's always a choice," he replies. I glance at him. "You chose this," I say. "Yes." "Why?" He looks ahead, then back at me, something faintly amused settling into his expression. "Because you matter," he says. I let that sit, then shake my head slightly. "Not the way you think," I reply. He laughs, quiet and genuine in a way that makes it worse. "We'll see," he says again. When the village comes into view, it's from the wrong side. From his side. The defences are visible, the movement along the lines, the structure still holding despite the pressure. And then they see me. The shift is immediate, sharp, perfect. Craigo lifts his hand slightly, signalling the halt, his eyes never leaving the reaction ahead. "Now," he murmurs, almost to himself, the satisfaction in his tone quiet but unmistakable. This is where it becomes useful.
Chapter 28. Ver. The line is still holding when I realize something is wrong, and that realization doesn't come from what's breaking, but from what isn't. The pressure has shifted, not diminished, and the absence of force in one section draws my attention faster than any direct assault would. The rhythm of impact has changed, coming in shorter bursts, more controlled, like something beyond the barricade has decided to stop testing the structure and start working around it instead. I step back just enough to widen my view, my blade still angled forward as I track the movement along the outer edge. Orcs continue pressing in uneven clusters, Nagas still slipping through weak points along the flanks, But the center, the place that should be under the heaviest strain, has thinned in a way that doesn't match the rest of the engagement. It isn't collapse. It's intent. "Kareth," I call without raising my voice. He's beside me quickly, his breathing controlled through effort, not ease, his shoulders tight from sustained engagement. "I see it," he says, his gaze already moving where mine is. "They're easing pressure through the center." "They're not easing," I reply, shifting my footing as another strike glances off my blade. "They're redirecting." His jaw tightens, the implication landing before I finish the thought. "For what?" The answer arrives before I need to give it. A runner stumbles through the inner line, his steps uneven, his body pitched forward like he's outrunning something he can't escape. He nearly goes down before he reaches me, and I catch him by the arm, forcing him upright as his breath breaks in sharp, chaotic bursts. "My lord!" he manages, his voice cracking under strain. "Speak!" I say, my grip steady enough to hold him still without shaking him. "The supply group," he says, swallowing hard as his eyes flick toward the northern edge of the tree line. "They didn't return." My focus narrows, not gradually but all at once, the noise of the battlefield flattening into something distant and irrelevant. "Which group?" I ask, my voice quieter now. He hesitates. "That's all I need." "Say it." "Lyria's," he says, the name coming out fast, like he's trying to outrun the reaction he expects. The space around me shifts, not visibly, but enough. "Where?" I ask. "North edge," he replies, forcing the words through a tightening throat. "Signs of engagement. Tracks. No bodies." "No bodies. Which means they took her," I say. "It isn't a guess." The runner nods quickly, relief and fear tangled together in the motion as I release him. He stumbles back, putting distance between himself and whatever just settled into the air around me, while Kareth steps closer instead, reading the shift with a precision that doesn't require explanation. "We hold," he says, his voice low, deliberate, forcing structure into the moment. "We maintain pressure here, push them back, and then we—" "No," I say. The word cuts cleanly through the rest. He stills, his expression tightening as he turns fully toward me. "No." "We're not pushing anything," I reply, meeting his gaze. "She knew the risk," he says, the edge in his voice sharpening now. "We all did." "Yes." "And you abandoning this line doesn't change that." "No," I agree. "It doesn't." "Then we stay," he says, stepping closer, his voice dropping further as the weight of the decision settles in. "We finish this. We stabilize. Then we—" "No," I repeat, and this time there's nothing left in it but certainty. The silence between us tightens, not from lack of words, but from everything that doesn't need to be said. "This isn't just about her," he presses, the restraint in his tone the only thing keeping it from breaking into something sharper. "If we lose structure here, the entire defense collapses." "It won't," I say. His eyes narrow slightly. "You don't know that." "I do," I reply, "because you'll hold it." That stops him. "What?" "You're already holding it," I continue, my voice steady, leaving no space for doubt. "You don't need me for that." He stares at me for a moment, the weight of that settling in layers. Frustration, calculation, understanding, before it resolves into something harder. "You're leaving," he says. "Yes." "For her." I don't answer. I don't need to. "That's not strategy," he says. "No." "It's a liability." "Yes." "And you're doing it anyway." "Yes." The repetition strips it down to its core, leaving nothing to argue against. He exhales slowly, his gaze shifting past me toward the line, then back again. "Then you don't take a unit." "No, You don't pull resources. No. His jaw tightens once, then releases. You go alone. Yes. Another pause. Then he nods once, sharp and definitive. Then I hold. Yes. That's enough. I move away from the line without looking back, slipping through the inner structures where the noise dulls just enough to think. The air here is thicker with smoke, the scent of burned wood and damp earth settling into the lungs, grounding in a way that almost feels like clarity. The magic doesn't rise cleanly. It presses. I pull it inward first, drawing it through bone and breath, forcing it into shape rather than letting it take one. The first shift hits deep, a dull compression along my spine as my posture adjusts, my center of gravity dropping lower, heavier. My shoulders broaden under the strain, the alignment of my body shifting in increments that feel wrong until I force them to settle into something usable. I steady my breathing, controlling the pace of it as the change spreads outward, tightening and loosening along muscle and skin in a way that demands focus. Not too much, not too fast. Control it, or lose it. A reflection catches briefly in a warped piece of metal propped against a wall, the image distorted but clear enough to confirm the result. Not me. Good. I roll my shoulders once, testing the weight, letting the unfamiliar shape settle into something that moves instead of resists. Subtle, Scott's voice says from behind me, dry enough to cut through the moment. I don't turn. It doesn't need to be. He steps closer, his gaze moving over me with quiet precision. You're choosing proximity. Yes. And risk. Yes. And abandoning everything you built. Yes. A pause follows, brief but deliberate. Good, he says. I glance at him. You're not stopping me. No, he replies. I'm accounting for it. How? They expect resistance, he says. They don't expect you inside their line. They will if I fail. Then don't. That almost earns a reaction. Almost. The camp isn't hidden. It doesn't need to be. It spreads beyond the tree line in disorder, bodies moving with purpose, fires burning low and tight, the smell of iron and sweat thick enough to settle on the back of the tongue. Movement flows around me as I step into it, not forcing my way through, but aligning with it, matching pace and posture until I disappear into the pattern. No hesitation, no deviation. An orc brushes past me, his shoulder clipping mine without a second glance, and I adjust my stride to match the surrounding movement, letting the rhythm carry me deeper instead of resisting it. Voices rise and fall around me, sharp commands, low exchanges, none of them directed at me, none of them lingering long enough to invite attention. Closer. The structure tightens as I move inward, spacing narrowing, guards more deliberate in their positioning, their attention focused not outward, but inward, protecting something central rather than scanning for threat. That's where I go. A larger structure stands ahead, reinforced, positioned with intent rather than convenience. 2 guards stand at its entrance, their posture different from the others, alert, still, watching. I approach without slowing. One steps forward, blocking the path, his gaze narrowing slightly as he looks me over. Orders. I tilt my head just enough, letting the weight of the form carry the response. From the front, I say, roughening the tone, letting impatience edge into it. Prisoner secured. Krago wants updates tight. He studies me longer than I'd prefer. I shift my weight, just enough irritation in the movement to sell it. You planning to question that? I add, my voice tightening slightly. Or are you going to move? That does it. He steps aside. Make it quick. I don't acknowledge it. I move. The interior is dim, the air cooler, the noise from outside dulled into something distant and muted. And then I see her.
Chapter 29. Lyria. They don't tie my hands tight. That's the first mistake. Not loose enough to slip free, not yet, but loose enough that I can feel the slack when I flex my fingers slowly, testing the give in the rope without drawing attention. The fibres bite into my skin when I move too much, rough and damp from use, but they aren't new and they aren't careful. I catalogue that. The second mistake is where they put me. Not in the centre, not fully isolated, off to the side of the main structure, where I can hear more than they probably intend me to. Voices carry differently here, slipping through the gaps in the walls and the uneven seams where wood meets hide. And if I tilt my head just right, I can track movement outside by the shift in sound alone. Boots, weight, direction. They think I'm waiting. I'm not. I sit with my back against the support beam, wrists bound in front of me, head slightly lowered like I've given up trying to follow everything happening around me. My breathing stays steady, slow enough to look calm, even as I let my eyes move through the space without turning my head. One guard at the entrance, another just outside. He shifts every few minutes, scraping his heel against the dirt in the same uneven rhythm. Further out. More. Not random. Layered. Craigo doesn't trust the obvious. Good. Neither do I. The flap at the entrance shifts, and the light changes just enough to tell me someone stepped in before I hear the boots. Measured, unhurried, of course. I don't look up immediately. Let him step closer. Let him think I'm smaller than I am. You're quiet, Craigo says, his voice carrying that same smooth edge, like he's always one step removed from whatever's actually happening. I lift my head slowly, meeting his gaze without rushing it. You expected screaming? I ask. One corner of his mouth pulls slightly, not quite a smile. I expected resistance, he says. You got it. He takes another step closer, stopping just outside my reach, his eyes moving over me in a way that isn't careless. He's looking for something. Weakness, probably, or the shape of where to apply pressure. I don't give him anything obvious. You're not afraid, he says. I am, I reply, shifting slightly against the beam, letting the rope pull just enough to show it exists without fighting it. I'm just not stupid enough to show you where it matters. That earns a low sound from him, something between amusement and approval. Good, he says. That makes this more interesting. I tilt my head slightly, watching him. You think this is interesting, I say. I think you are, he replies. I let that sit for half a second, then shrug one shoulder, the movement small but deliberate. You've got a strange definition of interesting, I say. His gaze sharpens just slightly. You're buying time, he says. Of course I am, I reply, not bothering to deny it. That pauses him. Not because I surprised him, because I didn't try to. Why? He asks. I meet his eyes. Because I can, I say. The silence stretches just long enough that I can hear movement outside shift slightly. Boots repositioning, someone adjusting their stance. I log it. Shift change is coming, or tension building. Let's try something else, he says, crouching slightly now, bringing himself closer to my level without closing the distance fully. Tell me how he's planning to break this. There it is. I let my expression stay neutral. Who? I ask. His eyes narrow a fraction. Don't waste my time. I'm not, I say. You're being vague. His hand lifts, not striking, just hovering again like he's considering it. Wer? He says finally, watching me too closely. I let my gaze shift slightly, just enough to suggest thought without giving him direction. He's not planning to break anything, I say after a beat. No? No? I reply, leaning my head back lightly against the beam. He's planning to hold. That's true, which makes it useful. Craigo studies me, his expression tightening slightly, like he's measuring the shape of the answer instead of the words themselves. "That's not enough," he says. "It doesn't have to be," I reply. "It just has to last." He watches me for another second, then stands again, the motion smooth, controlled. "You're either very loyal," he says, "or very clever." I tilt my head slightly. "Why not both?" That earns another faint shift of his mouth. "Because one of those breaks faster than the other," he says. I don't answer. I don't need to. Time stretches, not cleanly, not evenly. It folds in on itself, marked by footsteps, by voices rising and falling, by the slow tightening of the camp as something builds outside. I track what I can without moving too much. How often the guards shift, which direction the heaviest movement comes from, where the fires burn hotter and where they dim. The larger structure to my left gets more traffic, command, or supply. The perimeter thins slightly on the far side after each rotation. Not a weakness, a pattern. Patterns can be used. I shift my wrists again, slow, careful, feeling the rope give just a fraction more than before. Almost. Not yet. The flap moves again. I don't look up this time. I don't need to. The steps are wrong, heavier, but not the same. There's a hesitation in them, a fraction of a second too long between strides, like whoever's walking is thinking about where to place their feet, instead of just doing it. Not one of them. Good. I keep my head down. Wait. The guard at the entrance shifts. "You're late," he grunts. A pause. Then, "Front line ran long." The voice replies, roughened, irritated. Familiar, not in sound, in shape. I don't react, don't move, don't give it away. "Krago's inside," the guard says. "I know," the voice answers, stepping past him. Closer, closer. I lift my head just enough as he enters. The disguise is good. Not perfect, but good enough that no one looking casually would question it. I look at him, really look, and there, a flicker. Recognition hits sharp and immediate, but I swallow it down before it can reach my face. Instead, I shift slightly, letting my shoulders sag just a fraction more, like I'm tired, like I've given up fighting the position I'm in. He steps closer, not too close, not yet. "You're holding up," he says, his tone rough, dismissive. I tilt my head, squinting at him like I'm trying to place the voice. "Should I not be?" I ask, letting a hint of irritation slip through. His gaze locks onto mine for half a second. Enough. "Depends," he says, his voice lower now, just enough that it doesn't carry. "How much longer you plan on sitting here?" I shift slightly, letting the rope pull. "Long enough," I reply. His eyes flick to my hands, then to the beam behind me, then back. "Good," he says. A pause. Then, "Because we're leaving." The words settle fast, sharp, real. I don't react, not outwardly. "How?" I ask, keeping my tone even. He tilts his head slightly, eyes shifting toward the entrance, then back again. "On your mark," he says. I nod once, small, then I shift my weight, and pull. The rope gives just enough. That's all I need. It happens fast, not clean, not quiet. The beam behind me cracks as I drive my weight against it, the rope snapping loose just as I lunge forward, catching the nearest guard off balance before he can react. He hits the ground hard. The second one shouts. Too late. Ver moves at the same time, the disguise dropping just enough in motion that it doesn't matter anymore, his blade already in hand as he cuts through the space between us and the exit. "Move," he says. I don't hesitate. We're already running. The camp erupts behind us. Shouts, movement, steel. "Left," I say, grabbing his arm just long enough to redirect him as we break past the outer structure. The rotation gap, there's a break in the perimeter. He adjusts immediately. No argument. Good. We cut through the thinner line just as it starts to close, bodies reacting too late, Too slow. Go, he snaps. We go. The tree line hits fast, branches snapping underfoot as we push through, the sounds of pursuit rising behind us. They'll follow, I say. I know. Then don't slow down. I wasn't planning to. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 30. Heir. The forest tears at us on the way back, branches snapping across my arms and shoulders as we force a path through terrain that doesn't care whether we make it or not. The ground pitches unevenly beneath every step, roots catching at my boots, loose soil shifting just enough to threaten balance if I move without thinking. Behind us, the sound of pursuit grows louder, no longer measured, but jagged. Orders shouted too fast, too many voices trying to correct a mistake that's already been made. They're splitting, I say, angling slightly to the right without breaking stride, forcing the pursuit to adjust instead of predict. Lyria keeps pace beside me, breath tight, her movements efficient even under the strain. Half will try to cut us off before we hit the line, she replies, ducking under a low branch, one hand brushing the trunk to steady herself without slowing. They won't all chase. Good, I say. That makes them easier to break. She glances at me then, quick and sharp, reading the tone more than the words. You're not just getting us back. No. The word settles between us, understood without needing explanation. I shift direction again, cutting across a patch of softer ground where the earth dips toward the river's edge, the mud slick enough to distort clean tracks. It slows us slightly, but it will slow them more. Stay with me, I say. I am, she shoots back, and there's something under it now. Tight, focused, not fear but awareness of exactly how narrow this window is. We break through the last stretch of trees just as the horn sounds from the village line, the note cutting clean through the air and snapping attention outward. Movement shifts instantly ahead of us, soldiers tightening formation, weapons lifting as they track not just us, but what's coming behind. They see us, Lyria says. They see what's chasing us, I reply. The first of Krago's forces crash through the tree line seconds later, no longer holding formation, urgency driving them forward in uneven bursts. An orc stumbles on the edge of the clearing, regains his footing, and charges again, while a Naga slips past him in a smooth, cutting line, faster, more deliberate. Don't slow, I say. I won't. We hit the line hard, soldiers parting just enough to let us through before closing ranks behind us again, shields locking, spears lowering in a unified motion that wasn't there before. Reform! Kareth's voice cuts across the field, sharp enough to pull everything into alignment. Left flank tighten. Don't give them space. I move past him without stopping, but his gaze catches mine for half a second, reading the shift in me the same way he reads the field. You're back, he says, already turning to shout another command. Yes. And? I glance once over my shoulder as the first impact hits the reinforced line. We're not done, I say. That's enough for him. It always is. The battlefield has changed while I was gone, not in structure but in strain. The line holds, but it bows under renewed pressure as the pursuing forces slam into it, their movements less coordinated than before, their timing fractured just enough to create openings that weren't there earlier. The chaos from within their own camp has followed them here, clinging to their formation like something they can't quite shake. "They're off rhythm," Lyria says beside me, her eyes tracking the shifts faster than most of the soldiers around us. "They're reacting instead of leading," I reply, stepping forward into the line again as a strike comes within range. I catch it and redirect, driving the attacker back into the press behind him, hard enough to disrupt the next movement in line. "Then we keep them reacting," she says. "Exactly." I raise my voice just enough to carry. "Don't let them settle. Push them before they reset." A soldier to my right hesitates, his stance too wide, his weight shifting backward instead of forward as the pressure builds. "Closer," I snap, stepping into him and shoving his shoulder inward until his shield aligns with the next man's. "You leave space. They take it." He adjusts immediately, breath sharp, grip tightening as he resets. Better. Lyria moves along the inner edge, not striking but shaping the flow, catching people before they break, redirecting them into positions they didn't realize they needed. "Rotate out," she calls, grabbing one man by the forearm and pulling him back just as his stance starts to collapse. "You're done. Switch before you drop." Another steps in without hesitation. They listen. Not because they're calm, because they trust her. That matters more. The second horn cuts through the noise, lower this time, heavier, carrying from beyond the immediate clash. I turn toward it instinctively, scanning past the line to the far edge of the field where movement begins to form. Tight, not the scattered push of Krago's forces, but something structured, deliberate. Banners rise above the line, dark, angular, Orthani. "They took their time," Kareth mutters as he steps up beside me again, wiping blood from his blade with a quick, efficient motion. "Yes," I say, watching the formation as it advances. "But they came in clean. That's what matters." The reinforcements don't hesitate when they hit the field. They drive straight into the outer flank of Krago's forces, their formation tight enough that the impact doesn't scatter. It compresses, forcing the enemy inward, collapsing their ability to spread and regroup. "They're cutting off retreat," Lyria says, her voice sharpening. "They're cutting off options," I correct, "because now there's nowhere for Krago's forces to reset." The shift ripples through the field almost immediately. Commands start to overlap, units turning too late, movements colliding instead of aligning. What held them together before begins to fracture under pressure from both sides. "Now," I call, stepping forward as the opening widens. "Push into it." The line responds, not cleanly, not perfectly, but with force, surging forward just enough to keep the pressure constant. Steel meets steel again, but the rhythm has shifted, less reactive, more deliberate. An orc lunges toward me, overextended, and I step inside the strike, redirecting it and driving him back with a shove that sends him into the soldier behind him. The disruption carries, breaking the next movement in sequence. They feel it. They're losing cohesion. Good. Through the shifting bodies, I see him. Krago moves forward through the chaos without urgency, without hesitation, his presence cutting through the disorder instead of being dragged into it. Even now, with his forces breaking around him, he holds to the same measured pace. Of course he does. This was always going to end here. "Kareth," I say, not taking my eyes off him. "I've got the line," he replies immediately. "Hold it. Don't take too long." I don't answer. I'm already moving. The space between us compresses as I push through the shifting field, not forcing a path, but taking the one that opens as bodies move around me. The noise fades, not because it's gone, but because it stops mattering, everything narrowing to the line between us. Krago watches me approach, his gaze steady, unreadable. "Bold," he says as I come within range, his voice carrying easily despite the clash around us. "Necessary," I reply, adjusting my stance. His eyes flick briefly past me, tracking the shifting battle, the reinforcements pressing in, the line tightening. "You've turned the field," he says. "Not yet," I answer. His mouth curves slightly. Then he moves. The first strike comes in low and fast, angled to break stance instead of end the fight outright. I shift with it, letting the force pass instead of meeting it, redirecting just enough to keep my footing as I step inside his reach. He follows immediately, adjusting, tightening the engagement, his movements efficient. Good. I don't give him space to settle. The next exchange closes tighter, blades catching, sliding, testing without committing, each movement probing for an opening the other won't give freely. "This is what you chose," he says, his voice sharper now, less removed, more present in the fight. "Yes. For her." I don't answer. I don't need to. I step forward instead, breaking the rhythm he's trying to establish, forcing him to adjust to me instead of the other way around. His next strike shifts higher, faster, but it comes a fraction too late. That's enough. I close the distance fully, driving inside the arc of his movement where his reach works against him, my blade turning in a tight, controlled motion that leaves no room for correction. It lands clean. The resistance is brief. Then gone. He stills, the tension leaving him in a single decisive release, his gaze locking onto mine for half a second before it fades. I pull the blade free and step back, already turning before he hits the ground. Behind me, the shift is immediate. Not gradual, not subtle. The fracture becomes collapse. Krago's forces break.
Chapter 31. Lyria. Orthani looks untouched. That's the first thing that hits me as we pass through the outer gates. Not relief, not safety, just the wrongness of it pressing in from every direction. The stone walls rise clean and pale against the sky, unmarred by smoke, untouched by the chaos we left behind. And the air feels different here, sharper somehow, like it's been filtered and polished until nothing real can cling to it. It smells faintly of metal and cold stone, sterile in a way that makes my lungs hesitate before accepting it, like my body expects ash and blood and finds neither. "They didn't feel any of it," I mutter, the words slipping out before I can stop them. Ver hears me anyway. "They felt it," he says, his voice low, his gaze fixed forward as we move deeper into the city. They chose not to respond. That's worse. He doesn't argue, and the silence that follows settles heavier than any disagreement would have. The streets don't slow for us. People move as they always do, measured, composed, their eyes flicking toward us just long enough to register the disruption before sliding away again. Even covered in dirt and dried blood, even with the weight of what we just came through clinging to us like something that should be visible, we're just another disturbance passing through a system that doesn't acknowledge it. It makes my skin itch. "Is this it?" I ask, glancing at him as we pass another row of identical stone structures, their surfaces too smooth, too deliberate. We just walk back in and everything goes quiet again. For them? And for you? That makes him look at me, not long, not openly, just enough that I catch the shift in his expression before it locks back into place. No. Something in my chest loosens at that, just slightly, enough to remind me it's still there. We don't make it far past the inner gate before the space around us tightens. Not in a way that would draw attention from anyone not looking for it, but deliberate enough that I feel it immediately. Movement adjusts at the edges of my vision, boots striking stone in patterns too clean to be incidental, armour catching the light in narrow flashes as figures step into position ahead of us without breaking the illusion of normal flow. I slow. Ver doesn't. "Keep walking," he says under his breath, the words barely moving his mouth. "That's not—" "Lyria!" The way he says my name stops the rest of the sentence before it forms. It isn't louder, isn't sharper, but there's something in it that doesn't leave room for argument. So I walk, 3 steps. That's all we get. Lord Ver. The voice comes from ahead, smooth and practiced, carrying just enough authority that no one needs to raise theirs to reinforce it. The soldiers are already in place, already aligned, already closing the space in a way that makes it clear this was decided long before we stepped through the gate. They block the path without looking like they're blocking it. Ahead, behind, to the sides. I turn my head slightly, tracking the positions, counting without making it obvious. Too many. What is this? I ask, keeping my voice level even as something colder settles under my ribs. The man in front, dark armour, unmarked but precise in its construction, doesn't look at me when he answers. Orders. Ver stops, and the shift is immediate. It doesn't ripple outward in a visible way, but the air tightens around him, the kind of stillness that makes everything else feel like it's waiting for permission to move again. Whose? He asks. The man meets his gaze without hesitation. Your father's. There it is. And those orders are? The man's eyes flick to me then, brief and assessing, like I'm already something being processed rather than a person standing in front of him. Seize the human. The words land clean, without weight, without hesitation, like they've already been carried out in his mind. Subtle, I mutter, the edge in my voice sharper than I intend. The soldiers move, fast enough that I don't get a clean step back before hands close around my arms, iron grip locking in place as they pull me off balance just enough to break my stance. I twist instinctively, trying to drop my weight and shift leverage, but they're trained for this. One forces my arm higher, the other steps in closer, driving forward just enough to keep me upright without giving me space to move. Easy, one of them says under his breath, the tone almost casual, like this is routine. Get your hands off me, I snap, jerking against the hold. They don't. Of course they don't. Release her. Ver's voice cuts through the moment, low and precise, and the soldiers hesitate, not enough to stop, but enough that I feel it in the slight shift of pressure on my arms. The man in front doesn't move. Those are not my orders. Ver steps forward, not fast, not aggressive, just enough that the line adjusts in response. I am giving you new ones. With respect, the man replies, and the word lands wrong in his mouth, too smooth, too practiced. You do not outrank him. The silence that follows doesn't stretch, it locks. I feel it then, not just tension, but something more rigid, something structural. A boundary. Ver doesn't move, not because he doesn't want to, because he can't. That realization settles in fast, sharp enough that it clears everything else out of the way. I stop struggling, not surrender, adjustment. I turn my head, finding him through the line of bodies between us, holding his gaze. You knew this might happen, I say quietly. His jaw tightens. Yes. And you brought me here anyway. I wasn't leaving you out there. I know. That's not what this is about. The guards start pulling me back, their grip shifting just enough to guide instead of drag, forcing me into motion whether I want it or not. Ver, I say. He looks at me fully now, and for the first time since I've known him, there's something in his expression that isn't contained. Not fear, not panic. Something sharper, more dangerous. I'll get you out, he says, the words low enough that they're meant only for me. I believe him. That's the problem. Then don't take too long, I reply, letting the corner of my mouth lift just enough to make it look like I'm not already calculating how much time I actually have. They pull me away before he can answer. The cell is colder than I expect, not damp or rotting, just precise in its construction. The stone cut smooth and deliberate, built to hold rather than decay. The air carries almost no scent, just a faint trace of metal and dust, and the silence settles differently here, not empty but contained, like sound itself has nowhere to go. They don't chain me. They don't need to. The door closes with a final, solid sound that doesn't echo so much as disappear. I sit on the edge of the narrow bench, flexing my fingers slowly, feeling the lingering pressure where they held me. No restraints, no visible weaknesses, confidence built into every decision. The door opens again sooner than I expect, the shift in air subtle but immediate as someone steps inside. I don't stand. I don't straighten. I let him take in exactly what he expects to see. Maltos doesn't need introduction. His presence fills the space without effort, his gaze moving over me once, measured, not curious, not impressed. "So," he says, his tone flat, almost disinterested. "This is what has caused so much disruption." I tilt my head slightly. "I was under the impression that was your son." One of the guards shifts. Maltos doesn't. "Careful." "Why?" I ask. "You planning to kill me twice?" A flicker crosses his expression. Small, almost imperceptible. Bold. Practical. He steps closer, stopping just outside reach, not because he's concerned, but because he doesn't need to close the distance to control it. "You understand your position." "Perfectly." "And yet you continue to speak." I don't see the benefit in stopping. His gaze sharpens slightly, like he's adjusting his expectations in real time. "Your execution has been scheduled." The words settle into the space between us without weight, without emphasis, which somehow makes them land harder. "When?" I ask. "Soon." That's vague. That's intentional. I nod once. Of course it is. He studies me for a moment longer, then turns, already finished. "You have served your purpose," he says. "Now you will serve as an example." "To who?" He pauses just long enough to acknowledge the question. "Everyone." Then he leaves. The silence settles again, heavier this time, pressing in from all sides as I sit there and let the shape of it take form. Execution. Soon. No leverage. No authority. No. I exhale slowly, leaning forward, elbows braced against my knees as my fingers lace together. No. That's not right. I lift my head slightly, staring at the door, letting the edges of the situation sharpen instead of blur. They think this is finished. They think I'm finished. They think... A quiet breath leaves me, something that almost turns into a laugh before I catch it. "Yeah," I murmur, voice low against the stone. "We'll see."
Chapter 32. Heir. The doors don't open when I reach them, and the stillness of that refusal settles under my skin faster than anger does. The polished black stone reflects just enough of my shape to remind me where I stand and what this place is supposed to recognize. But the mechanism remains unmoved, silent in a way that feels deliberate rather than mechanical. The guards flanking the entrance don't shift, don't acknowledge me beyond the bare fact of my presence. Their attention fixed just past me, as if I've already been accounted for and dismissed. "Open it," I say, my voice even, controlled by habit more than intention. Neither of them responds. The air between us tightens slightly, not from threat, but from the absence of expected reaction, and I step closer, the faint echo of my boots against the stone carrying further than it should in the quiet. "Open the door!" One of them finally moves, though it's barely more than a shift of weight, enough to acknowledge the sound without conceding to it. "We have orders," he says, his tone flat, rehearsed, like the answer has been waiting longer than I have. "I'm giving you new ones," I reply, the words coming sharper now, faster, the edge I usually keep buried slipping through without permission. "Those orders supersede yours." That lands differently when spoken aloud. Not surprising, not new, but undeniable in a way that strips away the illusion I've been operating under. I take another step forward, close enough now to see the faint tightening at the edge of his jaw, the subtle adjustment of his grip. "You're making a mistake," I say, quieter. "No," he replies, meeting my gaze directly this time. "You are." The door opens behind him then, not in response to me, but because something on the other side has chosen it. The shift in air is immediate, cooler, heavier, carrying the sense of a space that doesn't bend around presence, but enforces it. I don't wait for permission. I move past them as the door closes behind me, sealing the corridor away like it never existed. My father is already inside. He stands near the center of the room with his hands clasped loosely behind his back, his posture relaxed in a way that suggests nothing. Here requires his attention, even as he commands all of it. He doesn't turn when I enter. He doesn't need to. "You're early," he says. The calm in his voice grates more than if he'd raised it. "You took her," I say, stepping further into the room, the words pulled tight enough to keep from breaking. He turns then, slowly, his gaze settling on me with the same detached precision he applies to everything. "Yes." No hesitation. No justification. Just acknowledgement. "Release her," I say. "No." The answer comes just as easily, just as clean, and something in my chest tightens, not explosively, but with a steady pressure that builds without release. "She is not a threat to you," I continue, forcing the words through a jaw that wants to lock. "She has no place in your structure, your politics." "She is exactly that," he interrupts, the shift in his tone minimal but decisive, enough to cut through the rest of the sentence before it forms. I stop, not because I agree, but because the interruption lands with the weight of something already decided. "You brought her into this," he says, stepping toward me with unhurried precision. "You placed her inside a system she does not understand, and expected it to bend around her." "I expected you to recognize value," I say. "I do." The answer comes fast enough to catch, and for a fraction of a second, it disrupts the rhythm I've built. "Then release her." "No." The repetition is deliberate now, not just refusal, but reinforcement. "She will be executed." There's no emphasis in the words, no rise or fall, but they hit harder for it, settling into place without resistance. My control fractures before I can contain it. I move. There's no calculation in it, no measured transition from thought to action. One moment I'm standing across from him, the next I'm closing the distance, magic rising with the motion, unrefined and immediate, pulled forward by instinct instead of shaped by discipline. The pressure builds too quickly, spilling through my grip before I've fully formed it, but I don't slow, don't adjust. I commit. The strike never lands. His hand lifts with almost casual precision, catching the motion before it completes, redirecting it instead of resisting it. The force I put into it tears sideways, ripping through empty space instead of into him, the backlash snapping through my arm hard enough to disrupt the next movement before it forms. "Stop," he says. The word is quiet, but it carries through the space like it belongs there. I push again anyway, forcing another strike into shape, tightening the magic this time, trying to control it before release. But he steps forward instead of back, closing the space I was trying to use. His hand catches my wrist mid-motion, twisting just enough to break the alignment, the pressure precise and efficient, pain flaring sharp and contained. "You're reacting," he says, his voice still calm, still measured, like he's describing something inevitable. I wrench free, forcing distance, driving forward again, but every movement meets the same result. Nothing where I expect it, resistance where I don't, my rhythm collapsing under his control of it. "You're predictable." His palm strikes my chest before I see the movement, the force controlled, directed, enough to empty my lungs without sending me sprawling. I stagger, catch myself, force breath back in, and try again, compressing the magic tighter this time, shaping it before release. He intercepts it at the point of formation, turning it back along its own path, the backlash heavier now, snapping through my shoulder and dragging my arm down with it. "You don't control it," he says. "I do," I snap, the words forced through clenched teeth as I straighten again. "No," he replies. "You think you do." I adjust, slow the next movement, try to rebuild the structure I've been trained into. But he doesn't give me time to complete it. He steps in, clean and precise, and the next moment the ground hits my shoulder as he drives me down, my arm locked before I can leverage out of it, my balance gone before I can recover it. The fight ends there, not because I choose it, because he does. "This is the difference," he says, looking down at me, his expression unchanged, unaffected by anything I've done. "Between using power and understanding it." I don't answer. I can't, because there's nothing in the moment that argues against it. He releases me without force, stepping back like the demonstration is complete, like I was never more than that. "Take him." The guards move immediately, hands locking onto my arms before I can reset, before I can pull anything back into alignment. "You've been allowed too much autonomy," he continues, turning away as if I've already ceased to matter. "That ends now." "You use this," I say, forcing the words out as they drag me back. "The war, the villages, all of it." He pauses, just long enough to acknowledge the question. "Yes." The confirmation lands harder than the defeat. "A test," he adds. "For what?" I demand. He glances back over his shoulder, his gaze settling on me with that same measured distance. "For you." The words settle in, and everything else follows. "You needed pressure," he continues. "Conflict, variables you could not control." My jaw tightens. "And her? A variable." They pull me again, but I don't resist this time. Not because I've stopped, but because something has shifted into place with a clarity I didn't have before. He was ahead of me, every step. The cell door opens, and I don't need to look to know who's inside. The air carries it, the subtle shift in presence that I've learned to recognize before sight confirms it. They shove me forward just enough that I have to move or fall, and I catch myself, straightening as the door closes behind me with a finality that doesn't echo. Lyria looks up immediately, her eyes moving over me, taking in the damage, the imbalance, the absence of control I haven't managed to hide. "What did you do?" she asks, her voice sharp, cutting through everything else. "I made a mistake," I say. She exhales, shaking her head slightly. "Yeah," she mutters. "I figured." I meet her gaze, and for the first time, there's nothing behind it. No plan, no structure, just the realization that I've been playing a game where I never set the rules.
Chapter 33. Lyria. The first thing I notice is how still he is. Not calm, not composed, still. It's the kind of stillness that comes after something breaks clean through you, when your body hasn't quite caught up to the damage yet. He stands a few steps inside the cell, like he hasn't decided whether to move or not, his shoulders set but not held, his breathing just slightly off rhythm if you know what to look for. I do. Of course I do. "You look like trash," I say, not sharp, not soft, just honest. His mouth shifts like he might respond, but nothing comes out right away. His gaze flicks toward me, then away, then back again like he's trying to find footing that isn't there anymore. "I've been worse," he says finally. "Yeah," I reply, pushing off the bench and stepping closer, slow enough not to crowd him but close enough that he can't pretend I'm across the room, but not like this. That lands. I see it in the way his jaw tightens, not defensive, not angry, just aware. What did he do? I ask. Ver exhales slowly, dragging a hand back through his hair, the motion rougher than anything I've seen from him before. Nothing unexpected, he says, but there's a flatness to it that doesn't belong to him. That's not an answer, I say. It is, he replies, a little sharper now, though it doesn't carry much weight behind it. I made a move. He stopped it. I tilt my head slightly, studying him, watching the way he stands instead of just listening to what he says. No, I say after a second, he didn't just stop it. Ver looks at me again, this time more directly. What's the difference? He asks. The difference, I say, stepping in closer, lowering my voice just enough that it pulls his focus on whether he wants it to or not, is that you're standing like someone who lost more than a fight. That hits, clean. He doesn't respond right away, and I let the silence sit there, not pushing, not filling it, just letting him feel it instead of talking around it. He's been ahead of me the entire time, he says finally, the words quiet, like he's still trying to contain them. Yeah, I reply. That earns a flicker of something from him, brief, sharp. That's it? He asks. That's your response? What do you want me to say? I ask, folding my arms loosely as I lean my shoulder against the wall beside him. That it's not true. His jaw tightens again. No. Good, I say, because it is. He looks away, not avoiding, processing. I let my gaze drift past him toward the door, tracking the faint echo of movement beyond it, the pattern of guard rotations I've been piecing together since they threw me in here. The timing hasn't changed. The structure hasn't shifted. That tells me something important. Maltos isn't worried. Not yet. That's the part you're stuck on, I ask after a moment, pushing off the wall again. That he was ahead of you. It matters, Ver says, his voice tightening just slightly. Yeah, I agree. It does. But not the way you think. That pulls his attention back. How? Because you're treating it like the game's over, I say, stepping in front of him now, forcing him to look at me instead of through me. Like he won, so that's it. And you don't think he did? He asks. I shake my head. I think he thinks he did, I say. There's a difference. I watch it land, slow but steady, the idea catching somewhere behind the frustration. He's still in control, Ver says. Of the board, I reply, not the outcome. That's the same thing. No, I say, sharper now, shaking my head once. It's not. It's just the part he understands best. I step closer, dropping my voice again, not soft, just focused. He built a system where control equals victory, I continue, where if everything moves the way he expects, he wins before anything even happens. That's exactly what just happened, Ver says. Yeah, I agree, because you played it his way. That one lands harder. He goes still again, but this time it's different. Not empty, not broken. Tense, engaged. I didn't have a choice, he says. You always have a choice, I reply. That's easy for you to say, he snaps, a flash of something sharper cutting through for the first time. Is it? I shoot back, stepping closer instead of backing off, meeting that edge head on. Because from where I'm standing, you had two options, play his game or change it. And attacking him changes it? He asks, the frustration back now, but grounded this time instead of drifting. No, I say, that's still his game. You just played it badly. He exhales sharply, dragging a hand down his face. Then what would you have done? He asks. I don't answer immediately. Not because I don't have one, because I want him to actually hear it. I'd make him prove it, I say. Ver's brow furrows slightly. Prove what? That he's better than you, I reply. He already did. No, I shake my head. He showed you that in private. That doesn't mean anything out there. I gesture vaguely toward the walls, toward everything beyond them. He controls this place because everyone believes he should, I continue, because no one's ever seen him lose. No one's ever seen him challenged in a way that matters. And you think I can change that? Ver says. I think you can force him to, I reply. He watches me for a second. Something shifting behind his eyes now. Less frustration, more calculation. How? I let out a slow breath, then step back just enough to give the idea space. You don't fight him here, I say. You don't fight him like that. Then how? You challenge him, I say. That's what I just did. No, I shake my head again. You attacked him. That's different. His gaze sharpens slightly. Explain. I nod once. Publicly, I say. Formally. You force it into a structure he can't ignore without looking weak. Ver's posture shifts, just slightly. That's not how this works. It is if you make it, I reply. He can refuse. Not without consequence, I say. Not if you do it right. He studies me now, really studies me, the way he does when something actually matters. And what does right look like? He asks. I feel the corner of my mouth lift just slightly. It looks like pride, I say. He doesn't react, not outwardly. Good. Walk me through it, he says. So I do. You don't go at him as his son, I say, pacing slowly now, mapping it out as I speak. You go at him as a rival, as someone who's been tested and came back stronger. I just lost to him. In private, I repeat. That doesn't count. His jaw tightens. You're asking me to gamble everything on perception. I'm telling you that's what he built this on, I reply. You think he rules because he's the strongest? No. He rules because everyone thinks he is. And if they're right, then you die, I say plainly. The words hang there, heavy, real. He doesn't flinch. Good. But if they're wrong, I continue, stepping closer again, lowering my voice, then you don't just beat him, you replace him. That lands. Different. Deeper. And you think I can do that? He says. I hold his gaze. I think you're the only one who can, I reply. A long pause stretches between us, not empty, but full of shifting pieces, calculations clicking into place one by one. You're asking me to provoke him, he says. I'm asking you to corner him, I correct. And if he doesn't take it? He will, I say, because you won't just challenge him. You'll make it impossible not to. Ver exhales slowly, looking away for a second, then back. You've thought this through? I've had time, I reply. That almost gets a smile out of him. Almost. And you're sure this works? He says. I shrug slightly. No, I admit. But it's better than waiting to die. That earns a real reaction. A quiet breath. Something that almost sounds like a laugh. Fair, he says. I nod once. Good. Then I step closer, close enough that there's no space left for distance or doubt. So, I say, my voice steady, grounded. Are you done losing? He looks at me, and this time, there's something back in his eyes. Not control, not yet, but direction. No, he says. Good, I reply. Then let's make him prove it.
Chapter 34. There. The cell feels smaller now. Not because the walls have moved, but because something in me has. The air presses closer, warmer than it should be in a place built from stone and iron, carrying the quiet rhythm of her breathing alongside mine. Every sound lands differently. The faint scrape of fabric when she shifts, the soft drag of her fingers across her own arm as she settles her weight, the subtle way our movements echo off the walls and return just a fraction delayed, like the space is forcing us to hear each other more clearly than we want to. I lean back against the stone, the cold seeping through my shoulders and down my spine, grounding in a way that feels necessary after everything that just unraveled. My hands are still, but not relaxed, the tension in them coiled tight beneath the surface, waiting for direction that hasn't formed yet. She watches me. I can feel it before I look. When I do, she doesn't look away. "You're thinking too loud," Lyria says, her voice quiet but steady, her head tilted slightly as she studies me like I'm something she's already halfway figured out. "I'm not saying anything." "No," she replies, taking a slow step closer, the soft shift of her boots against the stone loud enough in the silence to track every inch of distance. "You're worse when you don't." I let out a breath that almost turns into something sharper, but I catch it before it does, dragging it back into something controlled. "I'm working through it." She stops just in front of me, close enough now that I can feel the warmth of her without touching her, close enough that the air between us feels like it belongs to both of us instead of the cell. "No," she says, softer now, but more certain. "You're trying to." That lands. Of course it does. I look at her properly then, taking in the details I didn't let myself focus on before. The faint tension still held in her shoulders, the way her hair falls unevenly from where it's been pulled back and loosened again, the small marks at her wrists where the rope must have pressed harder than it should have. There's dirt still clinging to the edge of her sleeve, a thin line of dried blood along her forearm that doesn't belong to her. "You should sit," I say, the words coming out quieter than I intend. She huffs a small breath, something close to a laugh. "I'm fine." "You're not," I reply. "Neither are you." That almost earned something from me. Almost. She studies me for another second, then steps in closer, closing the distance fully this time, her hand lifting slowly, giving me enough time to stop her if I want to. I don't. Her fingers brush my jaw first. Light, careful, like she's checking something instead of touching me, her thumb dragging just slightly along the edge of where the impact must have landed earlier. "You let him get in your head," she says, her tone softer now, not accusing, just observing. I don't answer right away, because she's not wrong. "He didn't have to try very hard," I say finally. Her hand stills, then shifts, her palm settling more fully against my face, grounding instead of testing. "That's because you walked in already halfway there," she replies. I let my eyes close for a second. Just a second. The contact is steady, not distracting, not pulling me away from anything. It holds me in place instead, gives the noise somewhere to settle that isn't just inside my own head. "You're not supposed to be the one fixing this," I say, my voice lower now. "I'm not fixing it," she replies. "I'm stopping you from making it worse." That pulls a breath out of me that feels different than the others. Less sharp. More real. I open my eyes again, and she's still there, still watching me like she's not going anywhere whether I want her to or not. "Tell me what you're thinking," she says. I hesitate, not because I don't know, because saying it makes it real. "He's right," I say finally, "about the control." Her expression doesn't change. "Yeah," she says. I let out a short, quiet breath. "I don't control it the way I thought I did," I continue, the words coming slower now, measured instead of forced. "I react, I adjust, but I don't direct it," she finishes for me. I nod once. She studies me for a moment, then shifts closer again, her hand sliding from my jaw to the back of my neck, her fingers threading lightly into my hair, not pulling, just holding. "Then stop trying to overpower it," she says, her voice low, steady against the space between us. "You don't need more force. You need control." "I know that." "Do you?" she asks, her thumb brushing slowly along the edge of my neck, the movement grounding in a way I didn't expect. "Because what I saw out there, and what you just described, doesn't sound like someone who knows it." I let out a quiet breath, something between a laugh and frustration. "You're not wrong." "I know," she says, and there's the faintest hint of a smile in it. The contact shifts again, her other hand coming up, resting lightly against my chest, not pushing, just there, like she's checking something deeper than the surface. "Feel that," she says. I frown slightly. "What?" "Your breathing," she replies. "It's all over the place." "It's fine." "It's not," she says, pressing just slightly, enough that I can feel the rhythm under her palm. "You're still bracing for something that already happened." Because she's right. Again. "Slow it down," she murmurs. I don't argue. I don't need to. I let my breath shift, pulling it deeper, slower, forcing it into something that resembles control instead of reaction. Her hand stays where it is, tracking it, adjusting with it, like she's calibrating me without saying that's what she's doing. "That's better," she says quietly. The space between us changes. Not dramatically, but enough. My hand lifts without thinking, settling at her waist, not pulling her in. Not yet. Just resting there, feeling the warmth through the fabric, the solid presence of her grounding against everything else. She doesn't pull away. Her fingers tighten slightly at the back of my neck in response, the shift small but deliberate. "See?" she says softly. "You can control something." I huff a quiet breath. "That's not the same." "No," she agrees, "but it's where you start." The distance between us disappears in increments, not rushed, not forced, just closing. My other hand comes up, brushing along her arm, following the line of muscle and tension there before settling at her side. Her head tilts slightly as she steps closer, her forehead brushing mine, the contact light but steady. "This isn't about him right now," she murmurs. "It should be." "It will be," she says. "Just not like this." Her breath is warm against my mouth, her presence filling the space in a way that doesn't crowd. It centers. "You don't win by reacting to him," she continues, her voice softer now, closer. "You win by making him react to you." I nod slightly, the motion small with how close we are. "I know." "Then stop giving him what he wants," she says. "I'm trying." "I know," she replies, her lips brushing mine briefly. Not a demand, not a distraction, an interruption. That's the problem. I let out a breath against her, my grip tightening slightly at her waist as the tension shifts, not gone, but redirected. "Then help me fix it," I say. "I am," she murmurs. This time, when I close the distance, it isn't impulsive. It's deliberate. The kiss deepens slowly, built on the same control she's been forcing me into, each movement measured instead of taken, her hands guiding as much as responding, keeping me grounded in it instead of letting me disappear into it. There's nothing rushed about it, nothing desperate, just choice. Her fingers trace along my neck again, then down, mapping the line of my shoulder, the tension still held there, easing it in small, deliberate motions. My hands follow her lead, learning the pace instead of setting it, the rhythm steady, controlled. "You feel that?" she murmurs against me. "Yeah." That's what control feels like, she says softly.
Chapter 35. Lyria. The first thing I hear isn't a shout. It's the sound of something heavy hitting stone hard enough to crack the rhythm of the hallway outside. A dull, sharp impact that doesn't belong to the steady cadence of guard rotations I've been tracking for hours. It echoes wrong, too sudden, too final, and then everything after it fractures. Metal scrapes, boots shift too fast. A voice starts to rise and cuts off halfway through like it never gets the chance to finish. I go still before I realise I've done it, my hand tightening instinctively where it rests against Ver's arm, my breath catching just enough that I feel it in my chest instead of hearing it. That's not routine, I murmur. Ver is already listening, his posture shifting beside me, not tense in the way it was before, but focused, aligned, the stillness now deliberate instead of lost. No, he says quietly. The second impact comes closer. This one I feel through the floor before I hear it fully, a vibration that runs up through the stone and into my boots, followed by the unmistakable sound of a body dragging, not clean, not controlled, but pulled with effort. Then a shout, then another, then nothing. Silence hits harder than the noise. I step back from Ver without thinking, turning toward the door, my senses stretching outward, catching every small shift in the air, every scrape, every breath that isn't ours. You expecting company? I ask. No, he replies. Good, I mutter, because we've got it anyway. The corridor outside goes quiet again, but it's not the same kind of quiet as before. This one is uneven, jagged at the edges, like something just tore through it and left the shape behind. Then, footsteps, dragging, uneven, coming straight for us. I move closer to the door, not touching it, just close enough to feel the faint shift of air along the edges where stone meets metal. My pulse kicks harder, sharper, not fear, not yet, anticipation. Whoever that is, I say under my breath. They're not walking out of here clean. The lock scrapes, not smoothly, not correctly. Something catches, metal grinding against metal like the mechanism is being forced instead of used. Then the door jerks, stops, jerks again, and slams open hard enough that it hits the wall behind it with a crack that echoes through the cell. Scott stumbles in. For half a second, my brain doesn't process it. Then it does, and everything sharpens. He's covered in blood, not splattered, soaked. Dark and thick across his chest, down one arm, dripping steadily from his fingers where his grip is still wrapped around something. No, not something, a blade, the edge dull with use, the handle slick. Scott! I start, stepping forward instinctively. Don't! He cuts in, his voice rough, thinner than I've ever heard it, but still carrying that same clipped control underneath. Don't waste your time. He takes another step and almost doesn't make it, his weight shifting wrong, his knee hitting the stone before he catches himself with one hand against the wall. The impact leaves a smear behind him, dark and immediate. Oh no, I breathe, moving to him anyway, catching his arm before he can fall again. I know, he says, breath hitching once, sharp, contained. I'm aware. Ver is already moving, crossing the space between us in 2 strides, his eyes scanning Scott fast, precise, taking in the damage the same way he reads a battlefield. You shouldn't be here, Ver says. Scott huffs something that might be a laugh if it had more air behind it. Yeah, he mutters. That was the general consensus. He shifts his grip, pushing himself upright just enough to stay on his feet, though most of his weight ends up leaning into the wall. Keys, I say, already scanning him, his belt, his hands. No keys, he replies. Then how? He lifts his hand. Not the one with the blade. The other, the one shaking just slightly under the weight of holding itself up. Magic gathers there, weak, flickering. "Step back," he says. Ver doesn't hesitate. He grabs my arm and pulls me back just enough to clear the space as Scott presses his palm flat against the locking mechanism embedded in the wall beside the door. The air shifts. Not violently, not like Ver's. This is different. Tight, focused, like something being forced through a space too small to hold it. The metal groans, then splits. Not cleanly, not evenly, but enough. The lock snaps with a sharp crack, fragments falling to the floor as the mechanism gives way entirely. The door swings wider. Freedom. For half a second, none of us move. Then Scott exhales, the sound thin, almost relieved, and his hand drops away from the wall. "Done," he says. And then he collapses. Ver catches him before he hits the ground fully, lowering him with more care than I've ever seen him use in a fight. "Stay with me," Ver says, his voice low, tighter than before. Scott huffs again, blood slipping at the corner of his mouth as he shifts slightly, trying to breathe around something that isn't working the way it should. "I didn't come all this way to pass out," he mutters. "Then don't," I snap, dropping to my knees beside him, pressing my hand against his side where the worst of the blood is pooling. It's warm, too warm, slick under my palm. "Lyria," he says. I look at him, really look, and I know, not yet, but close enough that it doesn't matter. "No," I say immediately. "Don't." "Listen," he cuts in, his hand lifting just enough to grab my wrist, his grip weaker than it should be but still there. "We don't have time for you to argue with reality." My throat tightens, but I swallow it down, forcing my focus back into place. "Fine," I say. "Then talk." His gaze shifts to Ver, then back to me. "He's not ready," Scott says. "I know," I reply. Ver stiffens slightly beside me. "That's not helpful," he says. Scott's mouth twitches. "Didn't say it to help you." "Then why say it?" "Because she needs to hear it," Scott replies, his eyes locking onto mine again. I don't look away. "He'll default back to force," Scott continues, his voice rough but steady enough to carry. "When it matters, when it's close, you don't let him." "I won't," I say. "You make him think," he adds, "even if he hates you for it." I huff a quiet breath. "He already does." "Good," Scott mutters. "Then you're doing it right." There's blood on his lips now, more than before, his breathing shallower with each pull. "Hey," I say, sharper now, pressing harder against his side like I can force the damage to stop if I just push enough. "Stay with me." "I am," he says, though it sounds thinner now, further away. His gaze shifts to Ver again. "Don't waste this," Scott says. "I won't," Ver replies, his voice lower now, steadier than it was before. Scott studies him for a second, like he's weighing something, then nods once. "Good," he murmurs. His grip on my wrist loosens, then slips. I feel it before I see it. "Scott." He doesn't respond. The silence this time is final. I stay there for a second longer than I should, my hand still pressed to his side. Like if I move too soon, it makes it real in a way I can't undo. Then I pull back, slow, because I don't have time to fall apart. Not here. Not now. I stand, wiping my hand against my pants without looking at it, forcing my breathing back into something usable. "We move," I say. Ver looks at me. Not questioning, not hesitating. "Yeah," he says. I glance once at Scott. Just once. "Make it count," I mutter under my breath. Then I turn toward the open door. Let's go start a war he actually has to fight.
Chapter 36. Bear. The hall is too quiet when we enter. Not silent, never silent, but restrained in a way that feels intentional, like every voice that belongs here has been pulled tight and held just below the surface. Boots strike polished stone in measured rhythms, conversations tapering off as we move through the outer corridor, eyes tracking us without turning heads, attention sharpening without acknowledgement. The air carries the faint scent of oil and metal, layered over the colder, cleaner smell of carved stone. And beneath it all, there's something else. Expectation, heavy and unspoken, settling into the bones of the place. "They weren't expecting this!" Lyria murmurs beside me, her voice low enough that it doesn't carry beyond the space between us. "They were expecting something," I reply, keeping my pace even as the doors to the main chamber come into view. Just not this version of it. Her shoulder brushes mine briefly as we walk, not by accident, not quite deliberate either. Just enough contact to ground the moment without breaking it. "Good," she says. "Then don't give them time to adjust." I don't intend to. The doors open before we reach them, pulled wide by guards who don't meet my gaze as we pass. Inside, the chamber unfolds in layered tiers of dark stone and precise geometry. Nobles already gathered along the edges, their attention shifting in unison as we enter. The sound of our footsteps carries further here, sharper, echoing just enough to mark every step as deliberate. My father stands at the center. Of course he does. He doesn't turn immediately, his attention fixed on the space ahead like the room will arrange itself without his input. It almost does. Almost. "Late," he says, finally acknowledging our presence without looking directly at us. "On time," I reply, my voice carrying cleanly across the chamber as I step forward, not stopping at the edge of the gathered space, not waiting for permission to enter it fully. That gets his attention. He turns. Slowly. His gaze settles on me with the same measured distance as before, but there's a flicker of something else there now. Not concern, not uncertainty. Interest. "You've been busy," he says, his eyes flicking briefly to Lyria before returning to me. "I've been learning," I reply. A few of the nobles shift at that. Subtle movements, quiet exchanges, the kind of ripple that moves through a room before anyone decides whether to acknowledge it openly. "Have you?" my father says. "I have," I confirm, stopping a few paces from him, close enough that the space between us feels intentional instead of formal. "And what have you learned?" he asks. I hold his gaze. "That control without challenge is just assumption," I say. The room tightens, not visibly, but I feel it. My father's expression doesn't change. "Careful," he says. "I am," I reply. The silence stretches just long enough to force attention onto the moment instead of away from it. Then I take one more step forward. "I challenge you," I say. The words land clean. No hesitation. No room to reinterpret. Not as a son, not as anything except what they are. A ripple moves through the chamber, sharper this time, voices rising just slightly before being forced back down. My father watches me, really watches me now. "This is not a discussion you win," he says. "It's not a discussion," I reply. That lands. He studies me for another second, then shifts his gaze outward, taking in the room, the witnesses, the expectation building around the moment whether he invited it or not. "You would invoke formal challenge," he says. "I would," I reply. His eyes narrow slightly. "You understand what that requires?" I do. "And you still choose it?" "Yes." The room holds its breath. Because now, he has to answer. Refusal isn't clean anymore. Not here. Not like this. "Then you understand," he says slowly, "that this ends one way, I nod once. I do. A pause. Then, accepted. The word cuts through the room like a blade, clean and final. The tension shifts immediately, no longer uncertain, no longer waiting. Now it has direction. The space clears faster than it should. Not chaotic, not rushed, but efficient in a way that speaks to how often this structure has been used, even if not like this. The central floor opens, the polished stone marked with faint scoring lines that catch the light just enough to reveal their purpose. Witnesses reposition along the edges, forming a ring that feels less like protection and more like containment. Lyria steps back, her hand brushing mine once as she moves out of the immediate space. Remember, she says quietly, her voice just for me. Make him react. I nod. Then step forward. The distance between us settles. Measured. Deliberate. My father doesn't draw a weapon immediately. He doesn't need to. Neither do I. You're calmer, he says. I am, I reply. That's new. So is this. His mouth shifts slightly. Not quite a smile. Then he moves. Fast. Faster than before. His opening strike cutting clean through the space between us. Angled to break stance instead of test it. I don't meet it head on. I shift with it, letting the force pass, stepping just inside the edge of it instead of away. His second strike comes immediately. I'm already moving, not reacting, anticipating. The difference is small, but it matters. Steel meets steel for the first time, the sound sharp and clean, the vibration running through my grip as I catch and redirect instead of block. He adjusts. Of course he does. His movements tightening, refining, pressing for control. I don't give it to him. I shift again, breaking the rhythm before it settles, forcing him to follow instead of lead. Better, he says, his voice carrying through the clash without strain. I've been practicing, I reply. He presses harder. So do I. The fight compresses. Not wild, not chaotic. Controlled violence, each movement layered over the last, each adjustment building on the one before it. His strength is still there, his precision unchanged, but I'm not meeting him the same way anymore. I don't try to overpower. I redirect. I let him commit, then shift just enough to make that commitment cost him. His next strike comes high. I drop low, not retreating, changing angle, forcing him to adjust his center instead of mine. He does, but it's slower, a fraction. Enough. I step inside that fraction, my blade turning tight, controlled, forcing contact at a point he didn't choose. The impact shifts his balance. Not much, but enough. You're adapting, he says. Yes, that won't be enough. It doesn't have to be, I reply. It just has to work. He changes tactics. Of course he does. The next sequence comes faster, less testing, more direct, forcing me to respond instead of initiate. I don't, not fully. I let him think I am. Let him build the rhythm he expects. Then break it. The chamber fades. The noise, the watchers. All of it drops away until there's only movement, timing, the space between decisions. And for the first time, he's adjusting to me.
Chapter 37. Lyria. The first thing I notice is how clean it is. Not the fight. That's anything but the way Maltos moves inside it, like nothing he does is wasted, like every shift of weight and turn of his wrist has already been decided before Heir even commits to the motion. It's not speed that makes him dangerous. It's certainty. The kind that doesn't hesitate, doesn't question, doesn't leave space for doubt to creep in and slow anything down. And Heir is still thinking. I can see it in the way his shoulders carry just a fraction too much tension, the way his feet adjust half a beat after they should instead of before. He's better than he was, sharper, but he's still reacting. Come on, I mutter under my breath, barely moving my lips as I track them across the floor, my fingers curling slightly at my sides like I can grab the rhythm and force it into place from here. Don't follow him. Steel rings out again, sharp and bright, the sound cutting through the chamber as Ver catches a strike that comes in faster than the last, the force of it driving him back a step he doesn't quite choose. There, that's the problem. Maltos presses immediately, not giving him space to reset, the next movement already unfolding before the first one finishes. It's not a flurry, it's pressure. Constant, deliberate, like he's tightening something invisible around Ver's movement and waiting for it to snap. You're late, Maltos says, his voice calm, almost conversational, even as his blade turns and drives forward again. Every adjustment comes after the mistake. Ver doesn't answer. Good. He doesn't have the breath for it anyway. He shifts left this time, earlier than before, catching the edge of the strike instead of taking it fully. But it's still defensive, still responding instead of shaping. My jaw tightens. No, I whisper. Stop letting him set it. Another clash, louder this time, the vibration of it running through the stone beneath my feet. Ver's footing slips half an inch as he absorbs the force, and Maltos sees it. Of course he does. He pivots, drives in, not for the blade. For the body, the impact lands solid, a sharp, brutal strike to Ver's ribs that folds him just enough to break his posture, the air leaving him in a rough exhale that he tries to mask and doesn't quite manage. A murmur ripples through the chamber. I don't look at them. I don't care what they see. Breathe, I mutter, my voice low, focused, like he can hear me even though he can't. Don't lock up now. Maltos steps back just enough to reset the distance, not out of necessity, but control, letting Ver come back up on his terms instead of forcing him down further. Still reacting, Maltos says. Ver straightens slowly, one hand tightening on his weapon, his shoulders rolling once, like he's resetting the structure from the inside out. I'm learning, Ver replies, his voice steadier than his body was a second ago. Too slowly. Maltos moves again. Faster this time. Not testing anymore, pressing. The next sequence comes in tight, precise arcs, each strike feeding into the next, forcing Ver to keep up or fall behind completely. Steel meets steel again and again, the rhythm accelerating, the sound turning harsher, more violent, less measured. Ver holds, barely. He catches one, redirects another, but the third breaks through. The blade doesn't land clean, but it scrapes along his side, tearing fabric, drawing blood in a sharp, bright line that darkens almost immediately. I inhale sharply before I can stop myself. Damn it, I breathe. Maltos sees that too. Of course he does. He doesn't look at me, but the shift in him says enough. He knows exactly where the pressure is. Emotion, he says, almost idly, as he circles, forcing Ver to turn with him. Predictable, useful. Ver's grip tightens. I see it. The shift. Subtle, dangerous. His shoulders tense again, his stance narrowing just slightly, like he's preparing to push instead of redirect. No, I whisper, sharper now. Don't you dare. Maltos steps in again, testing that exact edge, his strike angled just enough to provoke instead of end. Let's see it, he says. Show me what happens when you stop thinking. For half a second. Ver almost does. I see it in the way his weight shifts forward, the way his blade comes up not to redirect, but to meet, to overpower, to force the exchange into something brutal and immediate. And if he does that, he loses. Ver, I say, louder now, not shouting, but cutting through the space just enough to reach him. His eyes flick. just for a second. Toward me. Don't chase him, I say, holding his gaze. Make him commit. It's a risk, breaking that focus. But it lands. I see it. The tension doesn't disappear. It redirects. His next movement changes. Maltos strikes. Ver doesn't meet it. He steps offline instead, letting the force pass through empty space, his blade catching only the edge, not to stop it, but to guide it just enough that Maltos has to adjust. It's small, but it's the first time. Maltos corrects. Better, I murmur, my pulse kicking harder now, not from fear, but from the shift. Maltos notices. Of course he does. His gaze flicks briefly toward me this time. Just a fraction, just enough to acknowledge the variable. External influence, he says. Ver doesn't respond. Good. He moves again, and this time, he's first, not fast, not reckless, but intentional. The strike comes in low, not aimed to land, but to draw response, to force Maltos to react instead of dictate. Maltos does. Barely, but he does. And that's new. The rhythm changes, not dramatically. Not yet, but enough. Steel meets again, but now the exchanges aren't one-sided. Ver isn't just holding ground, he's shaping it, pulling Maltos into angles he didn't choose, forcing adjustments instead of making them. Good, I whisper. Stay there. Stay there. Maltos presses harder in response, the next sequence faster, tighter, trying to reassert control before it slips further. But Ver doesn't fall back into it this time. He gives ground, deliberately, not losing it, using it. The chamber feels different now. The air shifts. The watchers feel it. I feel it. Now, I murmur, my voice barely there, my eyes locked on every movement, every shift in weight, every fraction of imbalance. Make him overreach. Maltos drives forward again, committing more force this time, more certainty, expecting the same resistance. Ver doesn't give it to him. He pivots, sharp, clean, and for the first time, Maltos is a fraction too far forward. It's small, barely visible, but I see it. Take it, I breathe. Ver does. His blade turns tight, controlled, striking not where Maltos is strong, but where he isn't ready. The impact lands, not clean, not decisive, but real. And Maltos steps back. The chamber inhales. I don't smile, not yet, because this isn't over. But for the first time since this started, it's not his fight anymore.
Chapter 38. Ver. I feel the shift before I understand it, not in the blade or the rhythm of movement between us, but somewhere deeper, in the way my father carries himself as we circle each other across the marked stone. His posture hasn't changed, not in any way that would be visible to the watching nobles lining the chamber, but there's a refinement to his attention now, a tightening of focus that replaces observation with something sharper. He is no longer measuring whether I can adapt. He is measuring how far that adaptation extends, and whether it will hold when it matters. The chamber breathes around us in restrained increments. The scrape of boots along the perimeter softened into near silence, the low murmur of voices pressed down beneath the weight of expectation. Even the air feels denser here, tinged with the metallic scent of blood that has already been drawn, mine and his, mingling faintly with the oil-polished stone beneath our feet. Every sound is precise. Every movement carries. "You're learning," he says, his voice cutting cleanly through the space without needing to rise. I don't answer, because the words don't matter anymore. Not the way they did before. We circle again, each step deliberate, the distance between us expanding and contracting in measured intervals that neither of us commits to fully. I don't chase the opening when it appears. I don't force engagement where it isn't already forming. Instead, I let the tension build naturally, letting him decide when to break it. He does. The strike comes fast, angled to pull me back into the pattern he's been shaping since the beginning, an advance designed to force me into reaction instead of choice. I don't meet it where he expects. I turn with it instead, guiding the force past me, my blade catching just enough to redirect without absorbing the impact. The vibration runs through my arm, sharp but contained, and I let it pass rather than locking against it. He adjusts immediately, because that is what he does. But this time, so do I. We move again, faster now, the exchange tightening as the fight sheds its earlier caution and sharpens into something more direct, more dangerous. Steel meets steel with a clean, ringing force that carries through the chamber, the sound echoing just enough to mark the escalation. His pressure builds in increments, each strike feeding into the next, each movement designed to narrow my options until reaction becomes inevitable. "You've stabilized," he says, pressing forward again, his blade turning in a tight arc that forces me to shift offline rather than meet it head-on. "Yes," I reply, my breath steady, my footing grounded in something deeper than instinct now. "But you still misunderstand." I don't respond to that either, because I can already feel where he's going, the shape of the argument forming inside the structure he's always believed in. "You think this is about control," he continues, his strikes coming faster now, more committed, the testing phase long behind us. It isn't. I let him press, let him build the rhythm he expects, each exchange tightening the space between us as he attempts to reassert the structure that has carried him through every fight before this one. Then I break it. "What is it about then?" I ask, stepping inside the edge of his next strike instead of away from it, forcing the distance into something closer, less predictable. "Sacrifice," he says. The word settles into the space between us with a weight that has nothing to do with volume. It doesn't disrupt my movement, but it sharpens my awareness, pulls something into focus that was already there, waiting to be acknowledged. I shift again, redirecting another strike, forcing his blade to travel a path he didn't intend. "You engineered it," I say. "Yes." The confirmation lands harder than any physical blow, not because it surprises me, but because he offers it without hesitation, without justification, as though the truth itself requires no defense. The villages, Krago, the pressure, the timing, all of it, a design. "For what?" I ask, my voice steady as the fight tightens further, each exchange faster, closer, more precise. "To see what you would choose," he replies. I step closer again, forcing the engagement tighter, compressing the space until the margin for error narrows to almost nothing. "And what did you expect?" I ask. His gaze locks onto mine, unflinching. "That you would cut away the weakness," he says. I don't need clarification. "You mean her?" "Yes." The next exchange hits harder, our blades colliding with enough force to send a sharp jolt up through my arm, but I don't let it linger. I shift with it, stepping inside the arc of his movement again, forcing him to adjust instead of follow through cleanly. "You expected me to sacrifice her," I say. "I expected you to understand necessity," he corrects. His blade turns again, faster now, sharper, the pressure increasing as he attempts to force the old pattern back into place, to drive me into a reaction where he can control the outcome. I don't give it to him. "She's the only reason I have control at all," I say, my voice low, steady, grounded in something that doesn't waver under the weight of his expectation. That, more than any strike, creates the shift. It's small, almost imperceptible, but it's there. His next movement carries a fraction more intent, a subtle recalibration that tells me he is no longer dismissing the variable. "Then you've already failed," he says. I let out a quiet breath, not in frustration, not in resistance, but in clarity. "No," I reply. "I've just stopped playing your version of this." And with that, the fight changes, not in speed, not in force, in structure. I stop trying to match him, stop trying to prove anything through the exchange itself, and instead allow the movement to reveal what it already contains. Every strike he makes follows a pattern, not rigid, not predictable in a simple sense, but built on assumption, on the expectation that the opponent will either meet force with force or break under it. I do neither. He presses forward again, the sequence tighter now, more committed, seeking the break he has created in every opponent before me. I give him the shape of it, just not the outcome. I yield where he expects resistance, shifting my weight just enough to let his force carry forward into space I've already vacated, my blade guiding instead of stopping, redirecting instead of opposing. The pressure builds, then slips, his momentum carrying him a fraction further than he intends. It's subtle, but it matters. He adjusts, of course he does, but the correction takes time, and in that time, I move. Not faster, not stronger, just first. The opening I create isn't obvious, it isn't dramatic. It exists in the space between his expectation and my response, a narrow line where his structure assumes something that isn't there. I step into it. My blade turns in a tight, controlled arc, not striking for dominance, not forcing the exchange, but resolving it, cutting cleanly along his arm at a point that forces his grip to shift before the next movement can form. The strike isn't deep, but it doesn't need to be. It disrupts. He compensates, but that compensation costs him position. The next movement follows immediately, angled not to wound, but to control the space, forcing him back a step he didn't choose. The chamber reacts, a ripple of movement and sound that I don't look toward, because it doesn't matter. You've changed, he says. Yes! Because of her. Yes. The admission carries no hesitation, no attempt to deflect or reframe. And that is what he did not plan for. He presses again, faster now, sharper, trying to reclaim the rhythm before it slips beyond his control. But I don't give it back. I don't meet him where he's strongest. I don't allow the fight to return to a structure he understands. I make him adjust, again, and again, and again. You would throw everything away for her, he says, his voice tightening for the first time. I catch the next strike, redirecting it, stepping inside his guard instead of backing away, forcing the engagement into a space where his reach no longer gives him advantage. No, I reply. My blade turns, precise, final. I'd build something stronger because of her. The opening forms, not given, not offered, but created through the accumulation of every adjustment that came before it. His weight shifts forward a fraction too far, his expectation carrying him into a space I've already shaped into something else. I don't hesitate. I don't force it. I complete it. The blade lands clean. The resistance is brief, then gone. For a moment, the world holds itself in place, suspended between what was and what has just become. My father's gaze meets mine, and for the first time, there is no calculation in it, no evaluation, no distance, only recognition. Then the tension leaves him. I pull the blade free and step back, the motion controlled, deliberate, the end of something that was always moving toward this point, whether I understood it or not.
Chapter 39. Lyria. The chamber doesn't release the moment when it should. It holds it instead, like the air itself has thickened around what just happened, every breath forced to pass through something heavier than it was a second ago. The metallic scent of blood lingers sharp and unmistakable, threading through the colder, cleaner undertones of polished stone and oil, settling against the back of my throat in a way that makes swallowing feel deliberate. Somewhere along the outer ring of the room, fabric shifts faintly against armour, a boot scrapes and stills too quickly, and then even those small sounds fade, swallowed by the kind of silence that isn't absence, but pressure. Ver stands at the centre of it, not frozen, not uncertain, still in the way something becomes when it no longer needs to prove itself to anyone watching. The blade in his hand angles downward, steady, the last tremor of movement gone from his body, as if the fight didn't drain him, but clarified him instead. Blood traces the edge of the weapon in a thin, dark line that catches the light and holds it there, while at his feet, Maltos's body settles into finality with a weight that seems to pull the entire room down around it. The man who defined every rule in this place is no longer a force shaping the space, only the absence of one. And somehow, that absence is louder than anything else. No one moves, no one speaks. The nobles gathered along the perimeter hold themselves in careful stillness, their attention fixed not just on Heir, but on each other in brief, flickering glances that measure reaction, hesitation, alignment. No one wants to be the first to acknowledge what this means, because once it's acknowledged, it can't be undone. Heir steps back, slowly, deliberately. The sound of his boots against the stone cuts through the silence with quiet precision, each step placing him not away from the body, but beyond it, the motion carrying a weight that doesn't need to be declared to be understood. That's when the room fractures. Not into chaos, not into noise, but into movement beneath restraint. Low murmurs threading along the edges, voices brushing against one another in bursts of disbelief and recalculation. Words don't rise fully, but I catch fragments as they pass, illegitimate, reckless, untenable, all circling the same centre without daring to touch it outright. He just killed the foundation of their world, and now they have to decide if they're going to stand on what's left. Heir doesn't give them time to build an answer. He turns, not toward the body, toward me. The shift in attention is immediate and absolute, every gaze in the room snapping into alignment with his movement as he crosses the space between us without hesitation. The distance that felt vast a moment ago collapses under the certainty of his stride, his presence cutting clean through the layered tension without being slowed by it. I don't step back. I don't lower my gaze. The weight of the room presses in, sharp and assessing, but I hold where I am, because anything less now would give them something to use. He stops in front of me, close enough that I can see the faint tension still held in the line of his shoulders, the residual strain in the set of his jaw, the smear of blood across his skin that he hasn't bothered to acknowledge. His breathing is steady, but not distant. It's grounded, anchored, present in a way that feels different from everything that came before. Lyria, he says. My name doesn't need volume to carry. It moves through the chamber cleanly, cutting through the murmurs and forcing them down again. I'm right here, I reply, keeping my voice level, letting it settle into the same space his does. A faint exhale leaves him, subtle enough that I only notice it because I'm looking for it, like something in him has finally found a place to land. Good, he says. Then he turns, and the room changes with him. This ends now, Heir says, his voice carrying across the chamber with a clarity that forces attention back into order, cutting through the last remnants of uncertain sound. The nobles still again, not because they agree, but because the alternative is stepping forward, and none of them are ready to do that yet. This structure, he continues, his hand lifting once in a controlled, deliberate motion that doesn't point to the body, but encompasses the room itself, the system, the expectations, the invisible framework holding everything in place, was built on control without challenge, on the assumption that power does not need to justify itself. His gaze moves across them slowly, not searching, not questioning, but marking. That assumption is wrong. The silence that follows sharpens instead of softening, the tension condensing into something more focused, more dangerous. A figure steps forward from the edge of the chamber, his robes dark, his posture rigid with the kind of control that comes from long practice rather than comfort. His expression is smooth, but there's a tightness beneath it that betrays how much this moment matters. Bold words, he says, his tone measured, but edged with something harder as his eyes flick briefly to Maltos's body before returning to Heir. But words do not establish legitimacy. The challenge lands clean. Heir doesn't rush to answer. He lets it sit, lets the room feel the shape of it before he responds. No, Heir says at last. They don't. He steps forward, just one pace. The shift is immediate. But this does. The implication doesn't need to be explained. It settles into the room with a weight that forces every eye back to him. The noble's jaw tightens, but he doesn't retreat. Victory in a duel does not make you a ruler, he says. It makes you a survivor. Then it's fortunate, Heir replies, his voice even, steady, unshaken, that I am both. A ripple moves through the chamber again, sharper this time, more defined. The noble opens his mouth to press further, but Heir doesn't allow the space. You can challenge me, Heir continues, his gaze locking onto him fully now, unyielding. Formally, publicly. Here. The words hang in the air, heavy with consequence. The noble hesitates, only for a second, but it's enough. Because everyone sees it. I thought not, Heir says quietly. The man steps back, and the balance shifts. When Heir turns back to me, the room follows again, pulled by the gravity of his decision before he even speaks. This is Lyria, he says. My pulse kicks once, sharp and immediate, not from fear, but from the weight of what I already understand is coming. She is not a servant, he continues, his voice steady, unyielding. A murmur rises, cut short before it can fully form. She is not expendable. The words land harder this time, pushing against the boundaries of what this room is willing to accept. And she is not negotiable. Now the reaction comes, sharper, more fractured, noble shifting, exchanging looks that carry more urgency than before. You're making a mistake, someone says, the words tight, controlled, but unable to hide the strain beneath them. Heir doesn't look in their direction. No, he says. Then his hand finds mine. The contact is firm, deliberate, impossible to misinterpret, his fingers threading through mine with a certainty that anchors the moment in something no one in this room can dismiss. She is mine, he says. The word doesn't carry possession. It carries choice. Not as property, he continues, tightening his grip slightly, grounding the distinction in something real. As my mate. The chamber reacts all at once, not loudly, not chaotically, but in a sharp, contained surge of sound that breaks and reforms under the weight of what that means. I don't pull away. I lace my fingers with his. Let them see it. Let them understand. You cannot... A voice starts, sharper now, pushing against the boundary he just set. I can, Heir cuts in, turning his head just enough to acknowledge the challenge without yielding to it. And I have. The silence that follows crashes down harder than before, because now it isn't uncertainty, it's reality. His thumb shifts against my hand, subtle, grounding, and I glance up at him just long enough to catch the edge of something in his expression that isn't meant for them. You good? I murmur. He exhales quietly. Working on it. Yeah, I say softly. You are. Then he turns back to them. Effective immediately, he says, his voice sharpening again, gaining structure, authority, settling fully into place. Human labourers are under my protection. This time the reaction is different. Not just resistance, disruption. You're destabilising the estate, someone snaps. I'm correcting it, Heir replies. They are resources. They are people. The words cut clean, leaving no space between what was and what will be. You will treat them as such, he continues, his gaze sweeping the room once more, or you will answer to me. No one answers. But the silence shifts, and this time it holds. My gaze drifts just briefly to the edge of the chamber where Scott would have stood, his presence usually cutting through moments like this with a precision that made everything sharper. He isn't there. But the absence feels deliberate, earned. I tighten my grip on Ver's hand. "Don't waste it," I murmur. His grip tightens back. "I won't."
Chapter 40. Bear. The gardens do not announce that anything has changed, and yet the difference settles into me the moment I step onto the stone path, as immediate and undeniable as the shift in air against my skin, as though the space itself recognizes that something fundamental has altered, even if its structure remains untouched. The same layered scents linger where they always have. Damp earth turned recently beneath careful hands. The faint sweetness of night-blooming flora opening slowly under filtered light, and beneath it all the cool mineral trace of stone that has held its shape longer than any living thing rooted here. But now those scents carry weight, memory threading through them in a way that alters how they settle in my lungs, grounding each breath in something that extends beyond the present moment. The trees stretch upward in their usual deliberate patterns, long-limbed and patient, their branches casting fractured shadows across the path where light slips through in narrow, shifting bands. Yet the space no longer feels ornamental or contained in the way it once did. It feels inhabited, not by presence alone, but by what has already passed through it and refused to disappear. I slow just past the threshold without consciously choosing to do so, the faint crunch of gravel giving way beneath my boots as the sound carries farther than it should in the quiet. And for a moment, I allow the stillness to settle fully instead of moving through it, letting the absence of pressure replace the tension that defined every step within the chamber. The silence does not constrict or demand. It expands, anchoring rather than compressing, giving space for thought to form without forcing it into sharp edges. Lyria steps into that space beside me without announcing herself, her shoulder brushing mine in a way that no longer feels accidental or cautious, her presence aligning with mine as naturally as the path beneath our feet aligns with the direction it was always meant to take. She does not immediately speak, and in that restraint there is understanding, a recognition of what this space holds without needing to define it aloud. "They look the same," she says eventually, her voice low, her gaze sweeping across the gardens in a slow, deliberate arc that suggests she is measuring not their appearance, but the way they hold together beneath what has changed. "They do," I reply, allowing the words to remain simple, even as the meaning behind them is not, because elaboration would add nothing to what is already understood. She shifts slightly, turning her head just enough that I can feel her attention settle fully on me instead of the space ahead, her expression sharpening with quiet certainty that does not require emphasis. "But they don't feel it," she adds, and the statement carries not as a question, but as confirmation of something already decided. "No," I say, drawing in a slower breath as the scent of soil and growth settles deeper into my chest. "They don't. The part that has changed does not belong to the gardens. It belongs to what remains after everything that led us here." Movement along the lower terraces draws my attention, the subtle rhythm of tools cutting into earth threading through the stillness without breaking it, each motion measured in a way that speaks to coordination rather than obligation. A group of workers moves in alignment, their bodies no longer held in rigid tension, their pace dictated by the demands of the work rather than the fear of misstep, and the difference reveals itself not in what they do, but in how they carry it. Metal meets soil in steady intervals, the sound consistent, grounded, part of the space rather than disruptive to it. Lyria watches them with focused attention, her gaze narrowing slightly as she tracks the structure beneath the motion, her posture shifting forward just enough to indicate engagement rather than observation. "They're adjusting the spacing," she says, her tone slipping into analysis as she studies the pattern of movement and the subtle changes in terrain. "That wasn't part of the original layout." No, I reply, stepping forward again and allowing the path to carry me deeper into the gardens, the transition from stone to packed earth marking itself through the faint shift in resistance beneath my feet. It wasn't. She matches my pace without hesitation, her stride aligning with mine in a way that requires no adjustment, no conscious effort. Your idea? She asks, her voice carrying a slight edge of curiosity. Partially, I say, inclining my head toward the workers as one of them adjusts his stance to account for the slope, his movement fluid, practiced. Her brow lifts slightly as she follows my gesture. Partially? Theirs, I explain, watching as the line of spacing extends outward in a pattern that reflects adaptation rather than instruction. They requested it. She studies me briefly, her attention shifting between me and the workers, before settling again on the latter, her gaze sharpening as she recalculates the implications of what she's seeing. And you allowed it, she says, not surprised but confirming. Yes, I answer, the word carrying no defensiveness, no need for justification. Her mouth curves faintly, not into a smile, but into something thoughtful, her focus returning fully to the changes unfolding below. They're right, she says after a moment, her tone steady, assured. It'll redistribute the water flow, keep the soil from compacting along the edges, and you'll get more growth without expanding the footprint. I know, I reply, because I do, but more importantly, because I listened. That earns a slight shift in her posture, something that acknowledges the difference without needing to name it. Of course you do. We continue along the path as it curves inward, the space narrowing gradually as the trees grow denser and their branches dip lower, filtering the light into softer, more fragmented patterns that shift with the movement of the air. The temperature drops slightly beneath the canopy, the change subtle but distinct, and the scent of earth grows richer here, layered with moisture held beneath undisturbed soil and the faint trace of living growth pushing upward unseen. The transition into the clearing unfolds slowly rather than abruptly, the space opening in measured increments until it reveals itself fully, contained but not isolated, defined by the natural curve of the surrounding trees and the quiet presence of the stone bench at its center. The ground here yields slightly beneath my weight, softer, less compacted, and the difference registers immediately as I step forward into it. Lyria slows beside me, her attention settling more deliberately as recognition sharpens her expression. This is where he used to stand, she says, her voice quieter now, grounded rather than heavy. Yes, I reply, allowing the acknowledgement to remain exactly what it is. She steps further into the clearing, her gaze moving through the space with careful attention, noting the subtle disturbances near the edge where the soil has been turned recently. They've been working here too, she observes. Yes. She turns back toward me, her expression shifting slightly as she studies my face. What did you change? I let the question settle for a moment before answering, not out of hesitation, but because the answer is already present in the space itself. My gaze shifts toward the stone marker set into the ground near the edge of the clearing, its surface newly carved, the lines still sharp with recent work, unsoftened by time or weather. She follows my line of sight, her breath altering almost imperceptibly as understanding settles into place. You named it after him, she says. Yes. She steps closer, her fingers brushing lightly across the carved surface, not tracing the letters fully, but acknowledging their presence, their permanence. He'd hate this, she mutters, the faintest edge of humor threading through her voice. Yes, I agree. Her hand stills briefly before she withdraws it, her gaze lingering just a moment longer. But he'd stay anyway. The truth of that settles into the clearing without resistance, aligning with everything else that remains. Yes, I say. We leave the clearing without ceremony, not because it lacks meaning, but because it holds enough without requiring anything further. And as we move back into the broader structure of the estate, the changes reveal themselves more clearly with each step. Guards remain at their posts, but their attention no longer locks into rigid lines. Instead, it moves, tracking not only what approaches from outside, but what shifts within. Workers move through corridors with less tension held in their shoulders, their steps guided by task rather than fear, and the difference, though subtle, reshapes the rhythm of the entire space. Lyria notices it all, her gaze flicking from one detail to the next as we cross into the inner courtyard, where a pair of nobles attempt, unsuccessfully, to conceal their attention as we pass. "They're watching you," she says quietly, a note of dry amusement in her tone. "They should be," I reply, not slowing. "They're waiting for you to slip," she adds, her voice lowering further as we move past. "They'll be waiting," I say evenly, "and they'll learn." She glances at me, one brow lifting slightly. Confident. Accurate. The corner of her mouth lifts into something small but genuine, and we continue without breaking stride, the corridor ahead narrowing as the noise of the courtyard fades behind us. The echo of our footsteps returns, softer now, contained within stone walls that carry sound differently than open space. "You're not trying to be him," she says after a moment, her voice thoughtful rather than probing. "No. You're not trying to prove anything either." "No." She studies me briefly, then nods once, the motion small but decisive. "Good," she says, "because that would have been a problem. I'm aware." We step out onto the balcony overlooking the lower terraces, the space opening outward again as the estate stretches below in layered structure, each section revealing the early stages of change that will take time to fully settle into place. From this height, the adjustments are clearer. The redistribution of labor, the subtle shifts in flow and structure, the beginning of something that is not yet complete, but no longer uncertain. Lyria rests her arms against the stone railing, her weight settling into it as she studies the expanse below. "You've got a mess," she says. "Yes. But it's fixable." "Yes." She turns her head slightly, her gaze settling on me with quiet certainty. "You're going to need help." I know. Her brow lifts faintly. "Good answer." I step beside her, resting my hands against the railing, the cool stone grounding beneath my palms as I look out over what lies ahead, not as something inherited or imposed, but as something that will take shape through deliberate choice. "You'll be part of that," I say. She does not respond immediately, her expression shifting as she considers the weight of what I've said. "Not as your shadow," she says. "No. Not as a symbol. No." Her gaze sharpens slightly. "Then what?" I meet her eyes. "As my partner." The word settles fully. Not light, not tentative, but grounded in something that does not require reinforcement. She exhales slowly, the tension in her shoulders easing as the alignment settles into place. "All right," she says. The wind shifts slightly, carrying the scent of the gardens upward once more, and as I look out over the estate, the weight of what it is and what it will become no longer feels like something I was shaped into or forced to carry. It feels like something I have chosen, something I will continue to shape with intention rather than reaction. "I'm not him," I say quietly. Lyria huffs softly beside me, the sound carrying just enough edge to cut through anything heavier. "No kidding!" A small breath leaves me, lighter than anything that came before it, and I allow it without resistance. "And you're not what he made you either," she adds. I nod once. "No," I say, and this time, there is nothing in me that questions it. Our eyes meet, and the conversation stills. I tuck a curly strand of golden red behind her ear, baring her pale neck. When I move in, she eagerly raises her lips to meet my own. This kiss isn't just about claiming her. It means so much more. It's an affirmation of a bond that transcends class, race, and time itself. I slide my arms around her, left hand landing in the small of her back. My fingers brush the slope of her exquisitely shaped bottom. A surge of desire arcs through me, quickening my blood and whetting my appetite for more, much more. When I press her to me tighter, she molds herself into me like she's custom-made to fit. I can smell her potent scent, my nostrils flaring as I soak it in. The aerial tea is an impetus for me to kiss harder, longer, deeper. I pull away, but only so I can take her hand and lead her to my quarters. No one, servant or dark elf, dares to look twice at us. Good, because I may not be like Maltos, but that does not mean I will suffer their judgment. Once inside my chambers, I lead her to the bed and hook my finger into the thin strap of her silken dress. Slowly, I peel away the fabric, baring her magnificent skin.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
I collapse atop her, grandiose dreams fading somewhat as I return to my senses. We cling to each other, as if we never wish to let go. I love you, Lyria Zaltos, I gasp. You mean Cutter, she pants. My surname is Cutter. I rise up enough to look her in the eyes. Is it? I silence any forthcoming answer with a kiss on Lyria's mouth. My Lyria, my love, forever.